Stream. Alrighty, we are up. Hopefully it didn't go on the stream. Good night. If it did, I'm going to feel so terrible. Okay, we are back, everybody. Thank you guys for hanging in and joining us. We are at a new stage. We are at, how many hours are we in, Fast? We're in 6 hours?
No,
7?
This is my 7th hour.
How many? 7 hours. Yeah, we're 7 hours in. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. So we started at 10.
We started at 10. Yeah, so 6 hours. We're hitting the 6 hour mark. Yeah. Okay, so we're past our...
Sorry. Griff and I were here at 9. So that's why
yeah, that's true. That's true. So we passed our time up. But we are, again, thank you guys for being here with us. Today we are, as you guys know, doing our charity fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Hospital. We did this as a commitment to you guys. If you remember, we said that when we reached $3,000 from donors like you, that we would do our very first 12-hour live stream. Hence, we are here. And hence, we have called upon our good friends in the Star Citizen community to join us throughout the day. So far, we've had Paul Shelley, we've had STEM Citizen, we've had Sigelian, we've had Maiden Ariana, New Soul, Citizen Her, Fist and Jawa, Space Tomato. And now we have Oliver Zark and our other good friend joining us today, Starship Grim. How are you doing, Grim?
Hey, everyone.
Good.
I'm well. Thanks for putting up with my terribly bad technical issues.
No, that's not.
I had a bad network, so
it is not your fault.
Can you mute yourself on OBS Ninja?
Oh, he's got double audio. Yeah, we got two voices there.
Oh, let's see. Okay, I think we're muted. No,
you're not. I see his
level. His level's jumping.
Okay, try now.
Oh yes, that's
you're good now. And Griffin, can you share your screen, your expert?
I'm in the process of doing that. I'm moving pages. Give me 2 seconds.
Okay.
For those of you who are in our Discord, there's the live video, so you should be able to. Oh no, it's not. It's not the live video. My mistake. Whoa, that's the wrong thing to share.
That was it. That's it. That was right.
Was it?
Yeah, it was for me.
I have so many people sending me direct messages of all days that everyone wants to send me a direct message. It's like, why are you guys messaging me now? All right, there you go. There's our live video feed. Zark and Jump, you guys can grab that video. That way you don't get the delay. Zark, good to see you again. Thank you for joining us as well. Always glad to have you on. Always glad to see your work. Matter of fact, we have two artistes on here, which is one of the things I'm excited about having these guys on. They've been on the show before. You guys know them in the community, and we really want to tell them right up front, thank you for being here. Grim, why don't you introduce yourself, tell people who you are, what you do in the community.
Yeah, I'm Starjump Grim. I'm one part of Starjump, so we obviously make a bunch of stuff. We have videos on YouTube. We have a YouTube channel where we have Shipyard and a bunch of other videos where we break down things. We used to have our discussion show, Starjump Station, which is coming back. We also make the Starjump Fleet Viewer. A lot of people build their fleets on there, so you may know us from that. And then, we just do lots of stuff. Currently working on another big project that's hopefully going to be our big release next year. But just do all kinds of stuff.
Now, I'm not going to press and ask you what that big project is, but you have been on with us before and given us little clues. So we're going to be looking forward in the future as it gets closer that you'll come over here and drop a few things in our ear. One of the things that was really great that both these people have done, ZartkMedia has worked with several people that are part of the Soul Citizens team on the machinimas that he's done. And also Grim has also been just somebody that I don't know how the heck we got into this brotherly thing we have here, Grim, but we obviously we've all been impacted by his work as well, and he honored us last year by making or producing a what's the ship Crusaders
the
Genesis.
Yeah.
I was trying not to say Starliner because it's no longer the Starliner. The Genesis. He made a Soul Citizens version with a Soul Citizens pay job, which is smoking hot. So God knows I wish we could put that on a ship, but
and speaking of smoking hot, she also made this lovely BMM
I knew you was gonna bring that BMM up. I knew it.
I have it right behind me, Griff. I have it right
I'm
behind
making
me.
lots of. I appreciate it. I'm making lots of backgrounds now. This is my new background. My
You-
Orson.
oh, we're gonna
out my
steal it.
hab window background.
You better keep your house locked up, brother, because we're trying to find out where you are. Because I'm trying to get that background.
I saw that on your stream the other day, Griff. I'm Graham, and I was like, I want that.
Yeah.
Griff was like, no, you can't do that. That's his and his alone. I'm like, oh man.
And to give you guys an idea, go ahead.
I'm making a bunch of stuff that will be able to be used by streamers and content creators, sort of like Fleet Viewer, but this is like asset packs that are Star Citizen specific for streamers. So Star Citizen specific alerts and raid notifications and backgrounds and all kinds of stuff. So this is just part. This background's like part of it. This is the Orson one, but there'll be a Microtech one and a Hurston one and all kinds
Listen,
of
you
stuff.
need a lawyer because you need somebody to figure out how you're going to be able to do this and make money at the same time. Okay, because if there's certain things for the community you do that you can't charge for, but I've already had my conversation with the CIG lawyers.
Okay.
Unfortunately, while they really support what we do, and actually they've been awesome cheerleaders. Even the lawyers on the CIG side have been really great cheerleaders for us internally. There's still rules.
Well, you need a contract then. Okay, that's what's you need something because you're doing some great work that helps bring great exposure to what they do.
Appreciate it.
By the way, just so you guys will know about that background, and Zark, you really appreciate this. When I first saw the background, what he has flying in the background are all the ships that are yet to come. So it's so cool. He's got the Endeavor up there. I mean, it's like, all the ships that you're like waiting on and slobbering over. There's no Auroras and stuff flying in there. It's all the stuff that we're looking forward to seeing. So it's a very, very cool. What is that right there? Look at that. Is that the Kraken? Look at that thing.
Now.
Oh, look at that thing. Oh, good googly moogly. Okay, well.
Hopefully that's my future. We'll see. But I mean, the other cool thing though too is because I've started to be known for doing a lot of 3D modeling and visual effects stuff. I get a lot of people contacting me and, who are doing their own projects. So sometimes I'll have little hands in them or be able to help in some way. Sometimes it's a small way, sometimes it's a big way, just depends. I know Nate from EE, I believe, was contacting me recently, and we've gone back and forth about some models and stuff. So yeah, I mean, and before we released Fleet Viewer, Lunfacy at Starship 42, me and him would go back and forth with stuff. We've actually helped each other out. I know some people think that maybe Fleet Viewer and Starship 42 are competitors. They're definitely not. They do different things. And Lunfacy is an awesome dude. And we've actually shared models. I think we shared some Endeavor parts and pieces and stuff. So yeah, there's a good camaraderie within the, content creators group in Star Citizen.
That
community.
Is awesome. That's awesome to hear. Thank you. That's great. Well, listen, let's jump into it. Let's see. I think, Fast Card, you were in the middle of doing the updates, right? 3.20's updates?
Yeah, so we're at the whole scene now.
Okay, the whole scene.
Or unless you want to cover the full LX
No, we can pick up with the whole scene because we've got plenty of stuff and I want to get down a little bit further for them as well. So if they don't mind, what we're doing, Grim, is that we were talking about update 3.20 and just giving our basic feelings about what we've seen so far. And right at the beginning, we did Arena Commander, we did Fury LX, but now let's talk about the Hull C. Hull C was greatly anticipated, but also excitement and controversy simultaneously when this thing launched. So let me go to you first, since you're just coming in, and you can give us your initial thoughts about the Hull C.
Yeah, I've owned one for a while. I think I pledged for that one probably 3 years ago or so. So I was obviously waiting for it. I definitely want to be a space trucker. That's one of the main loops I want to do in the game. So it was a ship I was pretty excited for. I got back on the PTU and was playing pretty heavily. I actually it worked perfect in the PTU for me. I never had any issues, never any bugs. Everything worked. Now, again, not a full implementation, with the cargo system, but everything worked as they had planned for that release. Obviously, the servers have been a little, but in general, I will say it's still.
You lost them.
Yeah, I know he's roboting a little bit. Yeah, Grim, you're roboting.
Let's see here.
And the video. There we go. Your video kind of froze up too.
Okay, cool. So I had some network issues around my house today. So
we
hopefully
understand.
those are. So,
So you might want to repeat what you just said. My bad.
yeah, so I was just saying that. So it's a ship I was really excited for, and it worked well in the PTU. I had no issues. In the live servers, it's been a lot rougher. But in terms of all these, probably for the next 18 months, I do not care if the game is broken and doesn't work very well. I am just wanting them to get these big systems in the game. If that means things are going to be broken for a while, I'm totally fine with it. I'm okay with the game not being playable for 2 years, to be honest with you, if they can just start sweeping some of these large systems in the game, things, everything from especially a lot of the stuff that affects the whole sea. So, manual cargo loading, persistent hangars, the freight elevators, all that stuff.
Mhm.
There's a lot of big moves happening. I know they're struggling trying to keep the game playable while still moving all these big systems in. So even in the whole sea's rough state, on the live servers and just the entire system of grabbing cargo and all that stuff, I'm still happy they got the whole sea out. I think that's a milestone for them. There was a lot of tech blockers with it from the physics grids and other things. So I think there's a lot of reasons to be excited for that release. And when you couple that with PES and the replication layer that's about to come online, and all these things, there's big moves being made by CIG, and that excites me. So for me, the whole sea, it's less about the ship specifically and more about them accomplishing a goal that's been sitting on the shelf for a long time, and they got it through.
Okay.
And that's a positive thing. So
okay, cool. Zark, how about you?
Yeah, I agree. It's a real technical marvel how it extends, and the cargo and the cargo refactor adding with that release is really cool, and it's really impressive. And I think a lot of the critique that comes from that ship is actually from where we are in the year. We're approaching CitizenCon, and that usually means CIG closes down on information sharing for a while, like a month ahead, 2 months ahead. The ISC goes down a little bit. Everything just feels a little like, what are you guys doing? Because they're saving all of the juicy information for October. And I think whatever ship is getting released, at this time, is going to receive a lot of backlash from the community, because they can't share everything that they want to share for us to understand why the ship is in the state that it's in. And I mean, after a couple of the talks on CitizenCon from the developers, I think we're going to appreciate the whole sea even more, even with the wonky cargo loading procedure, and everything is going to make more sense. And it's usually how it goes this time.
I will put my vote in that I think the whole sea has probably, it's now in my top 3 of Star Citizen ship commercials, though.
Oh yeah, and we'll talk about that.
One of the best commercials.
We're going to talk about that in a second. I'm glad you brought it up. Let me say shout outs to Pentandra and also Macaco Verde. Thank you guys for the follow. We really appreciate you guys. Don't forget, we are raising money for St. Jude Children's Hospital. That's why these gentlemen are here. We're at $4,560. If we hit that $5,000 mark, we are putting a Polaris up for the giveaway. So keep that in mind. Share the information. Let people know that we are doing this for St. Jude, and we appreciate you guys. Let me give you my 2 cents on the whole. Well, Fast Card, let me go to you, because you maybe some earlier people didn't hear your thoughts on the whole sea. What were your thoughts about it? Because you got a chance to write on it and check it out.
I had a chance to write it on and check it out. When I got on it, it was bugged in the spindle part. You needed a spacesuit in order to survive, because it had no oxygen in it. I don't know whether or not they fixed that in the later on. They did. They did fix it. Good. So yeah, that was an issue. But yeah, it's a fun little ship. Especially I was surprised at how nimble and fast it is compared to for a ship that is of its size, and especially when it's fully laden and whatnot. So it feels a bit off to me flight wise in that aspect. I expect it to be a little bit more cumbersome, put it that way. But other than that, it looks great. I'm glad they got it in the game. I first saw it in the concept. It was $200. And at the time, and I still believe it in this way, that I'm more into trading, but not in freighting. and freight and whatever. So I decided to pass on it, whether it's $200 for concept. I kind of look back on it and say, maybe I should have gotten it at $200 because now it's like $500 for on-site credit. So that's more than double the price. But you know, even though it was a good deal back then, it doesn't really have a place in my fleet. So I'm okay with not having it.
Okay. Just real quick, VV, I see that you tried to put in for the giveaway. We haven't started it yet. We won't open the giveaway up until we hit the $5,000 mark. So just stick around. We're going to get there pretty soon. And when we do, we'll open it up and then you can put in for a ticket, just so you'll know it's nothing wrong. You're not doing anything wrong, just that it's not open yet. For me, the whole C, been waiting on it for a long time. I bought a whole A, B, and C with the attitude of saying I'll work up to a D and an E. Got in it. Loved it to death. It was much more than what I expected it. I mean, we've seen some variants of what that ship is going to look like, and it's changed over the years since 2017. But I thought they did an outstanding job on the design on it. CIG is getting better and better with these ships. Sometimes you can go inside of them and you look around and you say, I wish they had done this, or why did they do this way? But the way they laid this one out, the engineering section was mind blowing. I didn't expect the engineering section to have like the 3 levels to it, which is nice. Didn't expect the habitation area to be designed the way it was. It's very nice. And of course, I love the new MISC look that they introduced when they did the whole A. It's got a much more streamlined, more futuristic look. For me, Grim, it looked more like Flash Gordon, the old version. And I mean the old Flash Gordon, not the 1980s one. I'm talking about 1930s.
The 1930s.
Yeah.
Oh, you're going way back.
Yeah, I'm going way back. Yeah. The new one is a much more futuristic, and especially with the merging with Xi'an and MISC, it has more of an alien, some weird sliding that I like just a little bit more.
Griffin, I hate to tell you this, but you know there's a Flash Gordon in 2010s, right? So
yeah. I was thinking about the 80s one with Queen.
Okay, that's not the new ones anymore.
That's not the new one. That's true. I want to just go back. I didn't go back far enough. Let's talk about that commercial for a second, because we talked about this last week. There was a lot of controversy about the commercial. People kept saying, oh, they're showing stuff that's not in the game. And my point was, that's not the first time CIG has shown something that wasn't in the game. So I don't know why people got worked up about the whole C commercial. If anything, I felt that the whole C commercial was an Easter egg commercial. Now, I could be wrong, but they showed a lot of stuff in that commercial to me that was like, we're about to see this stuff. Now, again, we won't know till we get past CitizenCon, but that was my feeling about that commercial. The one thing I will say, Zark and Grim, I'll put this to you guys because Fastcard's not into the whole C like I am. I didn't understand why when CIG produced that, their tier 0 aspect of moving physicalized cargo, they tied it into the admin offices instead of tying it into the cargo deck. That was the only thing I didn't understand. Yeah. Cargo deck's been sitting there for what, 3 years now? 4 years maybe? You know, you just go down there to go buy a cargo box and that's it. They've got the stand there. They got the kiosk there. Why they didn't have us go to the cargo deck? Why they didn't put a cargo, what do you call it? A docking collar in that area. I mean, I know it's physicalized. I get it. And they would have had to create something. But I just wish that they had brought the cargo decks to life alongside that. So I don't know. Zark, what do you think? You think I
think it's only a matter of time before they do that. I think it's just because the terminal is inside the admin office. Mm-hmm. And it always has been. And I think it should have been moved to the cargo area like a while ago, actually. Yeah. But since it's still there, that's where you do your cargo. Unfortunately, yeah. And I hope that they move it to the cargo area where it belongs. Yeah. The admin should do other things like receiving packages and stuff like that. But
the admin should be your UPS office. That's about it.
Yeah, exactly.
That's about it. They should just use that whole your FedEx terminal. And your DHL and your that's about it. I like that idea.
Exactly.
I like that idea. Grim, what about you? What did you think about the was that a miss for them not to introduce the cargo decks at this point?
I think it was a missed opportunity, but I actually think it was purposeful. Okay. And I think it's because I think that the freight elevators and I know the freight elevators specifically have been mentioned in regards to persistent hangars and stuff, but the freight elevators I think are definitely coming soon. I know that cargo stuff they've gone over recently was like design brief stuff, but if you've looked at their previous design brief episodes, it's all stuff that's in active development. So they've done 2 other episodes on that, the resource management system and engineering gameplay. We know those are in active development. They've even sort of mentioned that they didn't want to bring capitals on until resource management was going to be a thing. So I see the Polaris being a big resource management test bed. But getting back to the Hull C, the freight elevator specifically, if you look on the Hull C's sale page, like, you know, the special page they make for its sale, one of the key art images for the Hull C is the Hull C docked at the cargo decks, and there is an open air freight elevator on the cargo deck with an MPUV parked there. And I think that piece of key art is actually how we're going to load the Hull C when it's docked. And what it looks like is, it looks like all those boxes are delivered via freight elevator to an open platform next to the cargo decks. So I think all that's coming. I think those I think the docking collars at the cargo decks, I think that's part of all the cargo stuff they're working on right now. It just wasn't ready yet. So I think you'll see that come on. I think you'll see us being able to dock with the cargo decks when freight elevators are a thing. I think at this point it just made no sense for them. Yeah, they could have made the kiosk there, but it just seemed like a quick fix, like a small Band-Aid for something they're obviously going to fix in a different way in the future.
Exactly.
And I think they're going to have to do that just because of the economies of scale in relation to the Hull series in general. So the Hull C, again, I know way too much about these ships. The Hull C carries 144 32 SCU boxes. 144 is a lot, but not that much. The Hull D carries 648 of them. And the Hull E, if it carries 32 SCU boxes, maybe it carries 64, but if just going by 32 SCU boxes, it carries 3,000 of them, 3,072, I believe. So that's a lot of loading, right? So we're going to need an efficient freight elevator system to get all that stuff there. So again, if you haven't seen it, go to the sale page and look at the key art that you can make, you know, full screen. There's a real nice image there, them showing that. And that kind of surprised me too with the trailer and that piece of key art, how much they showed the cargo MPUVs.
Let's tell you what, let's do this, because we're going to go through it. That's what I'd like to do if you guys are okay with that. Let's do it. Let's take a glance at it. Okay, hopefully this will come up. You guys are just going to hear us talking over this, so just bear with us here. But here's the trailer. We'll run through it once and then we'll come back and talk about it. Lousy commercial. I own one and it made me want to buy another one. All right, so let's break this down a little bit. Got a commercial here, gang, so bear with me here. Need the new and improved bear skin. Buy a bear skin. All right. What the heck? Oh, okay, let's see. I got to go back one. This thing's on auto mode. Okay, so let's talk about this for a second. something happens in this video at the very beginning that caught my eye, guys. One of them is once they dock, and CIG has talked about this a little bit. They look like they're over R Corp. Would you guys agree with that right now in Stanton, possibly?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I think that's R Corp. Okay,
No,
mostly because of the nighttime city in the background to the right versus it being Microtech. So that's what I'm thinking about.
I agree.
And puffy clouds. Okay, so something happens here once they dock. And if anybody wants to jump in because they see something, please feel free to interrupt me. I'm going to show you what happens here when they speed it up. When we get here, they speed it up. They do a time thing.
Yeah.
It goes from daytime to nighttime. So my question is,
I didn't notice that.
yeah, watch the light. Look, you see that?
There you
They're
are.
still loading the ship. Still loading the ship. Now my question becomes, because CIG has talked about this, these large scale ships are not going to get loaded. Like right now you pull up, it takes 5 minutes. They've talked about that's not going to be the real issue. You're going to go and maybe go do some missions. You may sit around with some friends at the restaurant or whatever before your ship is ready to go. And this is also, you mentioned this, Grim, it's also being loaded manually with SRVs and stuff, right?
Yeah.
You guys got any thoughts on that?
I'm hoping that will be drones. Like that would definitely make sense if drones were loading that.
If it drones, it'd be great. That would be the automated way, right? If you don't have your friends to do it,
Yeah, like
right?
a service you pay for. Yeah.
Yeah, you pay for it with a service. That'd be great, right?
Yeah. Because this is
Griffin,
the
I don't know if you noticed. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, this is one ship that can't be loaded via persistent hangars, obviously. So, there's probably going to be a few more like this, but the whole series really kind of stands apart for this one issue. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's unique.
Griffin, I don't know if you noticed, but it not only it goes from light to dark, it's becoming light again, in fact.
Yeah, right. By the time they're ready to depart. Yeah, because I mean, you literally see the Stanton star pass in the background. So a decent amount of time is passing with this loading.
I think they're one of the reasons I think this commercial is one of their most successful is they're showing the Hull C is a very single-minded ship, right? It does one thing and one thing well. It transports stuff, right? It doesn't do a little bit of salvage or a little bit of refining. It does the one thing it does, and there's really no other reason to fly it, right? So I love that about it, just from a personality standpoint. But what they show here through this time lapse is they show this as a ship that is not going to be. This is not going to be like a something you get quick satisfaction from. There's a process here, and with many ports of call, it's not just about the loading; it's about the journey, because it shows them travel and get cute, snared for a moment during a battle and stuff.
Right.
And they kind of ignore the battle and then try to jump out immediately. So it's about the process of getting something from A to B, and I think they really captured that here. But I think they were also pretty honest in showing this isn't going to be a quick endeavor.
Absolutely.
It's complicated and it's cooperative.
There's a logistic side to this, right? They show that this is also being escorted. You've got 2 Reliants that are there escorting the ship. Let's jump to the part you were talking about here. So here we get a jump. Now I tried to see if this was it looked like it is a quantum jump. It looks like a wormhole pops up right before they jump here.
Which is hopefully what this new quantum experience they're working on might have a little bit. That'd be nice.
Well, did you guys hear earlier today, Paul and Sigelian told us that someone has found the jump to Pyro in Stanton now. Did you guys hear about that? Yeah, I didn't know that. I was like, wow.
I think Jade even found it. I think she posted it.
She found it in the PTU, the PTU that released yesterday.
Yeah, in the PTU, right, in 321. So it's in 321, and some boat says that there's a video of it. Okay, Jade's there right now. Mel Carey says Jade's right there. We're in the station. Okay, cool. So here's the jump, and it looks like we're assuming that this is Pyro because there is a change in the color of the star. And then we're going to see what happens when we get here. Now, this station here, we do know that there is more than Ruin Station in Pyro. We just don't know what the stations are yet.
Yeah.
But there's traffic going on here as well. And again, process of unloading, reloading, right?
But can I ask you something, Griff?
Sure.
Do you think that the process of loading and unloading is only 5 minutes now just because we can't be docked?
Nope.
Because if you're docked, you can do a lot. Because this ship is docked, and it was docked in the last station as well. You can do
Right.
a lot of different activities, like on the refinery stations.
Mhm.
You can have your refinery going on while you do bounty hunting or whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you're right. And I think that is it. Now, mind you, time, when we said time passed here, we don't know what ultimately time's going to be like, but right now I think time is about 2 hours on a rotation from day to night time, right? So if, let's just say that it happens to be the time that it remains, I wouldn't be mad if it took 2 hours if I brought my whole C in for it to be loaded, because like you said, Zark, I'd find some other things to do while that's going on. Because believe me, 2 hours can fly by in no time flat, you know. But it also gives some incentive for why you would maybe use a hull B, you know, or something different, you know. Because once you start taking a hull C, D, and E out into space, you're dealing with serious logistics at that point. You know.
Well, if you hop on after work one day, let's say you get home from work and you have an hour to play Star Citizen, maybe the whole C is not the gameplay loop for an hour. You might, that's maybe perfect for, you know, the hull B, hull A, or whatever, or even something like you know, a Freelancer Max, whatever. You put whatever ship you want in there, and I think that's the case with any ship. I don't think you're going to go out and patrol with a fully crewed Polaris, you know, when you've got 30 minutes to play.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, I think sometimes those ships, the scale of these ships is going to kind of run in parallel to how much time you have to invest in the game. I mean, so, you know, and John Cruz even said this on previous all ship episodes for Invictus. I remember him saying in regards to capital ships that he could see that being the ships that you bring out on the weekend. You know what I mean? Because you might spend your week prepping and grinding all the stuff to load up all the, you know, build up everything you need to take that ship out.
Right.
And they're more those special occasion ships. So, and I think there's a lot of gray area in between. I think the whole sea falls in that gray area. It's a big ship. It carries a lot. So yeah, it's something to consider though. I think that this one thing again I really like about this commercial is it's always trying to sell you the ship. That's what marketing is all about, right? But it does it in a way that shows you the entire game loop for the whole sea, which I thought was really nice.
Absolutely.
They don't always do that.
Hey Griffin, Kai has a link for the jump point. I'm trying to get him to give me the timestamp of the specific hole.
Well, even if it does, just send the link through. That's fine. Listen, don't make it that easy, Fast Cart. They can look at the video. Just send them the video.
Okay, no, I thought you wanted. Oh,
no. I'm not trying to show that on here right now. I'll let other folks find it. Let folks find it on their own. That's part of the experience is to figure it out.
Okay.
One thing I will say, I'm Caffeine Fiend in chat was talking about the time to load and how it shouldn't be over a certain amount. One nice thing about the whole manual loading thing is that it can be much faster than the average if you have the people to help, right? Or if you have the cash to do it. Right. Like, for example, if you're paying drones. But for example, if you have a group of friends on, I honestly think a few friends with a few hull or MPUVs with tractor beams
would be faster.
Or even just the tractor beam guns out there in EVA, I think you could load one of these pretty fast.
Yeah. And I think
if you're carrying 32 SCU boxes, I mean.
Right, 32 SCU. And the thing is, they're going to balance it, guys. I don't think it's going to be difficult. I know sometimes people don't think that there are people licking their chops to fly a Argo SRV and load your ship. They really are. There are going to be people that's what they're not going to care about combat or mercenary or medical. They're going to be like, dude, I'm at the station. You hire me, I'll do it. That's how they're going to make their money working at these stations. So there'll be a balance there for, like you said, if you're a solo player, maybe you're not in a big org, or you know, maybe your people are all asleep, you know, and you're in another part of the world. They're going to provide some mechanic that allows you. And there's the reason why this has to be what was the word I'm looking for? Progressive growth in this. You can't come in the game at the beginning with a whole C with 10,000 SCU or AECU and think, okay, let's get going. You're going to start with the smaller ships, the A, the B, the C. You're going to progress up. I'm into mining. So I'm going to probably be moving stuff way more in the hull A and B, but maybe there's that time when I've been storing up a whole bunch of other resource or material that's been building up in my cargo deck or my hangar. And it's like, now I've got 4,000 SCU or freaking copper that sells better in Pyro than it does in Stanton. Then that'll be the one time I break out the hull C, you know. Otherwise, like you said, I might be taking my hull B. If I'm by myself, I'll just make 2 or 3 trips. But guess what? All the profits stay with me. I didn't have to pay all these people if I do those runs myself versus, if I take my whole C out and I've got the big pockets in the wallet to do it, I can pay my friends or I can pay some other people or I can pay for NPCs to do that job. But it's all a part of the economy as well when we do this stuff.
Yeah.
They have that balance in there already with comparing with refineries again.
Yes.
If you want more profit, you wait a longer time before you can have that. Yeah.
That's it. So, okay, we're in Pyro. They load up, and then something else happens here. You mentioned this, Grim, and this is another thing. Again, people were complaining, well, where is this at in the game? Guys, it's there. Trust me, it's there. They leave Pyro, or they leave someplace in Pyro. I think they make another jump, right? Yeah, they jump, and then they get caught here. There's a bubble. Yeah. You guys all recognize that. All you Mantis owners out there will recognize the bubble, right?
Yeah.
It's stop in the middle of a battle.
This one's an awfully big bubble, though.
It is. It is.
Ship.
It is. And I've wondered, we've talked about this, about the bubble, because right now I think it's only 3,000 meters in size, something like that, or 3,000. I think it's only 3,000 meters. We're wondering how big a capture bubble will be, because in Eve, bubbles were a pain in the butt when you jumped. But when you're talking about a natural phenomenon wormhole, which is in scale huge, my question becomes, can a bubble cover the whole thing, or does it just cover a certain section? And if you just happen to come through that section, you get caught. I can't believe you're going to be able to block a jump point. I just can't believe that. Not a natural phenomenon.
I think if it comes in contact with the engine, it probably affects.
Yeah, but I'm talking about how big is it, though? How big from the exit point of a wormhole is this thing going to be? Is it going to be so big that it could block a freaking wormhole? I just don't see that. But maybe, I don't know. There's a great battle going on, javelins, Idrises and stuff. They weave their way through there and they continue on with their jump.
What's that quantum jump effect? That looks sick.
Yeah, it is. It's very cool. And you see the wormhole just for a second on the other one. I don't know if we see it. I
really hope that's the new quantum experience they're working on. I know it's on the progress tracker where they're working on new quantum travel visual effects. Yeah. And I'm hoping that's what it is.
Yeah. Because this isn't the starry effect that we normally see with just stars going by. It looks like the quantum tunnel that they did before once they jump. Notice it's not stars here. See?
Yeah.
It's more like a cloud you're going through. So we'll see.
Yeah.
And the escorts are with them.
Mm-hmm. What I think these escorts and even just all the MPUVs loading the Hull C really reminded me of, and I think the Hull C is one of the first ships, not the only ship, but one of the first ships to really start banging on this bell, is that we are going to be in need of, and I wish CIG would talk a little bit more about this for the future, but we're going to need ways to put out contract beacons and stuff for emergent gameplay loops like this. So for example, we may accept the cargo mission to run cargo from, Stanton to Magnus or whatever it's going to be, but we're going to have needs that we need to be able to broadcast in relation to that mission that don't require people to sign up for the mission. So we need to be able to put out personal contract beacons that people can answer for, things like escort, defensive escort, or loading. You might send out a beacon. I have 3 sign-up slots for loading a Hull C. I'll be at this station and whatever time, and you can put that out there. We're going to need some sort of really robust system for that, and it can't be just org based. It's got to be public facing based too. I think you should be able to do it for party and org as well. But that's something we haven't heard a lot from CIG about, is just what their future plans are for org controls, personal beacons, and all that kind of stuff, making our own contracts. And the Hull C, to me, is the first ship that's really started to say, hey, this will be a really important thing that players are going to need for the future. So, it's great if you got your friends you can call on, but we're going to need something different.
Real quickly, I wanted to say thank you for Daft Toe for the $10 donation to the fundraiser.
Yes, we appreciate that. Okay,
yeah.
4,570. Okay, we are $430 away from that Polaris giveaway, gang. Polaris. Okay.
Griff, I'm sorry, Grim. I just love that endeavor behind you, man. Dang.
I know.
That was a hard ship to remodel. I can tell you that. It took a lot. So I try to use it wherever I can.
Yeah. Okay, let's take a look here. What is our next thing here?
It is the master modes.
Master modes. Yeah. Have you guys had a chance to mess around with master modes at all? Grim, I'll go to you first this time.
I have not. No, I have not experimented at all.
Okay.
But I will say that I usually like ship-to-ship combat, or even just like air-to-air combat, and like other games like DCS and Arma 3 and other stuff, and have ever since I've been playing games. But I've never really been into the ship combat in Star Citizen, and I'm hoping that Master Mode solves that, because the biggest issue I have with combat is the jousting dynamic. So again, I haven't done any ship combat in Star Citizen in probably a year and a half, 2 years. So I'm hoping Master Modes like switches that up for me and opens that up to be something that I could be interested in again.
Yeah. Okay.
So,
Zark, how about you?
I have high hopes for it.
I haven't tried it yet, but I like how it's supposed to allow me to only focus on speed. For example, I like to fly civilian, and I would definitely love to have be able to maximize my speed and turn off shields and weapons and things that I don't need, and just go fast.
Yeah,
that's. I think that sounds good, and it's more immersive as well with the master modes.
Yeah,
you're shifting your ship into like a different purpose. Sort of. I like that.
I did it,
and it makes sense from a like a gameplay standpoint on so many levels. But also, speed is just relative, right? So like, if two people are in combat and they're both being slowed down to whatever the combat SCM or a combat master mode is, again, their speed is irrelevant. Then whether they're both going 2,000 meters a second or 2 meters a second, they're both working within the same regime. But what we've seen, obviously, with the whole jousting issue, is that higher speeds start to manifest in certain types of combat, right? And the master modes affect things outside of combat, I realize, but I'm just using combat as an example. So hopefully these slower speeds manifest into a different type of combat. It sounds like, from people who've experienced them, that's been an improvement. But even just things like the quantum jumping, the one that's like the smaller quantum boost.
Oh, boost, yeah.
That's what it's called. Yeah. But all that stuff, just think it's how we get around the verse is going to be one of the primary things we do, right? So our ships are sort of our vehicle for getting around all these big systems and all this stuff. So how those ships moves is also critically important. So I see master modes as something that they'll release this first version, and there's going to be a lot of tinkering, I think, over the next few years in terms of balancing that, and maybe how master modes even interact with like quantum interdiction and a lot of stuff like that. So or when resource management comes online, right, and the whole mechanic and tuner gameplay loops and stuff that come with resource management, for example, are mechanics going to be able to fiddle around with components to be able to get longer quantum boosts, or there's a lot of places they could go with that in the future. And but I think how our ships move through this medium is really important. So I see this being something we're going to be messing around with for a while.
Okay. Zark, any other thoughts about master modes?
I hope they expand on it in the direction to where, like, I feel this is like a bigger actually thing for me with the game. How every ship has a weapon on it. Like every ship is like, that would be ridiculous if everyone went around with their guns out all the time, or like cars from like Death Rally 2000 were rolling around in the street. But I feel like they could expand a little bit on master modes and actually put out ships that are not meant to be fighting in, and in that way, like take away power from the battery and take away weight from the guns and have the ship actually be more nimble and more purposeful. Like the whole sea, for example, having escorts is a great thing, and you don't need guns on that ship. And that would actually incentivize people to lean more into the gameplay that Grim was talking about. How you would actually
that's a great point.
You mentioned a good point, because a lot of times, we say this all the time, Fast Cards quoted it, I've quoted it all day today, the game we play now is not necessarily the game that we'll be playing later on. And I'm always amazed that people are, and I know it's a thing. We always want the biggest thing on our ship. We want the biggest gun, the size 5, the size 4. We're dismissive of the size 1 and size 2 weapons, right? Because we think that they don't mean very much, but they are significant. Just like when we look at the components, everybody goes for the grade A type, type 1 type component. But if you start looking around the stores, you'll see that there are a lot more, type grade number 3 type C's and D's. These, why are those in the game? Because guess what? A type 1 class A is going to be probably a ridiculous amount of money to get. So we're all going to be flying around with stock stuff. You're going to fly into some areas of space when your stuff wears out. You got to get a class 5D and put it in because that's the only thing that's there, except for you Drake people. That's what you guys get automatically.
Can you imagine can you imagine like in other games you have like faction and ultimate gear and like for raiding and stuff like that? Can you imagine like having like a terror class quantum drive or something like that? How much that would cost and how much it would cost?
But that is what's going to happen. And see, people don't, if we try to, again, not that we have any in-depth information, gang. It's just that over the years, we've read enough of the information of what CIG would like to do. And we just don't want people to get so attached to what's in the game now. Some of you are even making your purchases based on what's the latest thing, and some people have been disappointed. They end up getting something, it gets nerfed, they don't understand why it gets nerfed, they melt it, or they get disappointed, or they get angry. And so you really have to be you've got to be aware of what they're trying to do. This is all for us to test out. Sometimes CIG introduces things into the game and they disappear completely. Fastcart, we were having this conversation a couple weeks ago about Tessa Bannister, when we used to have her coming in as that was our first mission giver. Very first mission giver. And that was there. We had 10 missions. Everybody loved her. We ain't seen Tessa since she left back in like 2017 or 18. She's been gone. Then there are things that go and come away. Interdictions came in, then they disappeared. Now they're back. Everything is about testing, proof of concept. Does it work? How does this work with this? If it doesn't work, we pull it, or maybe we're going to enhance it later. Like Port Olisar leaving, CIG has made it very clear it's going to come back. So we have to look at the whole scope of the project so that we can kind of feel a little bit okay about the change that happens. Because to quote Disco, change is always something that's going to happen when it comes to development. And yes, it is frustrating. Yes, we get aggravated by it. But to soothe your brain a little bit, embrace the monster. That's what we're trying to tell you. Embrace the monster.
This is the ultimate long game that we're playing right here with CIG, and I think CIG is even playing a little bit too, because as things progress, they have to adjust, right? But I mean, another way to think about this, even with current ships in the game, flight-ready ships, a lot of people sometimes, when I've done Star Jump Station in the past, there's been topics where some of the hosts were like, I don't know if we should even worry talking about, so speculative. I'm like, everything's speculative right now. Like even ships that are flight ready, like the Carrack, I constantly bring the Carrack up. The Carrack to me is still a concept ship. It is in game and it's flyable, but almost all of its systems don't function yet.
That's right.
Like it's scanning, it's jump hole stabilization.
What are people doing with it, Grim? They're using it as a cargo ship. Nobody's using it as a freaking exploration ship at this point.
Yeah, and again, don't get me wrong, that's not a criticism. I have a Carrack. I love the Carrack, but it is still a speculative. It's still a concept ship in many ways. There's a lot of things they don't have in it. That was the case with the Reclaimer too for a long time. The Reclaimer just got the core bit of its functionality added. And what happened when that happened? It got even more popular, right? So, a lot of these, just because a ship is not a JPEG anymore, doesn't mean it's not a concept ship still. That's how I look at it. And, I'm very familiar with the ships by going through them as much as I have. And again, that's not a criticism. It's just that the ships allow us to access these gameplay loops. A lot of the gameplay loops are in the game. So we're all playing the long game. But, I'll say this too, to just sort of counter that. Is someone who has a lot of friends in the game industry. I was talking to a buddy of mine who's one of the director level developers on Starfield, and we were talking about Star Citizen, and he was just kind of amazed sometimes at the press Star Citizen gets, because he's like, for a company making 2 big products like this, their timeline's not out of whack at all.
That's right.
Because he was telling me, I've been working on Starfield in some fashion since 2014, as soon as he wrapped Skyrim. So again, and that's a single player kind of standard Bethesda game. I love it. It's a great game, but you get what I'm saying, is that we all have to keep in mind what they're doing. Now, linking this discussion back to the whole yeah, go ahead, Fast Car.
Real quick, you mentioned JPEG spaceship. This is 2023. Can you switch from JPEG to PNG, please? 2023. Let's update.
Yeah, that's true. I got to get with the times. But you know, I think that there's always like milestones I think everyone has to keep in mind, and you have to set your own. Everyone's got their own personal milestones that the game has to hit, and those milestones may be something that when CIG finally crosses it, you feel better putting in you know, more money. Maybe it's your ship finally comes out or whatever. But I do think it's important for everyone to put in their own milestones. You know, for me, it was persistence. That's what I waited to actually buy into the game. The first bit of persistence came in at 2020. I think it was patch 3.8. So that's when I pledged in heavily. You know what I mean? So we all got to set our own things and just sort of play the long game with this. So.
Yeah, and it's not easy. We don't want to make it sound like it's an easy thing to do. You know, it's not. It takes a little.
It's easy to get frustrated with it sometimes.
Yeah,
but,
absolutely.
You know, at the same time, though, I'll say this, and this is important. Like, I think the number one reason, especially in my talking with CIG developers, one of the number one things that I don't want to say slows development, but makes development way more complicated, which then manifests into slow development. But one of the primary reasons is that everything is systemic and everything is physical, which creates a lot of roll-on difficulties for the development team and just how they're implementing stuff. If everything was in magic boxes, that would be fine. But the most recent cargo, you know, ISCs really highlighted that fact. So with the Hull C, you know, loading 32 SCU boxes on it is just the bare bones of what it could do. You saw that people were attaching ships to it, vending machines, all this. There's going to be a lot of emergent gameplay that comes out of that. Someone is going to think of some crazy way to use the Hull C that CIG didn't even think of. Yeah. And that will be awesome. You know what I mean? And hopefully CIG encourages that.
I've already said the Hull C is going to be a cruise ship somehow.
It's
just waiting to happen.
They showed us on the ISC. Remember, they actually showed us with that thing having torpedoes attached to it. There was a Grey Cat buggy attached to it. They talked about the grid in the future being able to hold anything.
And I think honestly that's something that CIG probably could do better at highlighting. They do talk about the systemic nature of the game a lot, but they really never go into why that makes the game so difficult to develop. But the bonus for us, the plus side for us for that, you know, trial by fire of building the game this way, is that we're going to get the ultimate freedom when this game is finally what it's supposed to be. Because if you buy a Hull C, the way in which you use it is going to be up to your own creativity, or a Kraken or an Odyssey or an Orion or whatever your ship is, right? You're going to be able to come up with crazy ways of using it. You know what I mean? A lot of people talk about the BMN with its shops in it. Well, that last cargo episode, they had a shop set up inside a C2. You know what I mean? So again, the sky's the limit. And to me, and for a lot of us, I think that's what makes Star Citizen so exciting.
Wait. Are you saying I can melt my BMM now?
Yeah.
All right. We
can make a C2 for you in red and black and gold. We can do that.
I want to speed up a little bit because we're about to hit the top of the hour, and I know we've got to let Zark go because he's on a totally different. What time is it for you, Zark, right now?
It's not too bad. It's 11 p.m.
It's not too bad. Okay, it's bad enough for a Monday. You're going into the Monday tomorrow.
I'll be heading out too.
So yeah, I know you guys have got to go, but I do want to just get a couple more opinions from both of you guys regarding stuff coming up. Zark, I want to go to you on this one. And we've been talking about this whole thing with the Hull C and blah, blah, blah. But physicalized cargo, what is that for you? What are you seeing? You've seen some of the demonstrations of what CIG is kind of taking us to this cargo 2.0 for us now, with us looking forward to hangars and things like that.
Physicalized cargo is, for me, it really... It makes me hope for the persistent hangars and the personal spaces.
Yeah,
and I I think piracy is going to get somewhat enabled with this as well,
Yeah.
unfortunately. But that's just how it is. But it makes the world more physical, and that is, for me at least, the whole selling point of Star Citizen. How entwined I am with the game world when I'm playing it, and that's what makes it immersive, and that's what inspired me to actually start creating Machinima to begin with. It's how physical the world is. So them prioritizing this and pushing out physical cargo is going to be amazing. I am worried about one thing though, and that's the scope of the game is just now starting to be big enough to not let me be attentive to all of the game systems. Like when salvage and cargo came out now with the new cargo thing with the Hull C, I just started to realize I don't have the time and I can't afford to like try out and learn all of the game systems that are going to be in the game.
Yeah.
So that's going to be a process like way in the future when I can, with in-game credits, buy things and ships and try out the physicalized cargo or salvage or refueling. That was like a year ago. I haven't even been able to try that. I can't afford a Starfarer. Like, that's crazy.
No, you mentioned
you
mentioned a good point. I mean, and let's use mining as an example because that's probably one of the more fleshed out careers in the game,
and one of the earliest as well. So that was something that you got into.
Exactly. If you haven't kept up with mining, if you were mining back when all you had to do was put a laser on it and move your mouse wheel and that was it, your mind will be blown as to the depth of what mining is. Now, what's cool about it is that if that's all you want to do is move the mouse wheel, you can do that. But if you want to get into the different mining heads and the consumables and this and this and this and this and all those things you can do, being able to get out an EVA and put a little machine on there that helps. I mean, there's so much depth. So to your point, Zark, imagine if they take that level of depth for every freaking career in this game. I mean, right now being a mercenary, take a mission, go out and shoot. No, what if they start saying you've got to do this and this and this, or bounty hunting, and they have all this great depth? There may be a lot of facets to this game that, like you said, you might just have to kind of, if you want to dabble in something, you might find that there's this, not a big learning curve, but that it's just much more depth to it than what it's been, previously. That's
like an actual profession. Within the game.
Yeah, and I look like the medical stuff. And Grim, you were just saying this about the freaking Carrack. We talk about depth, and I was joking when I said all people use it for as a cargo ship right now, and they use the med bay. But not to be funny, there's a cartography area. We don't have that. There's a drone area. We don't have that. There's a repair shop. We don't have that. There's the drop modules. We don't have that.
A lot of the blast shields don't work.
The blast shields, the scanning,
stabilization antennas don't fold out. There's a lot of
stuff. There's tons of stuff on that ship that's just not there. The reclaimer, same thing. All we got is the grinders aren't working. The drones aren't working. I mean, there's a lot of stuff for these ships that, as you said, that still have to be developed out that we don't have. And it's just kind of
concept ships. Yeah, they really are concept ships. Yeah. I mean, a lot of them are further along than others, but there's just because it comes out in game to me doesn't mean really anything. It means they did the exterior and interior modeling for the ship that's complete. But we know this is why CIG has ship features team and ship. There's other ship teams than just the actual modeling ship team. You know what I mean? So
good point. Good point.
By the way, with persistent hangars, I'll just say I'm looking forward to seeing Zark Studios set up in a persistent hangar.
Yes, that would be awesome.
Get your sound stages set up.
You need to build that base, Zark. You need to build that base, like Zark Studios, okay? Put it on some moon somewhere, and we'll just come there and shoot stuff. That'll be great.
Yeah,
I think that would be so cool. Alrighty, let me run this past you guys real quick. In Fast Cart, let me run this past Fast Cart because I could not skip him on this. Mr. Merchant Man, who had the nerve to say that the Hull C is a nice little ship. I don't know if y'all caught that. I can't believe he actually said that out of his mouth because he has this big merchantman. Yeah, you said it. Don't be looking like you didn't say it because I heard you.
No, if I said that, I didn't mean it that way.
You said, it's a nice little ship. I'm like, oh, yeah, nice little ship. Okay, so Fast Cart, seriously, merchantman, you saw the cargo area in that ship. I mean, this thing's got cranes and stuff to move stuff around. Are you kind of looking forward to that as far as that being, part of the whole thing of doing cargo with that ship and trade?
I'm looking forward to having someone else do it for me. Yeah. I'm not looking forward to doing it myself. I keep have someone to do it for me.
Grim, I keep offering him $250 for that ship because Fast Cart claims he does not like big ships. And I'm like, well, you might as well sell it to me now for $250, but he won't sell it to me.
It wasn't that big when I got it, okay?
Yeah, so I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to take it off your hands, brother. Get it now
no,
before I
thank
drop
you.
it to
No,
200.
thank you. I'm good. I'm
I
good.
truly feel I'm one of the few that are really looking forward to manual loading. I used to play a lot of Arma 3
Yeah.
for almost 10 years, and my favorite part of the mission was not the mission, but it was loading the trucks and loading the helicopters
Yeah.
and figuring out what gear you're taking, the loadouts. If me and my unit had done like a mission, let's say the mission lasted 3 hours, I would say the first hour was just logistical packing and planning and setup.
I dig it.
I love it.
I dig it. I dig it.
So we'll see.
That's my world too. Let me get this last piece on to these guys. I'm gonna go to Zark first on this one. Zark, Seraphim Station. Obviously, Port Olisar folks have been making memes and videos and tributes to Port O, and we know Port O is gonna come back. But Seraphim Station, CIG made it very clear to us that they had to do it. It was old code. They could not expand on it. So they had to go and built this new station. We realized that it does reflect, elements and parts from some of the other stations and Lagranges that are in the game, but they did include some things that we didn't have before. We've got the military area down below security level where they'll be bringing in folks when you're doing bounties and things. We've got bigger store access, things of that nature. We've got a cargo area now, and we've got a medical area, which we didn't have before with Port O. So are you digging what they've done there as far as it goes, or do you just kind of wish that they had maybe kept Port O and did something else, or what?
I think it's nice that they're still offering the same things that were on Port Olisar. I was afraid they were just gonna do some. They did a piece on that randomizer thingy that could just put together. I thought it was just going to be some random interior, but it's nice that they kept the inventory. I understand why they had to take Olisar away, but I feel it's too bad like from all of these prefab stations to just appear everywhere and they look exactly the same.
Yeah,
I get it. I get why, and I get that Olisar had to go, but I really hope that they're gonna add some variety to the stations later.
Yeah,
or at least immersively in fiction explain it some way. Like all of the stations in Stanton look the same because all of these 4 big companies have the same cheap CEOs. Just bought one company
or they got the lowest bid contractor to build it. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
So just something like that to explain why it all looks the same.
Yeah.
But that would be nice.
Yeah.
But just some variety or some explanation to why it looks like that. But I just like missing Port Olisar not so much.
Yeah.
It was
okay. Grim,
it was fine.
Yeah, Grim, what did you think about the new station? And by the way, they had talked about the fact that I can't remember what CIG said about the stations, but they said system-wise they're supposed to have some variance when you go to different systems. But Stanton's stations just look like that. And it may be because they've got the low bid contractor. I don't know, but there's variations of it. But I do hope, like you said, when we know Ruin Station looks a lot different. So let's hope that, like you said, they'll carry over, at least in the different systems, have some weird looking. I know some people want some stuff that looks more, I don't know, out there kind of thing, which I get. But God knows, one of the hurdles with these stations is the actual physical. These stations are physicalized. The freaking elevators actually freaking move through them. You know what I mean? So when you start building curves and waves and stuff, you got to also make sure that interior works, and that's no small task.
I did like that interior, that hologram thing that they had in Port Olisar. I went into Seraphim Station and I looked around like, wait, it's missing something. What? This is the interior? This is all the interior is? So I was like disappointed in that way. But
it's bigger, but it's bare. It's bigger, but it's a little bare. And I'd love to see some color interactions happen a little bit more to make things a little bit more distinctive. They've been starting to do that on the exteriors on some of them. But I'd like to see more on the interior. Grim, what were you going to say? Because we're going to wrap this up. Grim, what did you want to share about Seraphim?
So I dig Seraphim. I get why they had to do it. Totally fine with it. I think the solution to some of these space stations, especially the big ones that are, Everest and Bikini and Seraphim now, is just to take an approach where there's maybe one modular room in the station that can be unique to its location. So for example, it'd be cool like if Seraphim had like a Crusader gift shop in it, but that same station over at Hurston has something related to Hurston. Maybe it's not always a gift shop. It could be something more tied into the lore of that area. But I think they could play around with that a little bit more. Like, for example, one of the cool things about Alisar was that moment, you know, where you walk out on the platforms, right? And you see Crusader there and it's huge. It'd be cool if these stations had like observation decks where you could walk out on this like open platform, as long as you're EVA'd up, and you can get that same experience. It's not the same, but it would make sense for like these space stations to have like observation decks and all that kind of fun stuff. So I still think there's a lot of things they could do to capture that uniqueness that Alisar seemed to have. It wouldn't be identical, like one-to-one to it in terms of the uniqueness with the open pads and stuff. But I think they could capture some little aspects of that and recreate it on, you know, the stations we have, while not losing the whole like cookie cutter Lego block building way they're doing stations now, at least in Stanton.
Yes.
I have a question for you, or two questions. Who will be buying gifts on Hurston? Who can afford it?
You never know. You never know what they might sell. They might. That's I'm already interested in knowing what Hurston might sell in a gift shop. Yeah, but I mean, you know, so there could be just
Dr.
something
Lemon,
interesting there.
Hurston headbag store. Yeah, that's about right.
Well, like for example, it would make sense, you know, how you have the Crusader down on Alisar. We have Orison. We have the whole Crusader showroom, right? It would make sense that if on Seraphim there was like a smaller version of that, since it's right outside Crusader, like maybe they had a small Crusader room that has just smaller things in it, you know, maybe one Ares is parked in there. Again, it doesn't need to be a whole thing, but you can get further information on Crusader or even buy a ship that's delivered, a Crusader ship that's delivered to your hangar. It's not totally needed, but it gives the station just a little bit of personality. And I think they could do it just by making stations have one room that's like a modular room that they customize for that location, while the rest of the station is mostly the same, just so they can actually get through development.
Closed storefronts and stuff like that where it could probably easily move things in it.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, listen, before these guys go, these guys are wonderful for hanging out with us today and giving us of their time. We want to challenge them with some trivia. We have just going to ask them both a couple of questions, put them on the hot seat and see what they know about Star Citizen. We're getting ready to change off to our next group of guests as well. So we're going to put them on the hot seat for a moment. BBG, thanks for joining. We'll bring you in a hot second. We are at $4,570. You guys need to move that needle. You guys need to bring us up to that $5,000 mark. We can give away that Polaris. It's just sitting there waiting for a new owner. We have a wonderful, wonderful angel donor who has donated so much to this cause that we've been doing over the past few months and is continuing to support us. And because they're doing this out of their own love for the community and for St. Jude, we hope that you guys will also be able to support us in that. There's the link. Fast Carts just dropped it in. Anything that you give toward this will be greatly appreciated. We really appreciate everything that you guys have done. Okay, Grim, Zark, you guys ready?
Ready.
All right, now I got to ask you one question so I can make the questions appropriate, because I don't want to give you a handicap here. Zark, how long have you been in Star Citizen? You've been backing since when?
2015.
Okay, good. All right, and Grim, you've been in since when?
I actually pledged originally in 2013, I believe, but I didn't really become active till 2020.
Okay, all right, cool. All right, that's good. That gives me some good bearing to what questions to ask you guys. Okay, so let's go to Zark first. Zark. Okay, here we go. What game is beloved by the Banu?
Oh.
I'll give you some hints. They say that when the Banu watch this game, they will cheer and cheer and cheer for the winner. And if the game starts to go the other way, they'll start cheering for that group. They have no loyalty to any team. As long as you're winning, that's all they care about. So it is one of the alien races. That will be my other clue to you. So who do you think it might be?
I don't remember.
Give us a shot. Give us your shot. Let's think about this. Think about the races, the alien races we have, and you give us who you think your best shot is. Because I said they like winners.
Is this supposed to help me?
Yeah.
They like winners.
Yes, this alien race likes winning. They like winning.
Are all three of you, do you know this?
I do.
No,
Grim
you don't?
shaking
Oh,
his
okay,
head.
good.
Grim
I'm
shaking
not
his
alone,
head.
Zark.
Wow, you guys, okay, they helped you
Is
out
it
in chat.
Saddleball?
Yeah, it is Saddleball. Yes.
That's
Oh, it
it.
is.
That's it.
Oh, okay.
There you go. You
Nice.
got it. There you
Oh, someone said it in
Thanks.
chat. Someone
Thanks,
said it in
Captain
chat.
Jones.
No,
Thank you.
well,
I'll
they-
send
no.
you the money later.
Okay, well that's okay. That's okay. He got it. That's okay. We'll give it to him. Okay. All right. Let me pull it back a little bit then. I don't want to catch these guys too far off guard. Grim, this one's gonna be for you. Okay, this is easy.
Oh boy.
This is easy. During the 2016 CitizenCon keynote, we saw a large sandworm appear on what planet?
I've actually looked this up in the past, and because I wanted to know, and
I think Zark
course, I
knows
can't
because he
remember.
kind of threw his hand up. He might know this one.
I don't know. I looked it up. I know
Look
it's
him
not
up.
a system that's currently even in the next 5 systems.
Exactly.
To be
Go ahead and hook him up, Zark. Hook him up, Zark. Where was it?
Lear 3.
Very good. All right.
okay.
There you
Ding, ding,
go.
ding, ding.
There you
Zark, I'll
go.
send you a check
Yeah.
in better days.
Okay.
I was curious about that before, though. I did look it up. I remember it being a short name, but that's all I remember.
Yeah. Okay. Zark, I'm going to go back to you. Okay. Here we go. On Star Citizen Live in October of 2021, Jared Huckabee portrayed what kind of Spider-Man?
Spider-Man.
I know this one.
I thought he did like a Dracula thing.
He did that
didn't know
too.
about that.
He did that too.
Different
He
year.
did that too.
Different year.
I think that was the following year he did Dracula, but I think, or the year before, but he did Spider-Man. There was a certain type of Spider-Man he did.
I
See, I
have
can
no
pay
idea.
some-
Oh, I wish I had the
Spider-Man?
video. A middle-aged. Ooh.
No, that was Tobey Maguire, wasn't it?
I'm gonna leave that alone. Does anybody in chat remember?
I do.
Help us out. To see if somebody in chat remembers. No, not Spider Dad, just a lemming.
Nope.
No.
Nope.
There we
There it
go.
is.
There it is.
Italian
There you go.
Spider-Man. Italian Spider-Man. All right. Okay, last one. This is going to Grim.
Oh boy.
Okay, Grim, you should get this with no problem.
Okay.
Name the racing ships that Jax McCleary flew in the first racing trailer and the ship he raced against. He raced in one ship and he raced against another one.
Oof.
I know this one.
This is from the early days.
It is.
Did
Racing.
he fly the Razors and he went against the 300 series racer? Whatever
Be
that one is?
specific. Be specific. There's a lot of 300s.
The 350R?
Okay, that's one answer. That was the ship he raced against. What ship
Yeah,
did
that's
he
the ship
race?
he-
What ship was he in? The ship was
I
being
thought he- I
introduced in
thought
the
he-
commercial.
I thought it was the Misk Razor.
Nope. Looks like
Am I
Q-Pan's
wrong?
got it. It was the
M50.
M50. It was the M50.
yeah.
You guys are tied. One on for each and one off for each. That's not bad. You guys did all
Terrible. It was a
right.
terrible showing.
You guys did. You guys did fine. You guys did great. That's why we have a wonderful
yeah.
audience to help us out when we don't remember, because it's easy to forget all this stuff. There's a lot
Yes,
of stuff
it
out
is.
there. Well, listen, thank you guys so much for being here. Grim, I know you had a
Thanks for
crazy day
having
with
me.
the internet. Zark, you had crazy hours, but thank you. You always make sacrifices to be here. We appreciate you as always. Keep putting your videos in our chat because we keep sending them out when you do. Okay.
Yep.
And Grim, once again, we're going to be looking forward to what you guys are going to be producing next year. As always, we'll be looking forward to what you guys do. Send all the people in Star Jump Station our love. Let them know that we are thinking of
Definitely
them.
will. Definitely
Okay.
will.
By the way, Graham,
Thanks for having
hook me up with one of those backgrounds that you hit.
I can help you up. I can make that happen. I'll do a special merchantman one for you then.
There you go. There you go. All right. Thanks, guys. All right.
Thank
Cool.
you so much.
We're going to
Thanks,
let them go, and we are going to get ready to bring in, I think we've got BBG is standing by. Somebody else. I don't know if this isn't Ubdi, because Ubdi's supposed to be on. And I know he said he had to go pick up
Algared.
somebody from the airport. So I'm going to bring BBG in, and we'll let these guys go. Let me.
And I'm going to duck out too.
Yes. Oh, that's
I've
right.
been here
FC's got to
for-
go. I forgot about that. FC's got to go too.
Yeah, man, you got to be working
You
overtime
got to
with
go
no
to Betty
pay.
Bye. You got to go to Betty Bye. I know you got to go to Betty Bye too. All right. Let me get BBG in. Are you going for the rest of the night, right, FC?
Yeah, I'm gone for the rest of the night.
Okay, that's all right. I just want to make sure.
Well,
So
no, you want me back at the end of
you're gonna come back
Soul
later?
Citizen,
Okay, because
right?
I'll leave your name up. That's the reason why I'm asking. Okay.
No,
so
no. You want me back at the end of Soul Citizen?
If you want to
or
come
no?
back, yeah, I'm saying if you want to come back in the last hour, that's cool. It's up to you.
Okay, yeah,
Okay.
I'll come back in the last hour.
All right, cool. All right, awesome sauce.
All
Care,
right.
you, brother. All right, let me get my
All right,
good
take
friend
care, everybody.
BBG in. Bye, Fast Card. He's leaving on an airplane. All righty, there we go. We're bringing in BBG, the man himself, the legend. How are you,
What's
buddy?
up, Griff?
I'm doing
I'm
good,
good,
man.
man.
How are you? I'm doing okay. I'm doing okay. I'm gonna get you in camera here and get your name up there so people don't think that you're Star Jump Grim. How you been, buddy?
I'm good. The giveaways have been popping today. That's what I'm talking about.
Yes, we have been. These folks have been doing it. And we are getting ready to hit our $5,000 mark. We are so close at this point. And I know it's a change of the hour, which means that there's going to be a switching out of some folks, and that's okay. One group goes out, another group comes in. Right now, we are at $4,570. We are only $430 away from giving away a Polaris gang, and we really want to hit that $5,000 mark today. We still got some time. We're going until 10 o'clock Eastern, 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. But we really hope that you guys can help us reach that goal. Thank you for everything that you guys do. Are you late? Jorunn, no, you are not late. You are never late, my friend. Let's see. It is, you're actually
Wherever
early.
you're right on time.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Jorunn, you're scheduled for 6 p.m. Eastern time. But if you want to come in, you can join us. That's correct. Eastern time, right. So you've still got another 37 minutes. But it is entirely up to you. If you want to come in now, we'll be happy to have you. If you want to come in then, we'll be happy to have you. So you've got the link already for the Discord and for OBS. So all you got to do is click whenever you're ready, and we will bring you in.
Drazen in chat asked, were we able to get Tomato on this? Yes, Space Tomato made his appearance earlier.
Yep.
In the stream. Yes, he did.
He came, he left, he conquered. Yeah, he came, he left, he conquered. He was here.
That's right.
Yeah, we've had a great variety of people here. We've had Paul Shelley, STEM Citizen, Sigelian, Grim has been here, Maiden Ariana, Citizen Her, New Soul was here, Fist and Jawa were here, and Space Tomato. And we've still got more people coming, gang. We're not through yet. We've got some more folks coming in tonight. Let's see. What was I going to ask you? I was going to ask you something specific. You had some stuff that you wanted to share, right?
Yeah, well, I want to do it after you do the next St. Jude commercial.
Okay.
But I'll tee it up. Like lots of times we give and, we are moved by these stories. We are moved by the emotion and the truth that, it's unlikely that you've not had cancer affect someone in your family. And so that's that right brain emotion that always gets me to give when I don't even have it to give. I'm making sure that I give. But I wanted to, after we do that, I wanted to also share some of the practical milestones St. Jude has hit to maybe get at some of those left brain folks, right? Who are going, well, what has St. Jude actually done? Well,
I tell you what, let's do this. I'm going to run a video that does that, and then you can talk about it. How's that? Is that cool? All right, y'all ready? Let's do this, because I think this is going. I think maybe we were connected. Maybe you didn't know that I had this video ready for you to do. So we're going to cover this, guys, real quick on St. Jude. Once again, that's why we're here today. That's why all of these people have given of their time and resource to be here with you guys and with us to share. So here we go. We're going to do this. How about at any time in the next few hours? Then add. Oh my God. Okay, Chauvin, I hear you. Let me mentally process that, and then we'll figure out how to do it. Wow, dude. Okay, he's giving me more stuff to give away, and he wants to have this in a certain context. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it was used as a goal point. That was why I was saying that. I didn't mean to say it that way, but if I did, let's go ahead and do it. Let's do this St. Jude thing, and then we'll see if we can move in that direction for you. Okay. All right, gang, here we go. We are going to watch this video. Here we go.
During the past 60 years, many milestones across scientific, clinical, administrative, and global operations have made St. Jude the institution it is today. Each of us plays a unique role in fulfilling the same mission, finding cures and saving children everywhere.
I was here in 1975 when St. Jude Children's Research Hospital was designated a WHO collaborating center on influenza virus research.
When we opened the After Completion of Therapy clinic.
I was here when we cured sickle cell disease with bone marrow transplantation.
When Dr. Peter Doherty won the Nobel Prize for Physiology or Medicine for his research with Dr. Rolf Zinkernagel.
When we achieved the world's best survival rate for acute lymphoblastic leukemia, 94%.
I was here when St. Jude was first named one of the nation's top workplaces.
When we launched the Pediatric Cancer Genome Project.
When we opened the world's first proton therapy center dedicated solely to the treatment of children.
When the institution made the case to prioritize childhood cancer research and treatments globally at the United Nations General Assembly.
When we perfected a curative gene therapy approach to X-linked severe combined immunodeficiency, also known as the bubble-borne disease.
I was at St. Jude when the hospital protected patients from COVID-19.
I was here when we moved hundreds of scientists into the Inspiration 4 Advanced Research Center.
At St. Jude, we have pushed the boundaries of what is possible, and we will continue to do that as we move into the future.
I hope to be at St. Jude when we can offer safe and effective gene therapy to every child with sickle cell disease.
When our work results in no new cases of HIV being transmitted in Memphis as part of the national initiative to end the HIV epidemic.
When we can give doctors globally all of the tools they need to accurately diagnose and treat childhood cancer patients, no matter where they live.
When the institution establishes a world-leading center for advanced treatment and for the prevention of infectious diseases that afflict and plague children worldwide.
When basic science uncovers better therapies for pediatric neurologic diseases.
When HPV vaccination rates increase locally, nationally, and globally.
When we open the new outpatient clinical care buildings.
When every family that comes to St. Jude finds a home away from home.
I hope to be at St. Jude when a cure can be offered to every child with a catastrophic disease. In fact, I hope to be here when we've achieved our mission. No child dies in the dawn of life.
Okay, BBG. Hopefully that gives a little bit more foundation for where you wanted to go with this conversation.
Oh, absolutely. I really appreciate that because it really ties right into what I wanted to talk about and just share that you know, like sometimes again we get moved not by the information but by emotion. But some of us, you know, in order to come out of that wallet, right, we need to know that the entity that we're going to fund is actually delivering the goods. And since 1962, St. Jude has been doing that. So in 1962, in the early 60s, when St. Jude was established, the survival rate for many of these cancers was less than 20%, right? So more than 4 out of 5 people, children who were suffering from these things were not making it. And you heard some of the survival rates that they've established since then through the research that they do, 80, 90, 94%. So we've gone the entire other way through fully supporting the endeavors of St. Jude. Leukemia, influenza, sickle cell disease, brain tumors, HIV, AIDS. The research that's happening at St. Jude is allowing initiatives. You heard in the city of Memphis. They're looking to go to 0 new cases as a result of the work that's been done with St. Jude and its partners. So if, you know, you've seen these stories and you say, well, you know, listen, everybody's got a story, I get it. But what's St. Jude actually done? Let me put a link in the chat just to remind folks of the actual scientific milestones that St. Jude has achieved. And please help us support this powerful initiative that has actually done the work and is doing the work to change the lives of children, not only at the hospital itself, but worldwide as a result of their research efforts. It's one of those things where it really is what it says on the can, right? We're in a world where sometimes it's hard to figure out whether something is what it says it is, right? But this is the real deal. And so we're super thankful for everybody that is able to give any amount. As tough as times are today, if any amount that you're able to give, we're super thankful. And we're super excited to continue to do this stream to fundraise for those folks. So
thank you. That's good stuff, man. Thanks for sharing that. And again, sometimes we don't think about it. I know cancer is something that's not something that people pleasantly think about. And sometimes we don't think about it until it impacts somebody that we love or impacts us directly. But there are people every day who wake up finding out that this is something that they have to deal with, especially, again, it's difficult when we watch these videos to see parents. You can see the concern in these parents' faces because it's their child, right? Nobody's thinking of a child having cancer or having to go through. I think Stem, who was here earlier, who's a cancer survivor, talked about as an adult, it was a struggle. He can't even fathom what it's like to be a kid, to have to go through the treatments and things, So that's one of the reasons why we're doing this for St. Jude Children's Hospital. And again, we really appreciate everything you guys are doing. Now, our angel donor has been watching throughout the day, off and on, been coming in and communicating with us. And our angel donor is noticing that, throughout the day, every time we had a certain tier level, BBG, we were hitting those numbers, right? They were boom, boom, boom within the hour, right?
That's right.
But for some reason, the Polaris is not motivating people. Now, I thought about it and I said, well, maybe it's not motivating people because they know that sucker is somewhere down the road, right? So
not in the game,
right?
Yet. We don't know when
it's going to come, right? So guess what? Our angel donor said, "Hey, Griff, let's throw a carrot out there instead. Okay, let's throw something that they can have in their hands right now." So we're changing it a little bit here, gang. We're changing it a little bit. The Polaris is going to come up later, but to help you get motivated, for us to get that extra, was it $430 now? $430 in. We're going to give away an Anvil Carrack with LTI. $400 for yes, Anvil Carrack LTI. All we need is $430 to reach that, and you guys can help us do that within the next hour. So hopefully that'll bring some motivation. We've had some good conversations today so far. We've got some more folks that are going to be coming in. Let me see who is next. I know Jorunn was asking, but he's not in. I don't think he's in the thingy. Is he in the thingy right now? In the queue? I have my two Discords are both on the wrong thing. No, he's not here yet. Okay, I just want to make sure I didn't have him sitting out in the cold. Okay, but we are at $4,570 right now, and you guys can see that on the screen. We want to see that needle move, gang. So help us out. Let some folks know what we're doing today, and let's make that number happen. Let's make it happen. Okay.
Anvil Carrack. It's so funny because you talked earlier about how. I think it was Grimm who said, so many of the features for the Anvil Carrack aren't even in the game yet. And then you said, people are using it for cargo. They're not even using it for exploration. What's interesting is once that beacon in the PTU, that jump point station popped up, people pulled out their Carracks.
Yep. Right? I bet they did.
They pulled out their Carracks, and Carracks were showing up left and right, right? So people are ready.
They're ready. They're ready to do the exploration, right?
Right, and to find, that's just one of the potential jump points that might be in for us. So
good point.
I think we're in for a really interesting fall or interesting CitizenCon, an interesting holiday season. And you're going to want to have that Carrack if you don't have it.
Yep, I agree 100%. What we're going to say?
Exploration is on the way.
Absolutely.
So.
Let me see if I'm trying to find. Let's see. I'm seeing everything except for what I'm looking for here. On CIG's page. Someone else is dropping me a message here. Who is that dropping me? Oh, that was Grimm. Let me check something real quick, and I'll check his message in 2 seconds. Why Why is this commercial like the furthest thing away from me? Oh. I'm trying to give some folks some inspiration, buddy.
Yeah.
I can't believe they actually have this like way down at the bottom of all the ships. This ship came out like, it didn't come out that long ago.
And we're at 4610, by the way.
Are we? Okay. Okay. You guys are hitting it.
It's already happening.
All right. Hang on. I gotta do a quick search now. For some reason, it's not coming up in the doggone list. Here we go. That's what I'm looking for. All right. So let me get past, of course, there'd be a commercial. Let me get past this commercial. All right, here we go. This is what we want to see right here. Let me turn that on. All right, let's give them some inspiration, BBG. Okay.
Here we go. Here we go.
Let's do this. Let's give them some inspiration. Where is it? Right there. Right.
My father always used to say I had wanderer's legs. We all wonder, what's out there? But for me, it was more than that. A stranger in my own world, I set out to find my path. Through all my travels, through all the trials of the unknown, I came to realize that there was really only one thing I've been looking for. A place to call home.
Don't you remember those good old days of Gib Carrick? You don't hear that no more.
All day, every day across Reddit. Give Carrick.
I guess that's all gone now, you know. But you know what?
Yeah.
It's inspirational. You know, you look at the commercials, and I know it's not all in the game. We're not climbing up and down ropes. I know, guys. I know. But we get the vision of where they want to go with this thing. That was a great commercial. I still enjoy watching it. I still enjoy watching it. And the Carrack is definitely, even though, as Grim was mentioning earlier, a lot of those features aren't necessarily there, it is still a beloved ship by so many people in this game. That med bay definitely has some factors in that, but I think people would still be flying it, even if the med bay thing wasn't a thing, because people just love that idea of exploration, even if it's in the limited space that we have right now. So I think it's a cool thing.
And it's a perfect reflection of Star Citizen and where the project is, right?
Yes.
Because to your point, no, we don't have the ability to rappel down ropes yet, right? But that landing of the Pisces in the Carrack, the Soul Citizens did that the other day. We landed in Gomob's Carrack, right? And took off from Gomob's Carrack.
Yeah.
And conducted all kinds of missions and operations out of that Carrack.
Yeah.
Right. And so, a lot of the stuff is in the game. A lot of the stuff is our actual lived experience in the game.
Let me go back to something you just said, because I don't want people to miss what you just shared. It is so easy. For those of us who've been playing this game for a while, it's so easy to forget the technological feat and hurdles CIG had to accomplish, because we do things now and they've made a game that is so intuitive and feels so natural that we also take for granted what has been done. If you've been around a length of time, you'll remember what it meant to put a vehicle in a vehicle. It was the most dangerous thing that you could possibly do. Your stuff would jump around, bounce around, turn sideways, blow up on you. All types of crazy stuff would happen. Even something as simple as walking up a ramp could kill you. We run up and down the Carrack ramp all the time. We don't think anything about it. We back our Ursa rover in there or our Lynx. We don't think anything about it. We've completely forgotten. And I understand why. You do want people to feel natural, just do those things that come in an intuitive way. But on the other side of the coin is we also have kind of taken for granted, like you said, what does it mean to be able to fly that Anvil Pisces in and land and watch the doors close and exit, and you can leave and come back and that Pisces is still there? That's not a small task. You know what I mean? By any means.
Right. Right. And we've been around long enough to watch the tech, the object containers and the other tech, and some pieces of tech leave and not be up to standard, and other pieces of tech come to the point of Chris Roberts' most recent post, right? They're trying different things, developing different things. And you're right that, if you've arrived in the last year or two, that just happens and we take it for granted.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
Right. So yes, I think that this continues to be a development test bed, testable alpha gaming experience, hybrid, unlike any other.
Yeah.
That's functioning at the highest levels of fidelity.
Absolutely.
And this Carrack that is available as we move towards our goal is a great example of that in a multiplicity of ways, right? Not only the tech that's available on it, med bed, multiple turrets, cargo, but also the tech that's coming, right? You'll see spaces on there where you're like, oh, what's that going to be for, right? So it is a future-proofing ship that will allow you to do a lot of things in the verse, and so we're super excited to get to this $5,000 mark.
Yeah. Well, you said med bed. That thing's actually a mini hospital. There's freaking 3 beds in there, right? I mean, you got area for 3 people to be in there for recovery. It's got its own lab in there. It's got a doctor's office. I mean, there's a whole lot to that ship that we just haven't, the mechanics have just not been fleshed out yet, right? So it's not like the Cuddy Red where you just get in and lay on the bed and you heal up real quick. But there seems to be just
you always try to differentiate between quality and Drake.
No, hey, well, I'm not picking on Drake. I'm not picking on Drake. Listen, hey, Drake's an ambulance, and that's cool, right? The Pisces rescue is. My point is the Carrack is more. It's a bit more than just a simple med bed, even though we just use it as a spawning point. But they've got a whole medical area in there. So once you start fleshing out these careers, that cartography area in the back of the ship, right? Where you can look at systems.
Yes.
I mean, there's so much in this ship. You've got the drones that are in there that, you know, so when you start thinking about what is this ship going to do later on, man, there's a
I forgot about the
multiplicity.
drone technology,
Yeah,
right? Like that.
yeah.
That's what I'm saying. There's so much that is built into this particular ship that you can do now, right? That is really functional right now.
Yeah.
But that also is going to be functional going forward. So
Absolutely.
I'm just really excited.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Listen, we have reached you guys are great. You put us at $4,770. We are just short now, only $230. You guys can help us reach the 50% mark, the halfway point to our $10,000 goal today. You guys can make that happen within the next 15 minutes. By the top of the hour, if you want to, we can reach $5,000.
Yes, we can.
And that would still give us another 4 hours to play around with and even exceed that goal even more. So you guys are there. How do we donate? Chat with this name says, how do we donate? I'm going to put that in you ask and it shall be given. Let me give it to you right now, okay? Let me give it to you right now. It's been popping up every 15 minutes, but there it is. There's the link. If you guys want to donate and help us get closer to that mark, $4,770.
And I don't know how far back you went, but let me go through and say Kavion, Sage Parville, MSR Games, Daft Hole, Anonymous, Trigger Switch, Lemming, Jorunn, Abyss 1N 14N, Risto Squared. Thank you. We're very thankful. You know, we begin it in gratitude, and we're super thankful for you donating to the children through St. Jude Children's Research Hospital and this St. Jude Play Live 2023 campaign. We're very thankful. We really appreciate it.
Absolutely. We have a guest joining us, BBG, and a familiar face to the Soul Citizens team and the Star Citizen community.
I mean, a superstar, really.
Yeah,
Superstar,
and
really.
listen, look at him. Look, he's got that old proud yacht club shirt on. Look at him. I tell you, good googly moogly. We have Jorunn joining us, gang. How are you? Let's see. Let me get him in here the right way. Boom. There we go. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. How's my sound?
Good. You sound fine.
You sound good. How you doing tonight?
Yeah.
I'm doing great. Good to see you guys.
Hey, glad to have you join us, man. We appreciate you making time on a Sunday. It's not a Wednesday, it's a Sunday. So we appreciate you being here. Let me get everything official there for him and spell his name correctly. I'm spelling it all over the place. Yes, sir.
It might just be that we get a superstar like Jorunn on, but as soon as he arrives, we went over $5,000.
Oh, good googly moogly. You guys have put us at the 5,000 mark. Jorunn brought it. Look at him. Let's look at him. He's cheering. He's giving us the cheers for that. You guys are amazing. You guys did that in how many? They did that in 3 minutes. When I said it, 3 minutes. You guys have pushed us over our 50% mark at $5,010. You guys are great. Yes, DK, let's go. You guys are awesome. We're gonna
and let me just say, chat with this name. Thank you for taking us over the top. We really appreciate that.
Yes. Chat with this name was the one that asked for the link. They said, "Where's the link? Where's it at? Show me the link."
Incredible.
Thank you, chat. We really appreciate that. Let's do something here very quickly. Don't forget that what you guys give to St. Jude will be tax deductible, so keep that in mind as well. I do want to get ready to get this going while Jorunn is introducing himself. So give me a moment here, gang. Where is it at? This is for the Carrick, right? Do I have a
That's
Carrick
right.
thing? Oh, it is running. Okay, the Carrick thing is running. Okay, Jorunn, why don't you tell people who you are and what you do in the Star Citizen community?
Well, I am Jorunn. I joined up in September of 2015, so not one of the earliest backers, but I've been around for a little while. Kind of started the Bar Citizen movement, the Bar Citizen website back in 2016, and have seen incredible growth and support from CIG on that that's really my primary passion outside of the game project itself. 2017, I started the 890 Jump Club, and that's grown into, we're close to 1,000 890 jump owners in there now. We're well over 900 owners in that group. And then joined up with some of the 890 Jump folks to start the Yacht Club show in 2019. So that is a weekly show that we do on Twitch every Wednesday night.
That's amazing. Go ahead, keep going, Carrie. Go ahead.
And yep. So yeah, we've been doing that weekly for over 4 years, and it's a online virtual bar citizen where everybody kind of hangs out and reviews the week's news and events, and chats with the community, and just kind of has a good time every week. It's really nice. So it's the community is the biggest part of my my life in this project. I love everything about all the nerds here.
He says nerds affectionately, you guys. That's the
yeah. We
affectionate
take
way.
it as a
term of endearment. Yes, term of endearment.
Nerds is a badge of honor.
That's right.
Absolutely. Proud nerds.
That's
Proud
right.
Nerds.
That's
Nerds rule.
right. Absolutely. Let's see. We've already started the giveaway. You guys see exclamation point ticket. That'll get you into the giveaway for the Anvil Carrack. So we're going to do that for the next couple of minutes, and then we're going to go ahead and get things started. But Jorunn, thank you again for being here. And who is that who was here? Somebody else just came and said, oh, thank you for being here. But thank you for coming, sitting in. What is
Harry?
It was Harry.
965.
I got it. It's scrolling by so fast with the ticket thing, I can't see. Evidently, that Carrack thing inspired people, because the ticket sales are flying out the window here for people who want to get in this giveaway. We had Stim here earlier, Jorunn, and he was here for a couple of hours, and he had a great time, and he shared a great testimony about people giving to St. Jude Children's Hospital, saying that he had been personally affected, and he gave a really impassioned speech about why people should give, and we appreciate you being here supporting us as well for this. We are going to go into a little Q&A time for these guys, and Jorunn's going to be a great conversation person, because he's a very passionate person when it comes to Star Citizen, and so I'm going to kind of put him with a really interesting question, and I honestly can't wait to hear what he's going to say. Let's see, busy week coming up. Let's see, give me 1 second. Colossal's asking if we want him to stop by. Okay, let's jump into this. We've been asking different things throughout the day, Jorunn, different questions from the different content creators, asking their feelings. We talked about 3.2 earlier, 3.21 earlier, but this is the one that was really thoughtful, that people spent a lot of time with. And BBG, I'm going to throw this question to you too, so both of you guys will get to respond to it. Over the last few weeks, Jorunn, I've been doing on my Saturday show, we've been talking about the state of the community, and talking about the emotional, psychological, mental state of where we are, kind of being in this dry desert period of fall before CitizenCon, anticipation of what is CitizenCon bringing, what is the end of the year bringing, expectations, disappointments. So that's where we've been in this conversation. So that I'm going to give you that as the backdrop to the question. Okay. And I know you're familiar with the post that Tarada put out that Chris Roberts responded to. And I shared this earlier. It's always interesting when Chris out of nowhere drops something, whether it's a letter from the chairman or a response in Spectrum. You get the people who say, oh my God, Chris, it's so good to hear from you. Please do this more. We love when you start talking about stuff. We just really are glad that you found time to do this. And you've got the people who say, Chris,
I am very happy to be here.
You got the people who say, Chris, we don't care what you say until we get it. Go back into your hole and finish the game, right? I mean, we get both sides of this when people say, when Chris Roberts posts something.
Anybody who says that, and I would smack the
Well, I know, but I'm just saying that's the reality, right? That's the reality, okay? And here, let me preface this from the beginning.
I haven't seen too much of that.
Well, you didn't read that. You didn't read them comments, because it was in there. Believe me.
I
probably dodged them.
Spectrum.
Yeah. Well, for that letter, I read it because. But here, let me say why. Again, I'm trying to listen to the heartbeat of the community. I really am. I'm trying to see where we are right now and why we are. Now, I shared this earlier during the day and I think you may have been gone, Jorunn, this particular night, but we had Xylo and we had Disco in, or one of them was in the room. And somebody asked this question during the virtual CitizenCon. It was, how do you guys deal with the negative criticisms? How do you guys deal with some of the heat that comes across when people post stuff to you? And this is what they said. They said that the way we handle it is that we believe that even when people are the most critical of us, it's because they want to play the game, that they're looking forward to the game, that they really want it. And sometimes it may not come out the way that we would like to have it. Sometimes it's not necessarily in the most constructive way, but the fact that they make the time to say how they feel, at least they know that it means that people want to play the game. And for most people, that is what the gripe is the fact that the game's not in a play state that they can play, or the features they want aren't in, or something hasn't been delivered, but that's what they want to do. So I want to keep that as a backdrop behind this, because we know that it's also the way you say things that can mean something. So here's my question to you, to both of you. As a backer, what are your thoughts right now on the state of the community when it comes to Star Citizen? From your observation, whether it's because you've talked to people have spoken to you, whether it's because of a comment that you got in a YouTube, whatever it is, what is that? So Jorunn, we're going to open up with you because you're our guest, and you give us your thoughts about that as a backer.
Yeah, I think that it is a very complicated question because there are such a diverse range of viewpoints. Like you said, there's some people that are just really, really angry and salty, and I learned that from Xylo also, like you said in the comment that he made, and he's fairly consistent with that whenever he's asked. And he's also been a mentor to me because I've had a reputation as kind of a rabid white knight out there, although I like to think of myself more as a beige knight. I've got my own complaints about things at times.
Do, and I've heard you complain.
Yep, it's like, hey, it's to complain is to be human, right? It's nothing's always just a bed of roses.
Yeah.
And yeah, and most everybody who is commenting wants this thing to come out. There isn't any other alternative for most all of us. There's, we get these other games. I've been playing a ton of Baldur's Gate 3, one of the greatest games in decades. I absolutely love it, but it's a game and it's finite. And I play it and finish it. Starfield, I've been playing a ton of that. Well over 200 hours in Starfield. Really enjoying it, but it's also in so many ways such a disappointment in that, like, there's nothing really groundbreaking. They didn't really, I feel like they didn't really put too much effort into kind of creating more than just Skyrim in space. It's and there's so many story quests that you can follow. Those are really, really interesting. The crafting is a lot of fun, but there's not that much else. And I'm getting a lot of the sound effects are coming back through the through the mic.
You're okay.
Yeah, I've always kind of envied people who had a lot of other games to play because I take breaks from Star Citizen. Star Citizen is my life. It has been since 2015. Completely obsessed with where it is, where it's going, every step of development. The missteps, the wins, the losses. So excited for the future of this for the next many decades. And the rest of my life, this is where I want to spend my time with my spaceships, with my friends in this universe that they're building, and they're pushing such boundaries. And I really have seen such it's such a great comparison to see the game development of Starfield and Baldur's Gate 3 and how long they took to not really do anything really technically groundbreaking. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Like Bethesda, one of the most well-established game studios in the entire gaming industry, such a long and storied history. They spent 8 years building Starfield and did nothing really technically challenging. Whereas everything that Star Citizen and CIG is trying to do is completely groundbreaking. And like you were talking about earlier with landing ships inside ships, and vehicles inside spaceships, it's awe-inspiring. I mean, how much they're doing, and I think that it's just hard on the community that it's taking so long, and we're just not used to being involved and watching and waiting and wanting something so passionately that takes so long. Where it's the Amazon effect. I like to think of it. If it's not showing up tomorrow, it's a disaster. Like, it's taking 2 days. My Amazon's like, it didn't show up tomorrow. Like, how are we supposed to wait for years and years and years and years for things? And kind of circling back around to your question, the community, I think, is in a very difficult place psychologically, and I like to think of myself as having nearly inhuman patience, and it's wearing even on me. I mean, it's been so long since we've had anything really major. And we've got great progress. They're doing so much. 317 was the most playable it's ever been. Tremendously good patch, but it got old after a while, and I took a break, and then we got 318, and it's such a massive change, and we all expected it to be very, very, very broken, and it was. So I don't think anybody really should have been that surprised. But I think everybody needs it so much. The people who want to play, when it's not playable, it's so frustrating to everyone. Like, they should just take a break. 319 was so much better. I played more 319 than I have since the beginning of 317. And 319 was fantastic for me. But we've been waiting for Pyro since 2020. That's 3.5 years. They announced it at CitizenCon in 2019. So yeah, 20, 21, 22, 23, 4 years since the announcement, and we still don't have Pyro. It's tiring, and it's trying to keep the hype alive every day, all the time. I get really angered at people that are angry at CIG, but also I get it. It wears on people's patience. So and it's a difficult place. So I hope that we're going to get some really good stuff at CitizenCon. Chris's comment, I was really, and this is one of those areas where, like, I have complaints, really, really disappointed that we did not get a letter from the chairman this year at all. Like, to the point of where I'm a little bit angry, because this has been one of my complaints about CIG's communication and some of the really major things that will placate the older backers, which I think is important. I know CIG is really focused on the new backers because that's where they feel the money is coming from, the growth is coming from, the energy is coming from, and that's great. But if you don't keep the older backers placated, throw them a bone now and then, they're a source of toxic poison in the community for those new backers. And they need a little bit of what they need of what we used to get, and we get much less of that now. We know that we can't get a lot of Chris Roberts, but one letter from the chairman a year, maybe 2 videos. I get CitizenCon, and then maybe one video, 30-minute video, like midway through the year. A little more Tony Z or some of the other folks. I really enjoy the Inside Star Citizen Lives. We get a lot of good information there, but we don't get a lot of the higher level
stuff,
type of stuff. And that's what the older backers want. Like,
well, let me say this. I don't think it's just the older backers. I agree with you 100%. I would love to see, like you said, that annual letter. It could be an annual letter from Chris, right? Maybe the beginning of the year when they go on their 3-week break, they come back and give us a little synopsis of what the thing is, where they're at. And then I would love for them. What I miss, Jorunn, is the what was it called, Pillar Talk. Remember we had this round table with the folks at the Pillar, because that was when we got to hear from Haddock and Chambers and all that crew. And they oversee all the departments. And Tony Z, and that's what I miss. I would have loved to have seen like that once or twice a year. And like you said, that annual letter from Chris, and I'd be happy as a clam. let me stop for a second and introduce.
That's all we need.
We have another person who's joined us. Algared has joined us from the Inforunners. Algared is, I don't even know what time it is for you, Algared. I'm almost scared to ask you. What time is it for you?
A very nice 9 a.m. in the morning.
9 a.m. Oh my God. Right. Let me bring his volume up just a little bit because he's soft. He's a long way away. So his volume's a little lower than ours. Let me bring him up.
Yelling at us.
That was absolutely my question, was what time is it for you? So 9 a.m., that's not too bad.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
No.
Yep. For those,
and we've just had daylight savings, which is
that's what killed me. Yeah, you told me, and you know what? Execute warned me about that ahead of time, and I thought I got it right, but I guess I got it wrong. Algared, thank you for making the time to be here. We've been trying to get you on forever, so I was so happy when I saw that you said, "Yes, mate, I think I could be there." So why don't you tell people who you are and what you do for the Star Citizen community?
So I am Algared, or Old Man Al Hurston, as Paul titled me. Old Man Al Hurston uses James Stewart as his muse. So sorry to James or Jimmy. But Old Man Al Hurston is a persona I do. I'm one of the Inforunners. I often do fix my fleets with Execute. We do our Friday live stream. We also do buyer's guide for new ships that come out. We occasionally do a deep dive on a ship and do a ship scrutiny where we gather all the information we've been able to find on that ship, whether it's all the information, all videos, all ship showdown type stuff, everything we can find, put it all together and say, this is what we know about it, this is what we'd like to see, this is where it's at the moment. Hey, and we do a lot of CCU buyers, CCU tracks and go that. I suppose we're known for sell your fighters is probably the mantra that's been an Inforunner guide for many years. I know we scared the yacht club when we said pirates will use 890 jumps as pirate ships. They were horrified. I think when we said it, they were like, "How dare you!" Pirate, I've always taken the view pirates will use whatever ship they can get. And it's always been my bugbear that Drake is the pirate company.
Yeah.
Because pirates will use whatever ship they can get.
Whatever they get their hands on, right?
Money, javelin, yeah.
Whatever works.
So they'll use whatever they can get.
A pirate javelin, that would be something, Algared. A pirate javelin would be amazing to see.
Well, I am pretty certain there are orgs that do have javelins.
Oh, yeah.
Consider themselves pirates. So your wish is their command, I believe.
Awesome. Well, listen, let me say this first. Let me ask you, first of all, if you could increase your volume a little bit, because I have you at 200% on my end.
Right.
So if you can increase just a little bit, that would be helpful. Yep. Secondly, I want to say this, there are some people that all of us have been influenced by when it comes to the community. And I will definitely say that, like Jorunn, with me watching Yacht Club for God only knows how long, influenced by them. Also the Inforunners, watching them. I stumbled across the whole fix my fleet thing with them, and just got hooked watching that and watching different folks, whether they were content creators or just regular backers like myself, who they would go on and help navigate that whole process of refining their fleet, but not just for the sake of spending money, but also helping them on an economy level of saying, here's your best bang for your buck. You may want to consider going this way when you're pulling together your fleet. They've done a great job with that, and they still do them from time to time, but they've now grown beyond that, and they kind of cover just the whole Star Citizen world now, which I love being able to tune into them. They have different hours. Algared, you're where exactly in the world? Like, what time zone are you in?
We're Australian Eastern Standard Time, which is GMT plus 11 at the moment. So,
yeah, which is always why it was so difficult to time in, because our show is usually at 8 p.m. in the evening. Algared has tried a couple times. He's a teacher, and a couple of times he thought he had the day off and he'd be able to come in, and then he got called in and it didn't happen. So I'm just excited to have him on board with us tonight. I really am.
It's always good to talk Star Citizen. Like I can. You start me on lore or ships, and I can go to town. I'm a bit like Paul. Paul being a historian, I'm a historian. We're both history teachers, or at least history trained.
Absolutely.
And so it's a passion as well as an enjoyment.
Absolutely. Let me ask. I want to.
yeah.
I want to present the question to you, and I know you heard when I was doing my intro earlier. This is really, based upon your community, the people that you guys interact with, your own observations from Spectrum and comments. Where do you see the community right now? With the, we know that CitizenCon's coming up. 3.20 is out. 3.21 just got dropped. Anticipation for what this whole thing about Pyro and 4.0 means. What's your assessment right now of where the community is?
I think in the long run,
mentally, emotionally, and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think my feeling is a lot of the community feel tired, and I think they feel tired because of COVID. And I know that might sound like a cop out, but I know from teaching it put students behind 2 years.
Yeah.
Emotionally, social development was on hold for 2 years. So you go into a classroom and your students are basically 2 years behind where you'd expect them to be. They're where you'd expect them to be young adults. They're now kind of adolescent teens, where you expect them to be adolescent teens. They're like primary kids. And that's just the nature of just that lack of interaction. I think it certainly says one thing. For people have often said, teachers, computers will take over teaching. And I think one of the things that COVID showed us is that teaching is more than just the information, it's that social interaction. And I think that's the same with Star Citizen and the development of Star Citizen. But it's the social interaction and that social gathering. And you even heard that sometimes when CIG was talking about the impact of COVID on their situation. And then say, we could have our meetings and we could do our Zoom times and our YouTube, other meetings, other interaction meetings. But what you miss is that ability to go behind someone's desk and talk and see what they're doing and bounce ideas off each other there and then without having to share screens. And even when you share screens, it's not the same as when you're there. I know that before COVID, that Chris and the family were intending to go to Manchester to close out Squadron. They only got there this year, so Chris went there just before the beginning of the year to start work on that closing out of Squadron.
Right.
And so, in many ways, I think COVID put us behind 2 years. So, in terms of people are hanging, we've been champing at the bit for Pyro.
Yeah.
And the two things that held that up. One was PES, one was server meshing. We're 2 years behind. I think that got impacted and slowed down by COVID. PES ended up being a lot harder for them to work out than intended, as with any new tech. And so we saw the impact of that. We saw the impact of that when PES first rolled out. And you can have it working in the closed environment, in the PTU, and everyone's going, yeah, this is perfect. And then you roll it out and it just dies under the strain of multiple servers. And we've seen that multiple times. And I think that was part of also one of the reasons why they rejigged the PTU access, much to the chagrin of many backers. And I, in some ways, I think just get over it.
Yeah.
Stop whinging. Stop your belly aching. Just get over it. It'll be ready when it's ready, and just move on and enjoy what you've got.
Yeah.
And I know that's hard.
Yeah, it's
I think in some ways that's what we've got to do.
It is.
I do get the impression from what I've heard is that at CitizenCon there will be information on server meshing and information on Squadron 42.
Okay, well, let's hold off on CitizenCon because we're going to step into that next.
So,
but no, that's fine.
I understand, but
yeah, no,
you look at the monthly reports. Sorry.
No, that's fine.
I was going to say you look at the monthly reports and you see the monthly reports of Squadron 42. We're polishing, we're finishing.
You're reading the tea leaves. You're reading the tea leaves of what's there. Agree.
And so that I think leads into where we're heading with CitizenCon. So there you go. That's where my thoughts are, and all that stuff. So yeah,
it's okay.
Sorry, long-winded answer.
No, it's not long-winded. No, you hit on some good points there, and particularly about the community that, there are some external things that might be the stressors for us. And I agree. COVID has had some, the whole shutdown thing has had a certain psychological and emotional effect on people that maybe we're not even aware of. And when time is passing, there's uncertainty. There's already uncertainty about this game. And now you put another level of uncertainty and real world aspects to it. You can definitely see how it can kind of mess with some folks a little bit. So I think that's a great observation that you made. I want to stop here for a second and introduce. Also, Ubdi has joined us. Guys, please forgive me for not changing your names. My other computer has crapped out and I can't use the keyboard over there. So on the left at the top is Algared, okay? And on the right is Ubdi, all right? Ubdi's a part of the Soul Citizens. Ubdi, good to see you. Thank you for being here, brother. How are you?
Good to see you, brother. You didn't know this, but my middle name is actually Guest, so this works out.
Is that what it is? Okay, Ubdi Guest. All right. Well, now we know. Now we know.
Guest of the world, waiting for the.
There we go. There we go. BBG, I want to ask you, be careful when you're typing because your keyboard is looping through. Okay. So what we're going to do here, Ubdi offered to do something unique. Ubdi, introduce yourself and what it is you do on your channel, because today he asked if he could do something kind of unique, and I said I thought this would be a great idea. So just real quick, Ubdi, tell people who you are and then tell them what it is you're going to be doing while this show is going.
Absolutely. Yeah. My name is Ubdiwak. I go by Ubdi Johan on every social media platform. I'm a member of the Soul Citizens, but I'm also a streamer. I originally started, a lot of you have heard this story before, so I apologize for hearing it again. I'll do this short version, but I am a senior graphic designer, an illustrator. I originally started streaming back in like 2016 or something like that, doing just illustration. I backed the game Star Citizen in 2015, and 2021 is when I realized that that this is a big community that actually does streaming and playing the game as a community together. Got back into the game and then merged my love of both illustration and Star Citizen into one stream. So you can watch me every Thursday at 9 p.m. CT. I will usually be there and you'll see me playing Star Citizen and drawing at the same time. I have a little Mobi-Glass button that I press on my character, and Chris Roberts gave me specifically an illustration Mobi-Glass app, so I use that every chance I can get because I've been blessed by Mr. Roberts. So most of that is a lie.
Yeah, I know, right? So what Ubdi's going to do is, Ubdi suggested that while we were doing this, he's going to do some illustration for us while we're talking today, and you guys can watch him work. And I think he has picked a subject that we talked about. He does things based around characters. And so Ubdi, why don't you tell everybody what it is you're going to do, what we talked about a little bit.
Yeah, so I do a lot of character art and sketching and that kind of stuff on my streams, just because finished art is really hard to do while you're playing Star Citizen. But while we're doing this stream here, I figured that I could take a subject such as Jorunn and do some character design around him, and we could kind of lore craft what we're doing as a group. Jorunn, you have input as to how you look too. So if you wanted to do like a character that is in Star Citizen, that is a particular, gameplay role, if they're a bartender or a bounty hunter or whatever you want, we figured we could just do that and kind of plug away at it and see how far we get in 2 hours.
All right, Jorunn, it's on you. He's got to think about it.
You're muted right now.
Yep, you're muted.
Just added to that sense of being shocked.
Character types. Yeah, I kind of like that character from the 890 commercial that was kind of acting as the host of the party.
Oh, the host of the party. Okay, so we're talking maybe futuristic, but clean button-down dress at the same time. What does formal look like in the future kind of thing?
Something like that, yeah.
Something like
that. Like the
okay.
890, remember the 890 jump commercial? They're having the party and everything, Ubdi, and they're cheering and stuff. Yep. He wants something in that zone.
The Gatsby one?
Yes, the Gatsby. Yeah.
The Gatsby.
The
Gatsby.
that's
yeah.
racing behind Jorunn.
Yeah, there it is. He's running it right now behind him. Yeah.
There it is. Yep, there it is right there.
All right.
Okay, that gives me something to start off with.
He's got that. He's got the finger
see,
on that 890 button. That's funny. I love it, Jorunn. I love it.
So in the middle of the screen here, I have my drawing tablet. I use Wacom Mobile Studio Pro, and I am screen sharing that right now. Usually on my streams, you can actually see my camera from a above position. My hand's actually doing the whole thing, but we're keeping it simple today. So we're gonna take Jorunn, and we're gonna see how fancy we can make him and put him in the verse, and that'll just be happening in the background. I'll probably mute myself so you don't hear me like heavy breathing into the mic.
You're heavy breathing over Jorunn's picture. You're scaring me, Update. You're scaring me. Okay.
I'm having some internet issues here and not hearing you guys. Let me see if I can do something with my internet. I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
Okay.
No problem.
Sounds good. But I'm just going to keep on going with that. And Griff, if you want to ask questions or
yeah, we're
people
gonna go
have
ahead and jump
questions
back
in the
into
chat.
stuff. Yep, we're gonna jump back into stuff, and we'll take breaks every few minutes, Update. But
Yeah.
while you're starting it out, we do need to do a promo for St. Jude Children's Hospital. So we want to
Let's
run that
do it.
promo real quick. And we will be right back. You guys can just watch this and check it out. In fact, Jorunn might be back by the time we get back. So let's take a quick look at that. Here we go.
With Pete's illness, we're going to be gone for a substantial amount of time. Other areas that we were looking at, we were looking at anywhere from $1,500 to $2,000 a month just for an apartment to live in, which it would have been really, really tough, even if we could have done it at all. I'm not sure that how it would have worked out.
When Jeff and his wife found out their little boy had a rare, life-threatening brain tumor, they left their home in Oregon and brought him to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. They knew St. Jude would give their son Peter his best chance for a cure.
Do you want to put in a little bit here?
One thing they didn't have to worry about,
You saw a spider?
where they would live while Peter was getting treatment. Like most patients at St. Jude, Peter is treated on an outpatient basis, so his family and nearly 100 other St. Jude families live at Target House.
This place is amazing.
Thanks to their partnership with the Target Corporation, St. Jude provides fully furnished apartments that let the family live together as a family, all at no charge.
They afford this great opportunity for families to come and stay free of charge. We have a 2-bedroom apartment that's given to us basically to stay and take care of our sick child.
Each apartment at Target House is fully furnished with all the comforts of home. Inside Target House, you'll also find the Tiger Woods Library, the Amy Grant Music Room, an indoor playroom, and the Scott Hamilton Arts and Crafts Room. It even has a playground where the children can laugh and play.
This is his life, and we did get to go home for 3 weeks, and he was asking to come back to the Target House. That's how well they treat us, here. It's pretty neat.
Look at my snake. Is that a snake? Yeah. Oh.
People that work here, if it wasn't for them caring as much as they do for, the people that live here, it'd be a lot tougher.
Those are big hugs.
They'll do anything for you. They love the kids love them. You wouldn't be able to live a normal life, that's for sure, living out of a hotel, especially with a family, with 2 kids. And yeah, it'd be very difficult. I mean, this place is amazing at what it offers the families of St. Jude.
Okay. St. Jude Children's Hospital. One of those things that we don't think about. We think about medical expenses and things like that, but when families have to travel, they have to be able to reside and stay somewhere, and St. Jude also provides that for folks. So that is awesome. Yes.
Can I actually say something here for a little bit?
Sure you can.
I don't mean to take over the show. I'll keep it brief. Not everybody knows this here, but my son was born with hypoplastic left heart syndrome in 2019. It's not cancer. I'm not comparing my story to a cancer story or cancer survivors or parents of cancer survivors. But we lived with my son in Children's Hospital in Minnesota for 13 and a half months. We never got to bring him home, but we made our home in that hospital. I haven't been promoting this giveaway very much just because that time was a very traumatic time. There were a lot of, he had multiple strokes and heart attacks and stuff like that. But we made that our home. The nurses and the doctors knew that our room was the room where you'd come in and you'd get a smile. You would see laughter, you'd see playing, because that's what we did. And the only way that we made that happen is, number one, I kept my job somehow. And number two, there are many nonprofits that came together to make sure that people that were in similar circumstances to us had what they need so that they could live in the hospital and still be able to keep up with the bills. So I know what it's like to have to think about, you know, I have to work at the same time as, you know, making sure that my son can live a happy and healthy life as long as he can. It's not easy. I've been in therapy for a long time. There's a lot of rough things that those parents go through, but at the same time, like I said before, you make that place your home. And I have no doubt that all the parents at St. Jude are living the same story, that they are making that place their home, that they are experiencing traumatic events, that they are getting through life the way that they can. And every person that comes into their lives to help them and to assist them with that, that just makes their lives that much more livable. It gives them that much more energy to not worry about that stuff and to put it into their kid and to make that their home. So just wanted to say that this is a very close story, that this is a very close charity. So for any of you that are watching right now, you never know who those parents are. You never, like, I have half the people that watch my stream, they don't know what I've gone through, and that's fine. And I don't, if I do want people to know about it, it's because I want them to know about my son. But I'm saying that today, not because of me. I'm saying that because that there are parents out there right now that are being supported by the funds that you are contributing to this. Absolutely. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for putting this on, man. This means a lot.
Yeah. No, we definitely appreciate you sharing that, because like I said, sometimes it's not until, you know, it impacts us directly that all of a sudden it's something that we care about. You know, it's just something that happens every day. There are families that go through this every day. And the situation is, you don't want to have to wait until something like that happens to you before all of a sudden it becomes important. So we appreciate everyone who has given. You're getting a lot of love out there, Abdi. Thanks for sharing that testimony, because it's real world, it's real life. You know, everybody's life.
It is.
People go through all types of things, but like you said, these parents, it's I can't even fathom. And Stem Step says this earlier, and we're going to get back to our topics. But Stem said he was a cancer survivor, and he said, I can't imagine what it's like for a kid to have to go through what me as an adult, I struggle to go through as an adult. So you can't imagine how parents feel. There's a lot of blame. I think on one of the promos we asked earlier was the parents' first question was, did they get this because of us? You know, is my child sick because of us?
Oh, yeah.
There's a lot of things you end up feeling when you're going through that. So again, this is your opportunity, guys, to support, build up, and help with this with St. Jude Children's Hospital. We're at $5,110. Thank you for that $100 donation that came in, those two $50 donations. I'm sorry. Kavion, we appreciate you. Maiden Ariana, Sage, thank you all so much for the giving that you guys have done. We're not done, gang. We're shooting for $10,000. If we get to $6,000, we're giving away a dual ship package. We're going to be giving away a Suntucky, which we know is up and coming, and we're giving away a Aegis Saber Comet, both with LTI. So that's going to be there at $7,000. The infamous fast card's not here. I won't say it too loud because he might show up. We're giving away a Banu Merchantman, at $8,000. We're going to give away an Origin Jump, Jorunn, an Origin 890 Jump. And at $9,000, the Exploration Pack. For those of you who are explorers, the Exploration Pack will go out. And if you guys get us to $10,000, the big enchilada, an Endeavor Master Set will be given away. So that's the ladder that we're climbing up here. Okay, that's the ladder we're climbing up. We have a wonderful angel donor who's been helping to contribute to this, along with our own funds that have come in, some other personal funds where people have just said, hey, Griff, whatever we can do to help, let us know. So thank you to all those who've done that. We really appreciate it. Couldn't do it without you, gang. Thank you very much. Who was that, Warpig? Did I read that name correctly?
Yes.
Name. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for that. We really appreciate that. Warpig. Okay. Let's see. I asked Jorunn the question. I asked, you know what? You mentioned about Execute being ready.
I did.
And
I did.
I haven't seen him yet.
He was saying he's down for 7 for the next lot.
So what time is that for you guys' time? So I don't know. Are we half hour away or is it now?
That would be half an hour away.
Okay. I thought when he said he was ready, I thought he meant he was ready now. No, 7's fine.
Yeah, he could be ready, but he went double checking. So
No, it's up to him. It's totally at his discretion. If he wants to wait till 7, that's fine. If he wants to come in now because you're here, that's fine.
I'll just text him and let him know.
Let him know. If he wants to jump in, that's fine. But if not, he wants to wait, that's cool. We've got room for him if he wants to jump in. Okay. Okay, so that was the question that we asked in relation to the psyche of folks. BBG, let me go to you with that same question. Then we are going to go ahead and talk about the subject of CitizenCon. But what are your thoughts right now as far as where we are? You watching the development process, the roller coaster that we've been on, the anticipation of CitizenCon. Where do you think right now the state of the community is?
So I'll be very quick about this. We have about 4 million backers, right? About 4 million people have decided to engage at some level with this project. And, you got about 375,000 folks on, say, Reddit, the Star Citizen Reddit. That's like 9.3% of the community, right? If they were all active, right? And so we have to just be very careful that the flip side of recognizing that there are some long-term, abiding, active, engaged folks is that sometimes we elevate minority voice as the voice of the community, right? And so I tend to think that very often when we hear a lot of activity around a particular subject, it lends itself to a little bit of logical fallacy, right? That the loudest voices, the most active voices are broadly representative voices, right? That may not be the case at all, right? I think most people who have backed this project have, and I'm going to hashtag this, I think I'm going to take this, that you said it earlier, have embraced the monster, right? Most people have embraced the monster, right? This project, the reason when I ask on Spectrum or I ask on Reddit, well, listen, go ahead and send me to the project that's just like Star Citizen, that's just as good that I can go play right now. If it's such a problem, right? And CIG are so unreasonable, send me to that other project that's just as good. And they never give an answer because there is no answer. There wasn't a project like this before Star Citizen, right? And there isn't a project like Star Citizen now. And this golden period of Baldur's Gate 3 and a renewed Cyberpunk and Starfield have just revealed that truth even more matter-of-factly, right? So you have a community, some of which, a minority voice of which is very frustrated and active, that we're using some of these other games as leverage for their certain view with regard to Star Citizen, and now are finding that really those other games just reveal how difficult it is to build a Star Citizen. Right. Yeah. And I think you combine that with some of the Algared analysis of the fatigue, the traumatic fatigue and lethargy that people are having coming out of COVID, right? And you find that I imagine CitizenCon, which we're getting ready to talk about, and other things that are coming in the fall are functioning almost as just-in-time opportunities for CIG to renew the community broadly in terms of their energy for the project.
It's a great point. That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. That's all I'm going to say about that.
Here's a question.
Yeah, sure, Albert.
For you guys, do you think, in light of that idea of that lethargy and exhaustion and that feeling that the community was hitting that downward spiral, that exhaustion type of thing, do you think, to pick up your point, that 2-day CitizenCon we've got is actually engineered to actually pick up that opportunity and reinvigorate and re-inspire and re-give that hope?
I would say.
Is it because they've got so much more they want to talk about? So.
No, I think, and Griff has been to more CitizenCons than I have because I've been to none. Right. So I'm going to this one though, and I will say that part of the reason I think we haven't seen the schedule yet, but I think it's 2 days is not necessarily because they had broadly more content than any other CitizenCon, but they do, to your point, Algared, want to create space in between each presentation for the building of community, for the renewing of community, for people to connect or reconnect, actually human to human, face to face, one-on-one in between the sessions, so that we leave after 2 days, not only renewed with stuff that CIG is giving us, but having a much better feeling for what Star Citizen community is, because we've had time to actually connect. Griff, what are your thoughts?
No, I would agree. For those of you who've never attended a CitizenCon, I've been to 2. I went in 2016 when we were in Los Angeles, and I went in 2018 when we were in Austin. And when I went to the first one in 2016, that was considered the bomb, horrible CitizenCon. That was the year where everyone was looking forward to seeing something about Squadron 42, the vertical slice, blah, 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 the sandworm year, all that stuff, right? But even with all of that, I could not wait until the next time I could go to CitizenCon. I still left there renewed, and it was because of what you said, Algared. It wasn't because of what was on the screen and the stage. It was the interactions that I had with the people that were there. It was something about going to the con that made all of this, for lack of a better term, worth it. It made it feel like it was worth it all, because it like anything else, you get surrounded by other people who are in that same situation, who've invested, who spend time, who care. Even the people that maybe you don't like, online, you see them and say, hey, so-and-so, I mean, it's just a different feeling when you get together. Now, this is what I will say to Algared's question. I think CIG, and I know CIG does have its ear to the ground when it comes to the community. Sometimes people think that they don't. They feel like they're not listening, they're not paying attention, they're not reading the forums, anything you say, nobody's listening. But the reality of it is that they are. And Algared, to your point, I think they have a good read on the temperature of the community and what's needed, which is what we're going to talk about when we lead into this conversation about CitizenCon, because that is one of the questions revolving around it. One of the questions is, what does the community need to see happen at this con? So before we do that, we put up a giveaway. We're ready to go. That's why I need Fast Card BBG, because I got totally distracted. We now have 90 people who are in. I
think it gave time for more people to get enrolled.
Get enrolled, yeah, it did, because the number did go up. So we have 90 entrants who are in for the Carrick with LTI giveaway, 91 now. So we're going to give you about another 10 seconds. If you want to jump in, type in !ticket if you got
wait, hold on. Is Colossal or Go Mob being filtered out?
Yes.
Oh, wait.
Because if ever there was a time.
Okay, wait. Let me say this too. Our angel donor said specifically to me that I need to make one of these giveaways for the staff. Now, the reason why I don't do that is because the reason, and listen, it has nothing to do with my staff. Listen, my people are the best people in the world. They give of their time, their talent, their heads, everything. But I also stay away from the idea of, some big prize comes up and it happens to be a big prize like a Carrick, and then somebody from my team wins it, right? So, and they understand that's why. They understand that's why I don't allow them to be a part of the giveaways, because that is exactly what would happen. The odds would be Fast Cart would win another Banu Merchantman, okay? So to avoid that, they agreed and we don't. But this particular one, I'm telling you guys now, all you Soul Team members, the angel donor said he wants you all to be able to be in on the giveaway, okay?
This one?
Not this one. I'm going to put you on, because I don't have enough to let everybody know. So
we're gonna put you on the Drake Mule.
We don't want. I want to make sure that all of our people are around. I would do it, but everybody's not here. So we're gonna put a blast in our team thing so that everybody will be here at later on this evening, because we are gonna do the Polaris. So everybody in our group will be able to bid in on the Polaris. But Algared can get in. Jorunn can get in. They're not prohibited. And Algared's already got enough Carricks, I'm sure.
Where do I have to put it?
Just type in !ticket.
Point ticket
in Twitch. By the way, if you're on YouTube,
I don't have Twitch up.
please accept our apology. This only works on Twitch. So you have to be on Twitch. Unfortunately, they have not created this thing that allows us to do contests on both platforms at the same time. So please forgive us for that. But if you want to log in, I'll give you a couple of minutes and you can type in !ticket. We're at 102 people now, so we've already increased our number by 10 if you want to be able to be in on the Carrick giveaway. Okay? So let's do that, and then we're going to... I'm sorry, what did you say? Say again, Albert?
The Carrick is a great ship. Sorry, we got a bit of lag there.
Oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah. By the way, Algared, let me ask you, for those of you who don't know, Algared, and it's not that he's bragging by any means, but his commitment to this project has been just known by a lot of folks in the community. I'm not going to ask about dollar amounts, Algared, but I will ask you about how many ships do you have in your fleet now at this time?
I believe if I take a different ship out each day, I've probably got one for each day of the year. Close to it.
BBG, we got a long way to work, brother. We got a long way to
Listen,
go.
I'm gonna have to watch him work from a distance.
my first world problems are when I'm at the ATC, it times out.
Oh yeah. Oh God, I can imagine. You know what? You were the one who broke us in 318. All your ships trying to load into the inventory system. That's what messed up. That's what crashed the game out. Oh my God.
I can remember way back when we first got the PU and we had just Olisar. And with my guild, we used to do races around the hoops of Olisar.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, that's no fun. You've got to do it with 890 jumps or reclaimers. 890 jump wasn't out. It was, reclaimers. And then we did bowling, so we'd set up reclaimers or catapults.
Oh, I remember the bowling, yeah.
And if you set up 10 reclaimers as your pins and then used a Starfarer, you actually broke the sim because it was just too much. You lagged everyone out. Second you lagged anymore, so.
Classic.
The good old days. Yeah, the good old days. I love it. All right, gang.
Hey, who's ready for this? Who's ready for this giveaway?
Yeah, we're ready. We are. Okay, we're ready. We're going to do. Give me 1 second here. I just got to make sure I'm on the right page so I can push the button. We have 103 registrants, and looks like everybody is all set to go.
Wait. Jorunn, how do you think it's going so far?
I don't know. Joe, is he there?
Oh, the drawing. I like it.
Yeah, we don't.
So far, is it getting the vibes that you're looking for?
You know what? His video disappeared on me. I think I got to put his video back up. I didn't realize.
Yeah, I didn't know you were back.
I didn't.
Yeah, I had to reboot.
Oh, that's what.
I see him. I see him in Video Ninja.
That's what happened. Okay.
Yeah, my internet was lagging there.
I'm sorry, buddy. I
couldn't hear anybody.
You in here a while ago. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were back.
That's okay. I'm just.
All right.
Just hanging out.
We cannot not have Jorunn in here.
Chilling in the background.
Mm-hmm. Especially with Algared telling these 890 jump stories, we definitely can have Jorunn in here. Okay, let me get him
Starfarers and reclaimers.
Yes, let's get him back in. Where are you, Jorunn? Yes, okay, beautiful. All right, let's do this thing. 103 entrants. We are closing out the giveaway as of now. Algared, I'm going to ask if you would give us a countdown from 5, and we'll do it.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thunderbirds are go.
The winner is Spectre OP4. Are you here, Spectre? Spectre, are you here?
Gotta hear from you in chat.
You gotta be here. This is not the time to be on the toilet.
Yes.
Let me tell you.
Spectre, don't want to miss out on this one.
Are you here?
Gotta hear from you.
Spectre.
Come on.
There, Spectre. What?
Hey.
Spectre says, what?
Yeah.
All right, Spectre.
Congratulations.
You are the winner of a Carrick, LTI, Anvil Carrick. That is all yours. You can go out and visit the new wormhole when you get time.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations. Congratulations to you.
And it's nameable. Carricks are nameable, so.
Yes,
they are.
Absolutely.
You should name it the Jorunn.
There you go, the Jorunn, huh? Spectre, you need to send your information to Soul Citizens with an S at the end at gmail.com. soulcitizens@gmail.com. Send us your RSI login, not the password. We just need the email that you use, and we will get that prize out to you. Once again, special thanks to our angel donor, for contributing such a wonderful, unexpected gift mid-show. That has been fabulous. Mid-show. Oh, he threw in that and the Polaris during the
just up in game in the middle of the show. Congratulations!
Wow, that is like legit an angel donor.
Yes.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Okay, let's move on to the. Let's take a quick look. Can you give us a little look here, Abdi, of where you are so far?
Oh yeah, you see it right there. You see Jorunn's face?
Yeah,
in the middle.
Okay, all right.
That's Jorunn right there. He's
right along.
So here's a little tool to trade. It's always good to get silhouettes figured out before you start
getting the details
heavily investing on a character.
Mm-hmm.
So I was thinking someone who's raising a toast, getting the party started, getting everyone excited.
Okay.
So I have like the martini glass. Now that is something that I'd like some critique on. Are you a martini guy, or what would you have on your 890?
I'm mostly a beer guy.
Beer guy. So you want like a
Pilsner glass, Stein
Pilsner glass. Okay. All right. So then we can change that up. See, I'm always open to feedback. You have to be open to feedback if you're a designer. So bless CIG. So we got that. We kind of got this like this kind of like dignified pose, like a kind of like raising the glass like that.
Mm-hmm.
How's that feeling for people right now?
Good.
I
Good.
like it.
All right, so I started in on the face. This is what I've got of Jorunn just from my cursory glance at his features. I can edit this. This is not final.
Yep.
This is what's called a hastily made sketch.
This is no different than SEL, brother. Don't worry. We watch them every week. Sometimes they don't get to finish the portrait, so don't worry. You got no pressure on this, okay?
All right.
Whatever time you need.
So then we're going in that direction. We've already got the arm kind of figured out there. We've got kind of like I'm trying to figure out like what New Age formal looks like, what like new Star Citizen formal looks like. I know there's lots of examples already, but I'm trying to just come up with some stuff off the cuff. So check back in with me later and we'll see how far we go.
We will do that. We are being half joined by Execute. Execute, we need your video, bro. I got your audio, but I need your video. So I sent you a link for OBS.
Yep.
You're working on it?
That up, man.
Oh, okay, you're working on it. Then you're good. Okay.
I was still in the middle of it when you dragged me in.
No worries. I didn't want you to think I didn't see you. That's all. Okay, you're good. All right, so while Execute is getting stuff together, and we'll introduce him once he's on camera. Let's go ahead and move on to this next section here. And Algared was kind of moving us toward it, but Jorunn, I'm going to start with you. We talked about the state of the community, where the community is right now with all that's going on. But I want to talk to you about CitizenCon now. A couple different questions here. First question is, what do you expect to see? What do you think that, I mean, this is literally the thing that you personally would love to see at CitizenCon this year. And then the next question is going to be, what does the community need to see? What do you hear the overall voice that you think would pacify the community? There may be some things for you that you say, if they put this in, I'm cool. But then the other question is, what do you think that to make the community feel like there's been progress and they kind of see where their bang for their buck is? What do you think the community would see? So let's start with your personal thing for what you would like to see.
I want to see that big picture.
Mm-hmm.
Where are we? What's the plan here for the next year or 2 years? We know that we got persistent entity streaming. Chris came out the other day and said they're having issues with the database handling the throughput. And from talking with a friend of mine he's an architect for some of the largest world-class cloud infrastructure database systems in the world, and the challenge that CIG is facing is the amount of data that has to be throughput continuously for everything that's being tracked. It's pushing the envelopes of what the technology can do. And I was linked a video by a guy who's also in the industry, and he was saying that it ended up summing up a long video. CIG is essentially trying to take 5 of the biggest problems in computer science and solve them all at once.
Interesting.
Say that again for the people in the back.
I know, right? Right?
Yeah, and it's exciting. It's inspiring. I mean, that's what we're all here for, is this dream that they're trying to create. But I think that's why it's taking so long, is because it is such a hard problem. And just making a basic game, like I said earlier, Starfield is a really, really, really simplistic game. There's nothing interesting or complicated about it. I mean, it is 10,
now
15-year-old.
you about to get some hate coming through.
No,
So
I said I'm
Okay.
200 plus hours into it. I am 200 plus hours into it. I
Okay.
can't stop playing because it's grabbed me with the stories. It's grabbed
Okay,
me
you're
with the
enjoying
crafting.
it though.
I mean,
You're
there's-
enjoying it. Okay, I got
I'm enjoying it, but it's 10, 15-year-old tech.
Okay.
There's nothing really pushing the envelope, and it took them 8 years
Mhm.
to build that.
True.
And so people are saying, it's like, oh God, it's been 10, 11 years. Like, why is it taking so long? It's like, well, because they're creating things that have never been done before, and they started with nothing. They had 8 people 11 years ago, something like that.
Right.
Oh, 8 people, no tech, no game studio, no engine that could do what they're planning to do.
Okay.
So we're now at kind of an inflection point where, okay, it's like everything's being held up by server meshing. We can't get Pyro because of server meshing. We
So
can't
is that
get
what you're looking for
a
to
lot
see?
of future stuff.
Is that what you're looking for to
I-
things like the server meshing? Is that what you're looking for at this point?
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Pyro.
No, I mean,
we've been
see
seeing-
it. Like, I mean, see it, not visionary. You're ready for it.
Yeah.
No.
Are they going to give it to? The big question is, are they going to give it to us? I mean, we've been seeing glimpses of Pyro for 4 years.
So what do you want? The question is, what do you expect? What do you expect?
I want the jump point.
I'd like
That's what
no. we saw a jump point. We saw going through the jump point in 2019. The Carrack went through the jump point and
you
in
can't
Pyro
go through the jump
in
point.
20.
You want to go
No,
through the jump point. That's what you want.
I want that in the PU. Yeah, I want to be able to go to Pyro. But even if they can't get server meshing to where they need it to be, my personal preference is let us just log into Pyro.
Okay.
Let us play around in it. It doesn't have to be finished. It doesn't have to be polished.
Mhm.
And we were playing in the PU before we had planets.
Right.
It's like they need to give the community something, something new, something big. And even if they don't have server meshing down, I was like, okay, well, log in on Pyro 3, which we saw in the 400 debut, where they flew down to that outpost and had that great mission. And it's like, oh, it's so cool. And they've shown us the glimpses of all these beautiful planets and all the stuff that they're building over there. Even if it's not done, just let us go there to give the community something. I think the community broadly is desperate for something big and new. Even though they're continuing to make progress.
Okay.
I'd like to see more from Tony Zurovic, but that's still back end stuff, and we're so far from having all of that stuff because we don't have multiple star systems. I guess I can see why they haven't given us any Tony Zurovic stuff in 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
So we love that, but how far are we from having that?
Okay.
So it's tough. Squadron 42, I'm really torn on that because I'm one of the as I said, I'm kind of one of the mid timeline backers that I didn't sign up for Squadron 42. I came in for the PU. I'm excited for Squadron 42, but I think people from the past 3 to 4 years, 4 or 5 years, don't give a shit about Squadron 42. Like most of the newer people don't even know what it is.
He said the last 3 or 4 years. He said the last 3 or 4 years.
But Algared, you're one of the original backers. Like all the older backers have things that they and we want. We want to know what's going on with it. Give us a big picture. It's like you don't have to give us any spoilers. Okay, it's like here's where we've got basically most everything done. We're polishing, which they've said they've been doing it for the past couple of years. Like you said, in the monthly reports, they're polishing lots of stuff. Like, okay, so they're still in the polishing phases and testing. Like, they may have another year or more. It's like, tell us that that's where they are.
So for you, you said that you would like to this long range stuff is the stuff that you would like to see. But then you said for the community, you would like for them to give them something. Like you said, like even if it was just Pyro, you just go to the main menu, you launch, but gives them something tangible. You think that would be something that would satisfy or at least placate the community to a certain degree. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah. After the past 4 years of incremental, steady but incremental progress.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need something.
Okay.
More.
That's fair. That's fair.
I need something more.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah. Okay. We just brought in Execute. Execute is here. Execute, please forgive me. I've got a weird bug that's not allowing me to change names. But we know who you are, especially because of that red headset that I still want to steal from you one day. He's got his name up, but it's in reverse. But it's there. If you want to flip your video, can you flip your video?
I flipped it. Yeah, I can flip it.
All right, cool. Let me put your picture on top of the frame then, and then that way it'll make more sense. Let me do that for you. I can help you out with that. I think I can help you out with that.
Shit, there it is. Hang on. Boom, done.
There we go. Look at that. Look at that, man.
It's backwards in OBS now.
I love
anyway.
it. It's okay. Yep, you're good here though. Thank you for joining us, man. We're happy you're here with us, especially you and Algared. We have the Inforunner team here, which is
he's the better half.
In the house.
Yeah, he's the better half.
He's the better half. Okay. Yeah. Algared, I'm gonna go to you next. Yeah, Algared, give us your thoughts of what you for you personally. What do you expect to see? What would you like to see? And then talk about what do you think the community would pacify or make the community feel good about this CitizenCon?
Was it me?
You doing it?
It's on Algared.
You said me or X?
Algared.
Oh yeah, go Algared.
Algared.
Yeah.
Oh. I was thinking you were going to Execute because he just joined us and he was going to tell us who he was. But
I'm gonna let him do both when he comes to him. Go ahead.
All right. So I think with the 2 days, I'd like to see something on Squadron. I'd like to know where things are, and I hope we'd get some form of whether it's an announcement saying, "Hey, it's now feature complete. We're now finishing off. We're now moving into that beta phase." And I think we'll everything I see seems to say we're at that point. Yeah. They're talking, world tour for budgets and type stuff, and I really think that ties in with that idea of a launch.
Okay.
So there's all of that aspect. So I think we'll get something like that. I don't know whether we'll get an actual date, but we'll get a trailer. We might get a vertical slice. We'll get something. I'd also like to see information on server meshing. I'd love to know where we are, and I believe I have heard Chris has said we'll see stuff on Squadron 42 and server meshing. Now, if I recall correctly, I've heard that in the PTU at the moment, there's something that's being tested that would appeal to many people. That may lead to a solution to the server meshing. But yeah, they're the types of things I'd like to see. I'm never really too fast if things take time, because it takes time, it's better. In terms of CIG pushing the envelope, that is something Chris has always done. You look at Wing Commander. Wing Commander was the first game that really did the video cutscenes. And back in the day, when games started doing that, you used to buy a Sound Blaster card to put into your PC so you could actually listen to the audio properly.
That's right.
Now, these days, you don't have to do that because all motherboards come with that integrated onto the system. But back in the day, when Wing Commander came out, that was like as far as you could push the technology.
That's right.
And Chris has constantly done that. And so, for me, when I signed up, it was, oh, this is a Chris Roberts game. Oh, he's going to push the envelope. Yeah, it's going to take a long time. So, for me, I knew it was going to take a long time. I knew he'd push the envelope. The scary thing was, it may not make the goals he was after, just because the technology wasn't there. And so, we've constantly seen CIG grapple with and fight with that technological advance. Right. Some of you might recall the big maps, the 64-bit mapping. Why can't we have maps above 8 kilometers? Because after 8 kilometers of range, the desync was so great, you couldn't get accuracy right. The OG cracked that. Everyone said it's totally impossible. You can't do it. Blow that out the water. And so, time and time again, people would say, you can't do that. That's impossible. CIG have gone, done it. And so, I'm looking forward to those things. I'd love to hear more from Tony Z on the economy. I think that's a really important step we need to get as we grow the verse. I think and so they're the things I'd like to see. I think for the community really needs to see more professional loops completed.
Yeah.
Having pyro is just going to placate them for a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Having a jump point is going to placate them for a little bit. Having exploration tiered out and worked out is going to have it more advantageous. Be more advantageous. Having more well thought out quests will actually sort that out. It will help the community. And I don't think we've really got that sense at the moment. I think that's an area where we're lacking. Mining's good. Salvage is coming okay.
Mm-hmm.
Cargo is okay, but it's going to need more work because we've got the hull sea, which does massive cargo. So you need to rework how that's working. So those types of things are things I'd like to see, or I think the community will need.
Those are great. Thank you, Algared. Those are great. Again, as I just mentioned, we have Execute with us, and Execute, if you would just introduce yourself, let folks know what you do for the community, and then again, those questions to you as well. What do you personally want to see for yourself? And then what is at CitizenCon? And then what is something that you think would be good for the community?
I'm Algared's other half. We work on the Inforunners. We do everything from helping people with their fleets. We focus on ships a lot, don't we, Algared? But you know, we have a very big knowledge base because we've both been around in the game a really long time, and I don't know, I'm not good at talking about myself. We're both not good at that. Paul always talks about it. Paul's the marketing guy, but we also work with the other guys that are in front of us. So Paul or Astropub, Space Tomato, Loken. I'm probably forgetting a few in there. Badges, there's a few of us in there now. So yeah, Sears even came back. He was talking about coming back. He was in a show last week. So yeah, there's a few of us there. And yeah, just a group of content creators that kind of work together. And yeah. As for CitizenCon, I've written down things here because as I was listening. So to Jorunn's point about Squadron 42. God, I can't read my own handwriting. How bad is that? Yeah, right. Yeah, well, he mentioned pyro. We know the first plan for server meshing is actually static server meshing. So I think that is where you're going to get your pyro. You mentioned the ability to load into to pyro as a separate map. I think that's literally what it's going to be. It's going to be, you know, one server is standard and one server is pyro, and obviously with what we're seeing at the moment with the jump point, and I don't know if you guys have seen it last night, there's a mega station at the jump point.
Yeah, we heard about it. I haven't seen it yet, but we heard about it.
It's absolutely gigantic.
Really?
It's three stations connected together, and the middle one is almost like two stations, one on top of the other. So it's almost like four stations. It's very big, and it's got everything. It's got refineries, fuel, cargo.
They posted some photos into the Soul Citizens Discord.
Yeah, it's literally the first station I've seen that's got everything.
Wow.
Where everything else is like missing something. This has got everything, and I don't know if it's just because it's at a jump point or for defense or
that's
what.
It would be. Right.
But those of you that also
last chance before pyro.
The last gas station before you go, right?
There are literally signs that say that they're like last chance of guaranteed fuel.
Oh wow!
By the EUEE that have popped up.
That's cool.
But you guys remember the when they had the jump point the first time, they had these kind of like gate things down the side. Those gate things are there, but the actual physical metal stabilizer ring is not there, and the jump point's not there. But ironically, when you go through those two kind of gate things, there's like a space on the other side, like where the gate is physically meant to sit. So they've like just taken whatever the prime bits out that they don't want us to see yet are taken out. So yeah, I think you're going to get your wish, Jorunn, honestly. Especially with the first steps of static server meshing. I think that's what you're going to get.
Okay.
I wish I could read what I wrote there. Something about Squadron 42. Well, I'll share with what I shared with Algared. I had a realization when I woke up today, and what it was on the schedule. I was saying to Algared, why is there a coming soon on the schedule? It's the first time they've ever had that at ever CitizenCon, and it was the realization that they have to talk about Squadron 42.
Yeah.
So if they put that on the schedule, they're announcing that Squadron 42 is coming. So that's why they've delayed the schedule. Because I said more than likely there's a message or some kind of fanfare coming maybe from Chris himself, like a video or a intent for the chairman, but there is something coming before CitizenCon because they have to drop the schedule, but they're not just going to drop it and announce it in the schedule, are they? They're going to. So, and it was just. Go ahead.
Could you imagine a video from Mark Hamill or John Rhys Davies?
Absolutely. Or even a mini trailer about Squadron 42. It could be anything, but there's definitely something coming.
I think we'll get a trailer. I think we'll get an updated trailer because it's been since 2018 that we had a trailer. That was Austin. So
yep,
yeah,
5 years.
A very long time. And for those who saw the leaked internal trailer earlier this year, and very possible.
Well, that was the
something bigger.
That leaked trailer was. Do you remember when they did the internal trailer where they showed off what they'd been working on that year? That's what that leaked trailer was. It was just what they'd been working on.
Right.
But as for a trailer, we might get that before CitizenCon, or we might get that actually at CitizenCon too. Like I don't know where it's going to come, but there's something coming before CitizenCon is what I'm trying to say. Because why would they put coming soon on the event?
It's going to be CitizenCon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's some kind of announcement coming about Squadron 42. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no reason to put coming soon on an event schedule unless you've got something else to announce. You got to think it through logically. What we've never seen a coming soon on an event schedule.
Yeah, they're going to tell us something. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and it might just be when IC drop. Well, there's no IC now, but where IC would be, they might do a trailer or an announcement or something. There's something coming. I guarantee you. Between now and CitizenCon, there's some form of announcement because they haven't dropped the event schedule. It's that simple.
Okay. Cool.
So yeah.
I think they had coming soon on most of the previous event schedules because they're always last.
No,
I don't remember.
They've never ever done it before.
I don't
never
remember.
ever.
But maybe. Well,
and I've had other
point.
people check this, and they've already got back to me. I've three other people check it, and they've said no. There's no internet history that talks about coming.
Well, here's the thing, right? Chris did say, and he has articulated that this is going to be about 4.0. They've told us that it is going to be about Squadron and Pyro. So we do know that's it. And the question is going to be what level of detail that they're going to share. You know, I personally, and listen, like you said, no insider information here, because I'm trying to look at it both from the community side and the business side, because we all know that things like Gamescom are important if they want to introduce something to the industry. So the question becomes the timing between what they introduce to us as a community versus what they introduce to the industry. Some people feel they should let the community know first. Some people feel like, nope, it's going to be to the Gamescom because that's where it's really going to go out. We don't know what they're going to share, but I agree that they are going to share something. Something is going to come up, whether it's pre-CitizenCon or CitizenCon. Squadron 42 is screaming to be talked about at this point. I think we're all in agreement about that. You know,
and Griff, it's not just the level of detail, but it's also what we leave CitizenCon with that's actionable.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, to that point, I think what the community needs, and I think what I'm hoping, like with a really big hope of copium here, is I want that vertical slice demo. I want to. If we're gonna have a whole year of hype before this thing comes out, because from what we've heard, it's releasing at next CitizenCon.
Let me challenge you with this. Instead of hearing a vertical slice demo, would you be interested in Squadron 42? Fourth quarter 2024.
Well, I think we want both.
Well, I'm asking you to execute. I'm going to execute what he was saying.
Yeah, no, I
you
agree
want a
with
trailer with an
DVJ,
announcement date? You want a trailer and a slice and an announcement date, or would either one satisfy?
You got me looking up from my tablet with that one.
Well, see, my problem with a vertical slice is we got that before. I think people are looking for when it's something.
A demo is playable.
Yeah, I mean playable. Yeah.
Because if they make the demo playable, they're not giving you any new content.
Oh,
yeah. So exactly right. So you can see what progress has been made. It's playable. You can see what you're in for with the game.
I don't know if Chris wants to review.
It makes
that,
a lot
guys.
of sense.
I get it.
Again, it's just a side mission, right? So it doesn't ruin any of the story, and it's also one we've seen before.
I don't think I don't think the community's going to want it, guys. I hear you. I hear what you're saying. Where you're going to execute with something tangible, I just think that we got that before. I don't know if that's going to satisfy them. I'd love it.
It might be another side mission then, but the point is, it would be a mission that is not integrable to the story. I've remembered what I wrote down now.
Okay.
It was when Jorunn was talking about new people don't give a damn about Squadron 42, and I know that's not true in some cases, because when you actually sit down and explain them to people, and I've done this to a few other content creators that have said, like what Jorunn said, I don't give two damns about Squadron 42. When you sit down and actually explain to them what it actually means to Star Citizen, they convert very quickly. And a lot of it comes down.
Don't have that information until they're given that information.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
No, he's right in that regard. But once you actually explain what it means and how, and the easiest way to do this financially, right? You just say this is integral to the health of the business and the company, and you explain. The funny thing is, you go back and look at the original plan, and Algared will back me on this, right? We go back to, like, even before they dropped Death MS Spaceman, like a year or so ago, people thought we were lunatics because we were going back to this stuff from really ages ago. The plan has always been bring out Squadron 42 Episode 1, use that to fund Star Citizen, and then keep building Episode 2 and 3. And it has not changed.
Right.
And that's what they're doing. And it makes so much sense when you think about it financially.
Right. That makes sense. No, that makes sense. And I agree. I think something tangible for the community, because, you know, for some of us, for us geekheads, I've never been disappointed with Chris sharing the vision of the game. From the earliest Citizen Cons through, so much of this was about what he would like to see happen. Even when we saw the freaking sandworm at Lear 3, I didn't know what Lear 3 was. I didn't walk away with saying, oh, the sandworm's coming out next year. But there were a ton of people who did. You know what I mean? Once I found out that it was Lear 3 and I saw the timeline, I said, oh, well, that's not coming for a while. And I moved on. There are still people today beating the freaking drum about the sandworm. I'm like, guys, Lear 3 we are nowhere near Lear. That was a visionary thing. It was, and BBG, I think you were the one who said this on one of the shows. Everything else in that video we got the freaking Tusken outfits, we got the Ursa rover, we got everything else, we got the bike, we got the freaking javelin crashed on the planet. The only thing we didn't get was the dynamic weather, the sandstorm, and we didn't get the worm. And it's like people missed the other 8 things that we got out of that video, you know. So I agree with you, Execute. I think something that shows definite progress. I, like you, would love to hear, and I'm not saying CIG would do this, but God knows it'd be so cool to hear them say they ain't got to put like Starfield did 11/11/22. I don't need to see that. But if I just see a
holiday
Star Citizen,
2024,
that's what I need to see. That I'd be content with that. I'd be,
From what we've heard, it's going to be flexible.
They've got to project the date eventually, Jorunn. There's no way they could just launch it and not say when it's going to come out. I'm just saying, for me, I'd be happy if they said holiday 2024. I'd be content with
Griff,
that.
how much do you think the industry would laugh if they made another?
The industry laughs no matter what. That's the problem, BB. But here's the funny part about that.
Can't worry about that.
The industry, if you've noticed this though, a lot of those magazines that used to do all the ripping and ragging, they've been pretty quiet. Every once in a while, they'll drop a little something. Like when we crossed the 600 million line, all they said was CIG has raised 600 million. Because they're also having much more tangible evidence of the project no longer being a scam, and they're seeing progress regardless of how they feel about the process. They do see that this thing is actually coming into fruition, and they're not going to be stupid enough to leave themselves outside in the dark if this game, in their viewpoint, comes out. They got to leave the door open both ways.
They're also dialoguing with developers at Rockstar, and they're dialoguing with devs at Bethesda, and they're dialoguing with devs at CD Projekt Red, and they're having these conversations. I'm aware directly of reporters from a couple of major outlets who have asked around with these other projects about Star Citizen, right? And what they're finding out is these devs absolutely respect the scope and scale and difficulty of what Star Citizen's trying to do. Algared said it earlier, is that, or maybe it was Jorunn, that they are trying to do 5 brand new things at the same time, and that's going to take some time. Right? That's going to take some time. I mean, and Rockstar executed on Red Dead Redemption. They're talking to them about GTA 6 and how hard it is and how long it takes. Right? And now on the consumer side, we're seeing it with how long did it take for Starfield? We have devs in Starfield that say they've gone back to 2013, 2014 on that project. And you see that, Bethesda really was doing a lot of what they already did. Right?
Starfield. Let me jump in real quick on Starfield on your point you mentioned. There was an article from Todd Howard, and again, guys, we're not putting no hate on Starfield because a lot of us are playing Starfield and we have Starfield. But we want to talk about, to Jorunn's point about it earlier. Todd Howard said that they got halfway through the project, 3.5, 4 years through it, and he said, his quote was, "Now I know why nobody makes games like this." Out of $300 million in 7.5 years for them to do this, that was his response to it. And the game is, and to Jorunn's point again, it's a good game. And I said this earlier, you heard me, BBG, if you love Bethesda games, if you love story, you'll probably thoroughly enjoy it. But if you listen to what people are pushing back on about it, other than the quote unquote time it takes for things to pick up because people feel it's a little slow in the beginning, but it's a good game. But the other thing that's there that exists in that game is that it was not what some of the marketing said. You said the words earlier, Jorunn, groundbreaking, next level, blah, 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 blah. When you start using those terms with gamers nowadays, it can't be just rhetoric. And I think that's where some of the disappointment may have come from. Creation 2 engine only did so much. And they did do some new things that they had never done before, but there's a lot of things in there that people maybe were looking for that they just didn't get. So what? There's loading screens. We got so many games with loading screens out there. That's not a big thing.
But the said there were going to be loading screens.
Right, but the expectation.
I think the community.
I mean, there are loading screens every 3 feet, though.
Yeah, I think that's the expectation.
I think the community and content creators overhyped it based on things that Todd Howard did not say. Because I in becoming an armchair developer follower student, as we all have here with this project, I have really watched what Todd Howard's been saying about the development of Starfield and what Sven has been saying about the development of Baldur's Gate 3 and their process and what they could and couldn't do, and what led up to being able to do the games that they're doing. And Todd Howard was very clear on there's going to be loading screens. It's procedurally generated small areas. And there's a lot of things that he never promised that people were saying. It's like, this is going to be the Star Citizen killer. It's like, no, they're making Skyrim in space. He was very clear, and it is. And it's great.
He was very clear, Jorunn, but there was some marketing speak. And I'll give you an example of one of them. And we're going to move on because I got to get you guys' opinions on this next topic. One of them was there was a content creator who made a video of flying from Earth to Pluto. I don't know if you guys saw it. It took her 7 hours to get there. And some of it was based upon when Todd Howard said, see that planet? You can go there. He did not lie. He did not lie. She got in the ship, 7 hours, she got to Pluto. And as soon as she got to Pluto, the lights of the ship reflected off the surface and she went right through it and there was nothing there. So some people will say that, oh, he lied. No, he didn't lie. It was there. She flew there, right? So, there is a little bit of playing around a little bit there, especially if you come out of Star Citizen. But that's neither here nor there. It's still a great game. It's still a lot of fun, and people are thoroughly enjoying it. I hear the side missions are better than the main mission, but I could be wrong about that.
I'm avoiding the main mission. 100%.
Really?
The side missions are fantastic.
They say side missions are great.
All the missions. Yeah, all the missions are Bethesda rich.
Yeah.
Right? All of it. The main mission, the side missions, it's all Bethesda rich. But recognize that it is not reaching for what Star Citizen is reaching for.
It's not, the aspirations aren't the same, right? It's not.
It is not.
Yeah.
Right.
Totally different.
Star Citizen say you can go to the planet. You can go to the planet and you can land on the planet and you can go around it. But even that was something that grew out of, big hopes and ambitions.
Well, let's go back.
Chris Roberts went.
Algared, you were around back then. Execute, you were around back then. Originally, Star Citizen was going to be the same way Starfield was. You were going to pull up on a planet and request a landing, and you did nothing. It was going to.
You would be take you down.
That's right.
And
right.
I can remember
Freelancer.
when People to Planet came out.
Yep.
I can remember People to Planet, and I can remember Chris saying, "This is what I hoped we'd be able to do in 4 to 5 years' time."
That's right.
Well, it's been 4 to 5 years, Algared. I think they've done it.
Yeah, but at that point, the Crytek engineers, they'd come in and they'd said, it was like it felt like they'd been given a free rein to show us what you can do, and they went, "You beauty," and they just changed. I think they caused the game to have to be rewritten.
Absolutely. Absolutely, it did.
Because they just blew out the code and just
Answer the
showed
call 2017.
Changed everything.
Yeah, it did.
Just think about everything we can do on planets now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It did change it.
All that.
Yeah.
Right.
Algared, you're absolutely right. It did change it. Let's jump into this next section here. We're gonna have some fun now. We've been in the deep conversation about the psyche of CitizenCon. I want to pull on these guys' brains here. I'm gonna start out up top. Let me go to Execute, since he was the last one who just came in. Execute, coming soon. We're going to cover these different ships, and I want your feelings and thoughts. Do you think any of these will be touched on, show up in a video, released within the year? Whatever you want to share about these. The Argo SRV, let me hit that one first. We'll go around the room on this one. SRV, any thoughts on it?
Yeah, that's coming in 321. It was in the notes.
Okay, so you're saying it's going to be
It's on
before
the
CitizenCon,
roadmap.
right?
It's on the roadmap.
Right.
No, it's on the roadmap.
I got you, but I'm saying, is it going to come out before CitizenCon, or you think they'll wait till CitizenCon?
Probably AIE.
Okay. Oh, AIE. Okay. All right. The expo. Okay. Algared, you SRV. Any thoughts about the SRV?
It'll come. It'll come when it's ready, but I think the notes say it's ready.
It's tractor beams, yeah.
Yeah, because
it's tractor beams. So it'll be when the tractor beams come in, it'll come in. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
because when they bring tractor beams in game to be functional on the Cutlass and the Taurus and the Caterpillar and the 315P.
Hull C.
And the Hull C.
You know one ship that nobody ever talks about? The Raft.
315P.
Yeah, 315P. I've heard him mention the 315P, but nobody ever talks about the Raft. And the Raft has got those 3 cargo boxes on it with a tractor beam, and I never hear them talk about it.
So we talk about the Raft a lot, and when we really analyzed that Raft when it first came out, it's a sky crane. You can actually, there's so much geometry on that thing. There is no way that thing does not extend out, and it needed the tech from the Hull C to do that.
Yeah.
And then once it extends out, those 3 cargo boxes, you can see at the back, the terminal that you stand at the window is a sky crane that you literally look over and lower it down. That's why it's a 2-person ship. One person's driving the ship and one's controlling the crane. And it's designed to unload specifically at ports, whole series of ships. It's not really a cargo ship, it's a sky crane.
Right.
And when you look at the Hull C, how many cargo containers wide are those spindles? Oh, 3. How many cargo containers wide does the Raft take? Oh, 3.
Yeah.
It's a stevedore ship for unloading and loading, helping load and unload.
And that's a part of Argo's law, yeah. Alfred?
Yep.
Agreed.
That's straight down Argo.
Agree. Jorunn, SRV. I know we've seen video. ISC has shown it in a hangar and everything else. And again, the tractor beam is probably one of the things that we, just don't have yet on it. And CIG does say that they want to put things out where we can use them. You think we'll see it by CitizenCon or IAE or before?
I don't think we'll see it before. We're only 3 weeks away. They had a post a couple of weeks ago saying it was going to be in a 3.20.x patch, and 3.21 is in PTU as we speak. So I don't know if it's going to be in the 3.21 CitizenCon patch or 3.21.x after CitizenCon.
Okay.
They're close.
They're close.
But I don't know if it's going to be CitizenCon.
Okay. BBG, any thoughts?
Never ask one questions.
We're asking just for the fun of it, Jorunn. Have fun. Okay, go ahead.
Soon TM.
Soon TM. There you go. I'll take that.
SRV and tractor beams will be discussed at CitizenCon, but the ship will drop at IAE. And what I look forward to, in a way, are the first 3 weeks of misuse of the tractor beams by malfeasance across the verse, the same way we saw misuse of medical. It'll be lots of fun and craziness before they tweak it.
Yeah,
but yeah, that's what happens.
It's most likely at CitizenCon we'll see a lot of those new ships that are coming in some kind of cinematic, like we've seen with other ships like 400i and stuff like that. So we'll probably see the X1, we'll probably see the Santoki I, we'll probably see a few of those in some kind of, demo.
We're gonna go over the ships. We're gonna go over the
yeah, well, no, I'm glad he's saying that, because that is what I was talking about, was that I'm not saying that they'll release them at CitizenCon, but I am saying, will we see a demonstration of them? Because that will be a time to show off. Yeah, preview them. Thank you. That's probably the best way to say it. Yeah. Crusader A1 and C1 Execute. Any thoughts about those 2 ships? And interestingly enough, when they first did this, it was the A1 that was coming out, and it kind of raised eyebrows because people felt like the cargo variant would have probably been the easier one to put out first. But a few weeks later, they announced that C1 was going to come out. So you got any thoughts on that?
Just this week, they found lines of code for bombing run missions in the code. So I would say, yeah.
Okay.
Asper is very much coming.
Yeah. It's a beautiful looking ship. Algared, I hate to ask, do you own a C1 or an A1?
Like he has to ask.
I know. I should ask how many, right?
I don't own a Cutlass Steel.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay.
That answers the question. Like
Okay.
that's
That's the answer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I don't own a Cutlass Steel.
Fair enough. Are you looking forward to seeing those ships come into the verse, though?
No. Well, yes and no.
Okay.
The E1 and the C1 kind of, to me, at least fit with what I consider Crusaders' lore and story and everything else. The A1 is an abomination, and I find that a company that was built on being humanitarian and putting most of their profits back into welfare of the Empire, to have weapons of have ships that are weapons of mass destruction is just an abomination. It's just an
do you mean that as a pun?
No. He's saying that's part of their. That is their lore. He's saying.
I'm joking.
Oh,
abomination.
A1. I missed that.
Yep.
There we go.
No, they are condemned to hell as far as I'm concerned. Yes, they are anathema. They are disgusting.
Yeah, they're oxymoron.
And I say the same.
But you still own one. You still own one.
I make the same complaint about the Ares as well. The Ares is,
interesting. That's
don't get Algared caught up with some more things. He'll go on for a long time.
Don't get him going. Okay, I won't get him going. Then Jorunn, let me.
He's very passionate.
Let me ask you this, Jorunn, since we kind of already know about the A1 and C1. Were you? I know you love the idea of origin and luxury, and the E1 is kind of moving into that area. Is that a ship that you would have loved to have seen? Or are you content with waiting along with like the Starliner?
I'm upset that it's the last one coming. I that's the one that I own, and I want it. I love Crusader. I love the designs. I love the Hercules, the Mercury. I like the Ares. I own an M2. I own a Mercury. I temporarily own an Ares. I'll probably get another one. I own the E1. Wanted to get a C1, but too much overlap there.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? Do you understand why the E1's not coming there?
No passenger gameplay.
Yeah, I figured just the gameplay's not there for the.
It's the AI. It's the AI. The AI is holding it up.
Yeah, the AI. Okay.
But we don't need to have the gameplay to have the ships. We've got the 600 touring.
It's
we've got 890s.
Yeah, but they've changed things. Like they literally say they don't want to put things in now if it doesn't have gameplay with it. Like that's why the whole seat didn't come in for ages, and the tractor beam stuff. Like the SRV's been sitting there since December last year.
Yeah, I heard that they want the E1, like they've been doing anything else, to be the first tier 0 of introducing AI in ships. So I heard that was kind of a holdup, but I wasn't sure if that was true. And maybe, but that's what I heard.
You can see there's going to be 3 clear runs of personal transport. Algared and I were kind of arguing about this on the weekend, weren't we, Algared, with the episodes about to come out. So you've got economic-based personal transport that's like the Genesis Starliner. You've got business, which is what the E1 is, because it's kind of more tailored. They even call it the executive, which is tailored at business. And then you've got the VIP, which is the top first class type of run of. So they're going to have different classes of transport for personnel as well. So
I'm excited for that gameplay. I just can't wait for that gameplay. We say Algared, I'm sorry.
You look at the E1 with its drink machine compared to say the Phoenix and the 890 jump with their full bar. Phoenix and 890 are your luxury. The E1 is basically your business class executive, and that's a nice differentiation. And then you've got your people movers like your steel.
Okay,
that's a drop ship.
That's the people mover. I love that.
Flying coffin. Flying coffin.
You have to look at it from a career progression standpoint. The E1 is your starter career progression standpoint of passenger transport, and then you've got the Phoenix or the 600 touring, and then you've got the 890 at the very top, and then you've got the Genesis Starliner as that mass transport 747 style. So you kind of work your way up in that career path, and there's a lot of people that are really excited about passenger transport.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
I like that.
Griff, I am.
Hang on, BBG.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Algared.
But I like the way that Jorunn's starting for passenger transport as the E1 executive. The math people, the masses, if I don't get a mention, it fits with his yacht club.
It's these, and then there's this one over here.
Yeah, I can't wait.
Well, no, I was just going to say that I have 2 minutes left before I have to go.
Oh, okay, yeah, buddy.
I want to stand tall for Dark Knight 75 of the Soul Citizens in saying that what we need in our gaming right now is both the Genesis Starliner and the E1 Spirit, so that we can have robust passenger gameplay. Even if AI isn't in, we can. I've seen streamers do how they would move about the systems without ships, and these ships can play a role in some of that as well. So let's get Dark Knight Genesis Starliner. Let's get him a Spirit E1
first
as soon as possible.
Let me correct you. Let me correct you about something. Dark Knight would spawn that ship and just sit in the hangar and kick his feet back and do this. And that's all he needs to do, okay? He doesn't need to transport anybody or anything else, okay? He'd be happy just to do that, all right?
Can I ask a question before Big Black goes? Because I want to, me and Algared got an episode that's coming out in about, 12, 14 hours from now, Algared. But I'm going to ask it in a really weird way. So what I'm going to ask, without asking about it directly, because I know certain people here don't like spoilers, but if there was a ship coming by RSI, would you expect it to be a small, medium, large, or capital? Like a new ship coming, what would you expect it to be? And BG, I'll ask you first because you got to go.
Okay, I'll answer this really quick. I would expect it to be a medium-sized ship, because we just got the Galaxy, unless it's the Orion. I expect it to be a medium-sized ship.
An unannounced ship.
Okay, medium.
Interesting.
And that's what me and Algared concluded as well. Yeah.
What size class do you consider medium? The 60 to 80
I was
meters,
about
so
the
it's
80 to 100 meters.
So it's actually in the code. They're basically rated on size, right? So so that would officially Algared, that'd be S3, yeah, from the top of my head. Yeah, so there's 6 pad sizes in game now, from S1 right through to S6, and it's in the code. And me and Algared have kind of moved a little bit from saying medium and large, but yeah, it would be an S3 size. So it's the same as essentially a Cutlass Freelancer or a Spirit competitor from RSI is what we're expecting at CitizenCon.
So let me ask you a question.
Execute, what is a Galaxy?
Smaller than a Connie.
Galaxies are large, as is a
so
Connie. A
smaller
Connie
than
is a large. So large is actually quite big, like it's got quite a variety in it, and then capital is even more of a large scale. And so basically the smallest large apparently on paper is the Apollo, but I think that's not correct. And the largest medium is apparently the Mole, but when you put them next to each other, the Mole is bigger than the Apollo, so it doesn't make sense. So I think some of them are going to get rejigged a bit, but obviously you get the biggest large is a Carrack. It's only 2 meters shorter than the actual pad. So you can go all the way from like an Apollo to a Carrack. That's quite a big scale just for one ship. But if you want to look at those ship sizes, people have put them up on Reddit and stuff. Like you can see the metrics of the pad sizes, and that's essentially, we know that CIG have started to work into metrics now, so it makes a lot of sense. Same thing with the jump points. Like they all go within these pad sizes, but also what can fit through jump points and things like that. It all makes logical sense if you think about it, because they can just code everything to a size. So yeah.
Let me stop for a second here. We are at $5,260. We're on our way to our $6,000 goal. So that means we're only $740 away. You guys been doing a great job today. Thank you all so much for your contributions. You have just made us very happy with all that we've done for this 12-hour live stream, including our special guests that have joined us to support us in this effort. We're going to try and hit that 6,000 mark tonight, guys. And if we do that 6,000 mark, we've got another giveaway that we're going to do. So keep that in mind. Let me go back to something execute real quick before I finish up the ship list. I know you're going to check out BBG. Thank you so much, brother. Have a good night.
BBG.
Okay.
Good to see you all.
Take care, brother. Do you and since you and Algared have had this conversation, when you say unannounced ship, does that include as unannounced, or would you consider this announced, that mining ship that RSI is supposed to be producing that's between the Mole and the Orion? So you consider that announced, even though
it's not officially announced, but we know it's coming because we voted for it. You know?
Right. Oh, right. But I'm saying that wouldn't fall into the category of what the question you're asking. That wouldn't be one of the ships that they could come up with, since you mentioned RSI.
One of the things that so obviously when we do a lot of this speculation stuff, we take everything that has been announced and kind of put it in. Like Algared will throw things, I'll throw things in, and whoever's else there will throw things in. And obviously the highest, most likely thing to be the largest ship. So like last year how they did the Galaxy, that's more than likely going to be the concept ship for this year that they show off at AIE, right? Because that's the top contender of the big ships that we know, but it could be something completely we don't know anything about, right? So you just take what you know and go, that's the most likely, but it could be anything else. You got to remember, when you're doing speculation, you've got to calculate that you could be absolutely utterly wrong.
Yeah.
So, but that's kind of where, Algared, you agree with that? I don't want to put words in your mouth, Algared. Would you kind of say...
When we're speculating and tossing ideas around, we literally go the ideas and we argue the point, and certainly the episode that's coming out, we did argue the point.
We got quite feisty. We get feisty. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know sometimes when Badger's there, he says, I don't like it when Mummy and Daddy fight.
Okay, fair enough.
But yeah, like we do get feisty, and we're passionate about where we're going, but it's never it's never
a hate. Like the next day we'll apologize to each other or whatever needs to occur. But that we don't have huge blow-ups often, but when we do, we realize we went too far or whatever, but we all know it comes from passion.
Yeah, it's all it is. It's passion. That's all it is. Yeah. That's great. Okay.
So yeah. I
go ahead.
Basically what Execute said.
Okay. Let me throw this at you guys real quick. We're going to skip a couple of these ships because we've got.
Well, I want to ask you guys, do you think there's, like, if you had a ship coming from RSI, I'd just like to know, do you think it will be a medium ship? Because that's what our answer was. And I'd just like to know.
Let me ask you a counter question. Is there a reason why you're focusing on RSI?
Because in the code, there is a Zeus Mark II.
Now, see, I heard about that. And, I didn't hear it was a Mark II. I just keep hearing people talk about the Zeus, and I said they're not going to.
So the original Zeus had 4 different variants, right?
Okay.
But it's a ship from literally 200 years in our future, which puts it in Star Citizen's 800 years in the past.
Right.
So if you think of it like a reimagining of an older ship, that's what we're expecting that's coming. There's a lot less ships in the medium bracket. That's why we think. Well, when you look at it, you've got the Apollo and the Mantis. They're the closest 2 ships to a medium.
Right.
There's no real official medium.
Right.
Right. And RSI being one of the oldest manufacturers, Algared will tell you they've been around for freaking ever.
Right.
They should have almost more ships than anyone.
Right. Right. And they haven't gotten the love. Everybody's
most used by people.
Yeah. And everybody's been saying that RSI's fleet is fairly weak, when it comes to that. So I get it now what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah. It's CitizenCon. It's RSI. Like, do the math. It's look how the Spirit came out last year, a medium ship. If you can only bring one ship out, you try and hit right in the middle because then it appeals to more people. Like, look what they do at AIE. They have a small ship, a medium ship, and a large ship because then it hits 3 different price points. Now, if you can only do one, you take the one in the middle, clearly. So that's why I think that's why they did the Spirit last year, and I think they'll do something similar again this year with an RSI ship. If the Zeus reigns true. And we talked to Paul about it. We got some lore of him. I went onto his stream and I was bombarded him with questions, and okay, so I'll tell you a little bit of what we know. We've been told that there is pictures of this thing, like people have seen it.
Oh,
right, and that there are variants in the works. Now that sounds like a Spirit S ship to me, because again, I'm literally giving the whole episode away, but if you look at variants, it's okay.
Don't give it away. You guys make sure you watch the Inforunners, okay? Because you fucking get this good information.
There's other so essentially, if there's variants in the works, if you go up to large ships, right, there's only the Connie and the Hercules series that have variants. So there's not a lot of variants up there. But when you come back down to medium, almost all those medium ships have variants, especially the Freelance, the Cutlass, and the Spirit, right? So that's what we're kind of talking about. So that made a lot more sense to us. And then also, when you put it up at the large, it's literally competing with the Connie, the Aquila, and the Phoenix. And the Galaxy, and the 400i, and the 600i. Because the other thing you got to take into note is if you read what the original Zeus was a short-range explorer.
Right.
And as Jorunn will probably tell you, short-range exploration is touring.
Yeah. That would be amazing.
And the funny, ironic thing is, you mentioned the E1, the Genesis Starliner. We think one of the variants is probably that, an economic-based personal transport, short-range exploration. So if you think about the Genesis Starliner is going between planets or even between systems, this variant of the Zeus, we think it could be the domestic one. Because you know when you walk into the starport, they have a domestic terminal.
Right.
So they need a smaller ship, don't they? Just like in the real world. We have like 747s that go internationally, and then we have like
737s, but you need something that's in between, like you said, the E1.
Yeah, you have the smaller ones,
and the Starliner,
like half the size,
and the Genesis. That would be a good niche to fill, because they are trying to do that, to make that progression that Jorunn talked about of moving through. That would be a great one. The Zeus 2, wow. You guys make sure you watch the Inforunners. I'm sure they're going to elaborate. Yeah, that's okay, but it's great. I mean, it's you've got some stuff there for us to think about. I think it's great. I got to get ready to wrap up in 20 minutes. Go ahead, Algared.
I was going to say, and if you do look at the early history of a Zeus, you find out that it was a short-range explorer. So, which is that touring idea. I think you may have mentioned that, but if you did, I missed
I did.
It.
Sort of.
I did see.
But can we get a quick?
Saying, RSI don't need any more ships. I think you're wrong. And then they're saying, what about Kruger? And yes, Kruger should have had, and this is where I often go onto a rant, they should have had the Ares. Because it was straight down their design,
that would have been cool.
Their design philosophy, but hey.
Can we get a quick answer from Jorunn, Fastcut, and yourself, Griffin, whether you think it's a medium or a large, though? I'd just like to know for my sanity.
Now that you've said
and even
that,
the artist.
I'll let Jorunn go first. Jorunn?
Yeah, I think medium always makes the most sense from an economic perspective. It's not a huge investment in development time. More of the people in the community can afford to buy it. There's not nearly enough medium ships in that class across a lot of different careers and a lot of different manufacturers. They've always needed to fill those in. They can get it out to the community faster. The big ships take forever, and we're not going to see the Galaxy for years and years. Sadly, one of my most look forward to ships.
Well, being straight defiable as well, the only straight defiable large we've actually ever got was the 400i as well. So,
well, that's a medium though, isn't it? Or does that
technically it's a it's a large, but it acts like a medium because it's got the similar facilities to the Freelancer, the Spirit, and the Cutlass. So it's a trait with a lot of it's a trait with a lot of Origin ships. They are bigger than they need to be. The 400i is one, the 600i is another.
Don't get me started. Execute on Origin, okay? You know you're gonna start hurting my feelings. Do not get me started.
And your feelings, like they're bigger and bravado than they need to be, and that's a part of their style. That's just stating a fact. I'm not having to go at you.
In the words from Star Trek: The Undiscovered Country, we need breathing room. Okay, we need some space on those ships. Okay. All right.
It's for all the smelly old farts, right?
Oh Lord, here we go. All right, let me get this last part down.
Medium or large, Griffin, real quick.
Well, let me get Fast Card in first. Fast Card, did you hear the question? Wait a minute, where's he at? Is he in here? Yeah.
He's there. I see him.
I'm here.
He's muted though.
Okay, there he is.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, I'm here.
Excuse me real quick. Colossal, I know you're in standing by. I need you to pop up video, buddy, so I can get you in, okay? Go ahead, Fast Card.
No, Jorunn makes some good plans. I was thinking it's probably going to be a small ship because they can sell a lot more and make more money that way because everyone can afford can purchase a small ship because that's I think depending on the ship, they make more money selling a lot of small ships than they do quite a few medium ships, and so you know how it goes. But it depends on the ship and what the role is, and anything but another light fighter. Please, TRG, anything but another light fighter. But yes, I think they probably make more money on a smaller ship. But if they, I mean, they didn't make a lot of money on the Galaxy, but that's partly because of all the hype the Galaxy had. Everyone thought it was going to be this, that, and whatever because of the not misinformation, but miscommunication based from the Galaxy. So, like I said, it depends on the ship. But medium or small, I think they would sell a lot of.
Okay. Fast Card, I need you to do me a favor. Can you copy the link and send it to the regular link? Send it to Colossal because my computer mouse thing is down on his computer and I can't send it to him.
Got it.
Thank you. And to answer your question, Execute, I think you gave a great argument for why you and Algared gave a great argument on why it could be a medium, especially coming from RSI. So yeah, it makes sense. It fits what they're trying to do. The transport ship coming out of that. I mean, they already got the transport thing with the Phoenix. For them to follow through on that further with a medium ship would sound good to me. I've got no arguments with that. I think it's a great hypothesis. I think
no idea what it looks like though. By the way,
yeah.
we because the original Zeus is a big Dorito, and we actually found another RSI Dorito. We'll talk about it in the episode, so I'll leave that as a cliffhanger for you.
Okay, cool. All right. Let me get you guys last thoughts on this because I've got less than 15 minutes to pull this off here. I'm going to skip over past the Storm because we know that's coming to Polaris. I'm not going to talk about, but I do want to talk about the Origins G12 and X1.
We know why.
We first saw, well, the reason why I want to talk about this. No,
why?
Yeah, just to stick it to you.
Why do you want to talk about those? The other ones are way more interesting.
Just to stick it to you. Okay, the reason why I want to talk about this is that we did see the X1 in the promo for the 400i, and there was some anticipation for it coming. CIG later on said that there were some issues with design, that they had to go back and do some things before producing it. But the G12 too, a promised vehicle that's supposed to go with the 600i, if I'm not mistaken. But your thoughts about that. I want to really talk about it more about the aspect of vehicles now. Do you think that CIG is going to start expanding? Because, we've heard about this stuff about roads and things like that. Do you think that's why there's been this rebalancing of vehicles? We're seeing more vehicles come out. The CIG may show something that starts to fill out this thing of why vehicles are important in the game. And I'll go to Execute first, then Algared.
I think, as the vehicles go, I think that's very much a Star Citizen thing, not so much a Squadron 42 thing. So yeah, absolutely agree with your kind of comment there about them expanding out vehicles. As for the G12 and the X1, for me, and I think Algared would kind of agree with our debates about these, is I think the special unique ability of those ships should be that they're an enclosed cab.
Yes.
So unlike the Cyclone, the G12 is always going to have this special place where if you're in a toxic environment, you can take the G12 and you want something faster than the Ursa, obviously. The G12 is going to have a place. It's a unique place, but it's got a place. And I'm hoping, well, me and Algared did talk about this, we hope that they would copy that onto the X1, and maybe that's what a part of the redesign was, hopefully.
That's interesting, yeah, because they could do that with a canopy because of the way it operates. That's interesting.
There's no bike that has that right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. Algared, what about you as far as the vehicles and CIG's development with the G12 and X1?
A couple of things. One, we know that in the monthly reports they have talked about nav mesh, so the navigational of the NPCs to be able to drive and move vehicles around the world. Two, we've also had the development of rivers, and when you think about a river and the things that go with rivers, that's a hop, skip, and a jump from doing roads.
Right.
Three, I think we do need more vehicles. The G12 is a conundrum. When it first came out, I thought, oh, this is a mid-range ship or mid-range vehicle in between the the small little tumbrils,
Cyclone,
and the Ursa. But when it comes out and it's announced, it's actually wider than an Ursa.
Yeah,
and
it's
almost
big.
It's huge, and it had less cargo, less people ability, and you go, what's it got for it? The only model of the G12 that really made any sense of that wide base as well was an off-road racer. All the others are just why have them? Because the Ursa does it better, and it fits better. into every other ship.
That's my concern. Yeah, that's not going to fit in a 600 if I'm looking at the dimensions on it. It's like it's too wide. Am I right?
It will now because the 600 now holds a large.
Oh, that's right. They expanded the new one. That's right. I forgot about that. Okay.
But that was always the issue. Yeah, you know, if you're going to make it the same size, at least make it comparable.
Yeah. Yeah.
But it was in many ways it was bigger and didn't have the same to offer.
Right.
Except as a racer, where that wide, if you've got that wide base, that's going to give you more stability when you're going around. Whereas a lot of the smaller ship vehicles, if they're going really fast, would roll. So that's one advantage I could see with certainly the wider base. But to me, it ended up being, it felt twice the size that it should have been. And I know that sounds really, really weird.
I totally agree. It's a terrible design.
You know, so I'd hoped it would be in the middle, and yet it was basically another Ursa, and that for me just meant, yeah, I've got it, but kind of wish I didn't.
Yeah. Well, I'm curious to see what it turns out to be. I'm a big Origin fan, and I'm not saying that Origin can't make any mistakes. I am just as curious about the G12, or have concerns about the G12. The X1, I have never had a problem with. I know that I've been anticipating it, but I figured we would not get the X1 because I think Space Tomato was on earlier talking about the fact that the Gravlev had not been perfected and there's still some issues. And my attitude was, until they get Gravlev perfected, that it's working at optimum 100%, the X1 should not come out because it is perfection. How about that, Execute? I'm throwing that at you. Okay, so
a bike's a bike. Like, what's there to stuff up with? There's not much to it, is there? Any of them, really.
I know. I'm just messing with you.
And I think every ship in the game, and Algared will say this whenever I talk about any ship, including Origin, they all need to have their unique little place. And like a lot of people seem to think I hate Origin. I just want them to do more.
Yeah, I know you don't. And believe me, I think that everybody who looks at those ships, the question is, and even those of us who quote unquote love it for the aesthetics and everything else, there is that thing is, what is CGIG going to produce to make these ships? You know, we can dream about what we want them to do, but I'm very much curious about what does CIG see as touring? What do they see as exploration? Because those are still some vague statements out there. They've given us bits and crumbs, but we still don't, like science. Fast Card talks about this all the time. We hear about science. What is science? What does that mean in Star Citizen? And so we're all going to be anticipating where they're going with this stuff.
There's so many unknowns in this game.
Yes.
Me and Algared talk about it all the time. Like, real simple one that we can just test on just besides science is agriculture.
Yes. Yes.
Like that's all. Like, where does that go? Just plants, animals, raising farm animals. That leads into hunting, collecting animals and hunting. Like, there's so much they've never talked about. Like,
absolutely.
And we could talk about it for hours.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's great stuff. That's great stuff. Okay, we are just a few minutes away from getting ready for our regular 7:00 show, but I do want to give some time to our guests. I do want to also emphasize where we are right now with our fundraising. Right now, we are at $5,260. Once again, we are $740 away from our next goal of $6,000. If we get to $6,000, we will give away an RSI Polaris with LTI tonight. So we still got a little bit of time. You guys still have time to be able to bring us up to that $6,000 mark, but you've done an outstanding job getting us to where we are today. I want to give some special shout outs to our guests who are here, to Jorunn, to Algared, to Execute. Why don't you let Jorunn, I'm going to start with you. Tell people where they can find you. Thank you, is it Lameo? I'll make sure I'm saying that name right. Lamad. Thank you so much for that sub. Jorunn, let folks know where they can find you in the Star Citizen community.
So every Wednesday night on Twitch, YachtClubBC for Bar Citizen. We do our show at 10 p.m. Eastern time, a little bit late, and then I sometimes stream, not in a while. I need to get that going again on Twitch under Jorunn SC for Star Citizen. YouTube, I think is Star Citizen Jorunn, and Twitter is Jorunn SC also. So various permutations of that. I'm all over the place. And
Jorunn, you were doing Saturday Shenanigans, right? Weren't you doing Saturday Shenanigans?
Yep. We do group events in the verse on Saturdays, some other nights with the Yacht Club and the Yacht Club Discord. We've got a super busy Discord, and we actually have a channel that spans about 15 different Discord servers amongst affiliated groups. So pretty broad and diverse and lively community there. People talking about all kinds of nerdy things and whatnot. Yeah, we have a good time. Going exploring, doing Star Marine, doing Arena Commander, lots of different stuff.
Awesome. Thank you, brother. Thank you for being here today. I know it's a lot for you running on the weekends and stuff. We appreciate you being here.
Thanks for having me on. It was great fun.
Yeah.
Before you leave, we have your character done.
Are you done?
Oh yeah.
Oh, look at that. I didn't even know you had the full screen version up there. There you go.
Yeah. So yeah, we got kind of like the nice creased pants. Very simple, but they have some accent lines on them. I went with another simple top here. Got the Origin Jumpworks pint glass. And we got a little yacht club patch on you. I think it might say Jorunn on your shirt. I'm not quite sure, but yeah, this is you, buddy.
Now let me ask you a question. Is it any way possible that you can kind of, not tonight, but in your own leisure, pull that together? Definitely give Jorunn his glasses. I think he needs to have this distinctive
Do you want
look.
That was the other question that I was going to ask.
Ask him. Does he want the glasses?
Because in the future, you know, you could have like cybernetic implants.
Oh,
you might not have it. You might not have glasses at all. You know, it's the
He'll
future.
have a monacle.
The monocle. Oh, the monocle. You got to give him his monocle.
Cigar.
His
cigar. You know what? You DM me what you're interested in terms of edits to this. I'll send you what it's like as it is now.
We can't wait to see it. We can't wait to see it.
Sounds great, man.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Execute. Thank you for the stuff you sent. You know I'm going to be looking at this stuff. Give us a little bit about where we can find you guys with Inforunners.
Algared, you do it because I'm terrible.
We are Inforunners.com. I think.
No, we're not. We're YouTube. Inforunners on YouTube. Okay, he's terrible at it too.
There you go. Hey, sorry. That's right.
Inforunners on YouTube. We basically, we stream on Friday our time, Thursday in the up over, and yeah, we basically talk about the game. We do things like fix my fleet. We do speculation. We talk about our main focus, like the most of the time that people watch us, is at the sales, because we give financial advice, and not a lot of people feel comfortable doing that. We've had a few people spring up over recent years and try and do it as well, which is good, because the more people, like me and Algared, feel like we've actually got the word out now. Like, you don't need to spend as much money as you do.
Yep.
You can save a lot of money doing this and get things for a lot cheaper. So that's all we ever wanted to do, was help people and
learn
save people money.
Let me say this too about Inforunners, guys. It's not just about the finances. They also understand the lore of the game and the direction that the game is going. They help you refine your fleet so that it moves more toward what it is you want to do in the game. I hate to even tell these guys this story. I had somebody in my org one day tell me that they were very upset because they went out and bought the exploration pack, and after they bought it, because they saw the Carrack, they were upset because they found out they couldn't do mining with it. Okay, so look at Execute's face. So yeah, he bought the pack, not just the Carrack. He bought the whole pack, and I was like, oh no, don't stop. So listen,
Algared and I often talk about back in the day, people going, I can't wait to go out in my Hornet and mine. Like, we laughed about that. Because that was that was a thing back in the day. They were saying that you could actually mount mining lasers to your ship. That's all changed.
I remember.
Yeah, it's all changed.
Yeah. Well, anyway, you guys tune into them. Or Execute, what time are you guys on? Because your time zone is different. We want people to know roughly what time you all are in, as far as US Eastern time.
So we start streaming about 2 p.m. US time, I think, is, we try to stick to that, but it moves a little bit with daylight savings. So, Algared, this week I think we don't have to get up until 7.
Lovely.
We don't have to get up at 5 a.m. We get up at 7 now because of daylight savings. That's good. We're back to the good times, and that also means badges can.
I think we start at 7.
But it also means badges can come back now. So I have to get on to badges.
So the hours are better for you guys now.
Well, yeah, 6 months of the year he can't join us because his hours are so
bad. Yeah. Well, listen, you guys tune into both YachtClubBC on Twitch. Check out Inforunners on YouTube. Great information.
And Twitch. We're on Twitch as well.
Oh, on Twitch too. Okay. I tried to do a shout out and it didn't go through. I'll have to go back and try it again. But yeah, definitely check them out. Okay. And guys, thank you again for being here. We really appreciate you guys making the time to be with us. We got to have you guys come back. We just got to make sure it's a reasonable time for our Australian friends, because I know it's murder otherwise.
This is pretty fine. Like, it's 11 p.m. for us right now.
Okay,
Yeah.
we'll figure out something
I
again.
just wanted to comment before people leave that it looks like Brady Bunch on the OBS Ninja window. So Algared is in the middle right now. So yeah. I just wanted to give a shout out to that. I just
Did you just call him old?
that so many people are participating in there.
All right. Thanks, guys. We really appreciate you guys being here, okay?
See you guys next time.
All right, guys. Have a good
Bye.
night. Okay. We are getting ready to go into transition. As they depart from the room, we're going to bring in some new faces. Just bear with me as we do this, and we're going to run a plug also as we get ready to get set up. We've got Colossal, we've got GoMob, and we have a very special guest for the first time joining us today. AngryPCTech is going to be joining us today. He was on with Paul Shelley's show yesterday with Fastcard, and Fastcard says, hey, this guy would be great to have on our show. And he, in a very generous way, said, yeah, sure, I'd love to come on with you guys. So we're going to be bringing him on too. We had a certain theme for the day that we're going to talk about in a second. Abdi, you're ducking out too, right? You're on your way?
Yep, I'm heading out at 7, yeah.
All right,
Thanks,
my
guys.
brother. We appreciate
it.
you doing the hard work, man. Putting in the hard work, hit your nose to the grindstone there.
And we made it happen. 2 hours, baby.
We did. We got it going. Thank you, bro. All right, thanks, man. All righty, there goes Abdi. He's leaving, and he's going to take his artwork along with him so that we can continue to move on. FC, why don't you
drag people down?
Yeah, you could drag people down, but I need you, while I'm getting video in, I need you to start talking about St. Jude a little bit, or talk about what's been going on. Did you go take a nap? Did you go eat? What did you go do?
I took a nap and I ate a little bit, but yeah, you asked me to come back at the last hour, so I wasn't sure if you meant the last hour now or the last hour in
Well, yeah, well, it's up to you. I was trying to let you get some rest because you had been hustling so doggone long, and I just figured as long as you came at the end, I think Yo-Yo's going to join us later too, so that's all I was
plus
worried
you're
about.
having issues with the keyboard, so I figured I might help out there too.
Trust me, I do appreciate that. Believe you me. In fact,
so I'll talk about St. Jude while you're setting people up.
Okay, that's cool.
All right, so yeah, we were doing the fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Right now we're at $5,260. We need $740 to reach another next milestone. We give away the Polaris, correct?
That's correct.
Correct. Okay, cool. So I do want to thank all the people who had donated today. I think we started at around 3,200. And we reached over 5,200 now, so I think we gathered around $2,000 so far today. So that's not more than I expected, but it's about what I hope. But I know we can do more. So if you can keep donating, please do, and we appreciate it.
Yep, we are doing just fine. Okay, we've got a bunch of folks here. Let's start plugging some folks in. Let's get our guest in. Let's see. We're going to do a commercial spot in a moment, guys, so please bear with us here as we do this.
I look rough, man. Do I look all right? Is the camera okay?
Oh no!
Yeah,
No, that's too big.
You look good. Oh no, I won't leave you that big. Don't worry. I'm not gonna. I won't.
Don't flatter him. He's from Georgia.
I will not do that to you. No, that was AngryPCTech. His image came up like 10 times big on the screen. He was like, "No, don't make me that big." He was like,
"Oh, we got a whole bunch of people coming back in for this one."
I know. That's what I said. I've got like a ton of people here this time, so I'm trying to.
So you actually don't need me. I can go and take a nap.
Well, I know. That's why I was not trying to stress you out. But no, I'm glad that you're here because I do need the help. You know what? To be honest with you, yeah. I think I can run the show without. Yeah, I can still run the show, even though I've got this weird bug thing going on. Let me just bring people in without bringing them all the way down because.
I'll let it go, bro. She's gonna say I'm free.
Yeah, no. It's not that I don't need people. I'm having a tech issue. This has nothing to do with you guys. I just need to do something here that's kind of a pain in the behind, but I'm gonna get.
If Fastcar's going to stay, I need to know so I can go grab my bottle of
bourbon. You might want to. You might want to go get the. You might want to get the tall bottle at this point, brother.
That's why I already brought something on just in case.
You're already.
Well, dang! I'm feeling the love, folks. I'm feeling the love.
Yeah,
okay, I see how it is.
You might as well bring us all a drink.
We just need to drink when you're.
Don't worry, Fastcar. Don't worry, Fastcar. I'll be your cheerleader on this one, Fastcar. I got the daggers.
AngryPCTech, we were on yesterday on the After Pub. You didn't need a drink on anything yesterday, did you?
No.
As a matter of fact, I almost made you spit stuff out. I didn't know it because you're laughing so much.
Yeah, AngryPCTech.
Shenanigans.
All I gotta tell you is stick around. Trust me, you'll be reaching for that bottle real soon.
No, I got the rum already ready in the cabinet with some moonshine next to it, so we're good to go if it gets that bad.
Because Fast Cart Unleashed is going to be more than you bargained for. That's all I can tell you. All right. So we've got everybody in now. I think we still have Yo-Yo who might show up a little bit later. But I think we got everybody, right? Are we good?
We do. Jay, are you here for the show or are you just hanging out?
No, she's just hanging.
No, I'm on the schedule.
Oh, you're on the where's? Oh, you know what? That's right. I don't have your picture. That's why I'm looking around. Like, that's why I kept feeling like I'm missing somebody.
This is why you need me, girlfriend. This is why you need me.
It is. You're absolutely right. That's why I need you. You're darn tootin'.
First time I was on time.
Let me get the picture.
Yes.
Let me get
the
picture.
I'm sorry, Griff. I really have to go ahead and say hello to Kitten Mittens. Of course, go Noles, go Florida State, go Noles. Thank you so much.
Oh, God.
All the love for FSU. Florida's in the house. Florida's in the house, boys.
Here we go. Got to be tormented with this stuff now.
What?
Where's this Jade picture? He's OP. Is it under images, maybe? Jade, I may.
And by the way, we do appreciate everyone being here.
You don't have to. We can start without it.
Nah, girl, please. I'm gonna have you represented. You must be kidding.
Okay, all right.
I know it's in here. I just don't know what I did with it. This mouse thing is killing me. I don't have my image.
There's no poor gators. We don't say poor gators up in here. Are you serious?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
What?
Gang, don't say Colossal off. You know better.
It ain't just Colossal. Look at Georgia here. I mean, we got Georgia right here too. So I'm not the only one that's talking about poor gators.
Yes, gators are poor.
I'm so sorry. My condolences. Bless your heart.
Where is her picture? This is unbelievable. All right. Okay. You guys hang in here for a second. FC, do me a favor. Can you
sir.
Oh, there it is. No wonder. Jeez, wrong place. I downloaded it in emergency last time, and I didn't move it to where it's supposed to be.
It's all right. It's okay.
You know, when we did the last show and you didn't have your anime thing, so I forgot I had rolled it differently.
Because they changed the software on me at the last minute.
Yeah, but you're in now. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have everybody here joining us today. We're going to take a quick break and look at a little video about St. Jude. As you guys know, we're getting ready to start our show for today, which is a little different spiel. The title for this show is Can Citizens Fix Star Citizen? And we are going to be talking about several subjects around that. Maybe some of these subjects are going to be things that you're not expecting. We are going to talk about the game from a technical standpoint, which is one of the reasons why we're excited to have AngryPCTech joining us, because he works in that field and he can share some great insights, I think, for all of us. But we're also going to talk about some things that are maybe not so tech-based in relation to Star Citizen. But before we do that, we are going to watch another video. This one's a little bit longer, so we just want you to relax. It's going to be about maybe a 4-minute video, but I think it'll be a good video for us all to watch in relation.
I am very happy to be here.
Thanks for the follow.
To St. Jude Children's Hospital. Thank you for that follow. We appreciate that. Very quickly, again, we're at $5,260. If we reach our $6,000 goal before the end of the night, which is in 2 hours, we will give away, what did I say we were going to give away at $6,000? Fast Cart, what was it on the list?
The Polaris.
You're going to give me a Polaris.
Was it the Polaris?
The 6,000, yeah, right?
No. We're supposed to do the Polaris now. We're supposed to do the Polaris now. The Polaris is now. Yeah.
Oh, the Polaris is now.
Yeah, the Polaris is now. Look on the list.
The $6,000 is the Kentucky Iron Saber.
Okay, that's the $6,000, right? But we're going to do the Polaris now. So, yeah, let's do that now. Give me a second here.
Okay.
Let me close this giveaway.
You can enter.
Yeah.
Got to be a way for me to participate in this.
You have to resign your position. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I've been waiting,
I
been
know
waiting for
you
years to
have
participate.
Yeah, well, this
Still
is the
can't
one.
participate.
No. This is the one you can't. You weren't here earlier.
Ooh.
The
I am very happy to be here.
our angel donor made it that if I did this giveaway, that all the Soul Citizens were available to join in on it.
Oh,
Okay.
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 Wait, so we can join?
Yes, this one you can be in on. Look at they're in shock.
Uh-oh.
It
y'all.
hasn't started,
They're in
folks. It hasn't
shock.
started.
They're
It
in
hasn't
shock.
started.
They're totally
Don't
in
enter
shock.
yet. It hasn't started.
They are
I guess
totally
I'll
in
accidentally
shock.
press enter.
They are totally shocked. So this is what I need to do. I need to get this set up. I'm going to start the timer for it. But you guys give me a moment here because I've got to make sure I've got the right thing in place for the giveaway thingy. Okay, which I do not have in place. Okay, let me do that now. That's the RSI Polaris, right?
Yes, correct. Polaris.
And I think that's a CCU. It is. It's a CCU RSI Polaris with LTI. Okay. And everybody gets a ticket for it. If you're a subscriber, you get twice the opportunity. All right, and that has started.
Soul team member, you got 3 times the opportunity.
No, I didn't say all that. I did not say all that. All right, and the RSI Polaris is going.
Thank you for the subscription.
Thank you for the
Wow,
sub. Yes, thank you.
Thank
Exclamation
you.
point ticket.
What is it, Griff?
Exclamation point ticket. Exclamation point ticket if you are in for the RSI Polaris with LTI. I think the melt value on it is $745 if I'm remembering correctly, if you decide that you want to melt. But that is a expensive ship. So if you are interested, exclamation point ticket.
Oh, you know why I'm excited.
Point ticket. Yeah, if you win, I'm gonna cancel this doggone thing. I know.
Right?
Okay. All right. So let's watch this video while you guys are punching in exclamation point ticket, and then we're gonna come back and get things going. We'll do the giveaway, and then we'll do a little bit more talking. Here we go. By the way, guys, audio is live, so don't avoid talking while this is going.
Azalea is my world. Everything that I do it with Azalea at the forefront of my mind. Azalea just... Azalea is my heart.
We were just a typical family going along in Jamaica, and our lives just changed instantly, just like that. Azalea is just the perfect, happy, go lucky 2-year-old. Nothing keeps her down ever, but we saw an unusual growth growing from Azalea's body. We took her to the doctors and she was formally diagnosed with cancer.
I sat there speechless for 10 minutes. Everything just became dark.
It's the worst thing you could possibly hear. They were trying to tell us what her treatment would be like there in Jamaica and what the process would be like.
Everything in Jamaica is expensive, especially medical care.
They were telling us you would have to go and buy the chemotherapy yourself. It's something you would have to buy up front.
So mentally and financially it was a strain.
Not all the chemotherapy drugs are available through insurance.
It was gonna be hectic.
On top of hoping that it's available and hoping that you can pay for it and knowing that she has to be in the hospital, it was just a really scary experience. One of the first things we said to our doctors when we got composed, we said, how do we get her to St. Jude? It was such a scary 8 hours of traveling, but we knew we were at the right place.
I do remember the day that I first met Azalea and her family. They were obviously devastated. Because of the research, because of really the resources we had here at St. Jude, I was able to look at this family at their utmost time of grief and say,
we can fix this. Those were her exact words. We just knew that when she said that, it was true. That alone makes my heart smile. It really does make my heart smile to know that she's gonna get through this.
Azalea has a tumor called rhabdomyosarcoma. Her case is quite unique because of the location of her tumor. We were very fortunate that Azalea was able to come here to St. Jude because we were able to provide a very specialized surgery for her. In fact, the first surgery that was ever done here of this type at St. Jude.
After 16 weeks of chemotherapy, she was totally cancer-free, and it was the best news we could have ever heard.
Azalea is one of those cases where we were able to provide very specialized care here at St. Jude. This is going to allow her to grow up, be a normal child. We're incredibly thankful for that.
When I heard that she had a tumor, I thought I had lost it. All I was seeing was darkness. When I came to St. Jude, that's when I started to get back some light in my life.
Azalea, for me, is a special place in my heart. I see this really excited 3-year-old. I see the future. And I see a girl who is determined, incredibly intelligent, and I'm just really thankful that I got to be a really small piece of where she's going to be in life.
On top of having the first class, best care, all of your needs are taken care of so that you can zoom in and just focus on this child.
I'm just looking forward to her growing up as a normal child, having fun, going to church, going to school, going to the beach, being a child and me being the best dad I can be.
St. Jude saved her life, and it saved us as a family. And for that, we'll be forever grateful.
All right, this is why we do it, to be able to help families and children who are dealing with cancer. And you guys have stepped up and done an outstanding job. We are at $5,260. That puts us $740 away from reaching our goal of $6,000. And whatever you've given so far, we truly, truly appreciate it. We know you guys have sacrificed. Some of you have actually given more than once over the last couple of months that we've been doing this. This campaign does not end today. This campaign will run all the way until CitizenCon weekend. October 22nd will be when we wrap this up. And we want to reach as close to the goal, if not exceed the goal of $10,000, and you guys can help us do it. If you've given, once again, we appreciate you. If you can't give, we understand. All we ask is that you share the information, let other people know about what it is we're doing. They may not be into Star Citizen, but more than likely they do know about St. Jude Children's Hospital, I'm sure. Don't underestimate that $5, $10, or even $100, whatever people can give, they will give it. And we really appreciate you guys spreading the word. So that's that on Azalea. Here we go, gang. We are 94 entrants. 94 folks have jumped in. We are 4 minutes and 13 seconds into the giveaway. At 5 minutes exactly, which is in 42 seconds, we are going to push the button, and one of you will be the winner of an RSI Polaris. Don't forget to type in !ticket if you are interested in this particular giveaway. We really appreciate our angel donor who has graciously and generously given toward this program, this campaign that we've been doing for St. Jude Children's Hospital. Soul citizens are here. Let's get ready to punch it. Let's see, who do we have? Let's use our guest. First time here. Let's introduce our guest, AngryPCTech. Thank you for being here. Thank you for making the time. 2 shows back to back, yesterday and now today. But we appreciate you accepting our invitation. How are you tonight?
I'm doing absolutely wonderful. My wife is in the kitchen cooking something that smells absolutely delicious. Ooh. So I'm passing that up to be here. Steak, potatoes, shrimp. It's going to be cold when I get off the air.
Well, listen, if you want to eat it on the air, we won't be mad at you because I wouldn't pass up that meal either.
Wouldn't either.
But since you're here and this is our first time here, we're going to ask you to give us the countdown from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then we're going to pick our winner. So let me close this giveaway out. Giveaway is closed, and whenever you're ready.
All right. 5, 4, 3, 2. What was it we're giving away again?
We're giving away in his radio voice an RSI Polaris with LTI.
All right. I guess you can go ahead and push the button 1.
Push the button 1. Here we go. Boom. Illusion. Illusion X. Are you here? Illusion. Illusion.
Got a 1% chance to win.
Are you here?
Congratulations. You got
it's
that.
Not bad. Let's see if they're here. Maybe they went to the bathroom or something. I don't know. Maybe they stepped away. They probably said, "Oh, I'm
Sounds
not
like
gonna
one of my
win."
my stream.
They probably said, "I'm not going to win. Let me go get something to drink."
It's at 30K.
God. Yeah, the name hasn't popped up yet. Uh-oh.
You gotta chat. You gotta say something in chat.
There it is. There they are. Googly moogly. Wow,
Yeah.
I can't believe I won. Yes, you won. Excellent.
Believe it, I can believe I lost. Never win these things.
Yeah, well, I will tell you once again, our donor has made it very clear that they wanted all of the Soul citizens to have an opportunity to win this. So, Illusion X, thank you for being here and congratulations on your win. Please know that you have to send us an email to soulcitizens with an S at the end at gmail.com. Soul, S-O-L, soulcitizens@gmail.com. Send us your RSI email and we will get this out to you as soon as we possibly can. So once again, congratulations. Okay. All righty. Let's get ready to rumble. Are you guys ready?
Yes, do
You
it.
guys are ready. Okay. So
Ready as we'll ever.
Today's show. I don't know why I didn't have the graphic in here. Let's go around the room real quick and introduce who we have. We have at the very top, kicking us off, the man himself. That beard is growing out more and more, brother. You looking more and more distinctive every week. The man himself, Go Mob ATL. Hey, that's the new beard. Well, I ain't seen you in a while, brother. It looks good on you. It looks good.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, good Google.
Oh, look at that.
Oh,
Right about
my
that hair
God.
growing out.
Oh,
All
God.
shades of gray.
Baby, what's up? Get ready for summer 2024. Watch out, I'm on somebody's beats.
I know. Go Mab, your mic is soft for some reason. It almost sounds like you're coming through
I
your
turned him up on my
camera.
end.
Yeah, it sounds like you're coming more through your camera more than your mic because you're definitely much.
Is that a little bit better?
Woo! Way
There you
better.
go.
There we go.
The mute button works miracles.
There we go. All right.
So I just cranked it up about 9.
You're good. You're sounding real good. Now.
right.
Thank you, my brother.
All right.
Next to him, coming back for a second round, the man himself from down under, Kaurati. How are you, man?
I am good. It is good to be back. I'm very excited to see what we have in store today. Hello, community. Hello, the Soul Citizen and guest crew.
Okay. Go Mob and Colossal. I know Jade was here earlier, but y'all wasn't here earlier. Guess who showed up? Grimhex Brethren showed up earlier.
I was going to say that.
He showed up in his gold and everything. And we got him to commit that if we hit our $10,000 mark, he will give away a signed autographed gold shirt to whoever gets us across the line. So we'll have a giveaway for it. So he showed up today in all his glory.
All I gotta say is I was running the show at that point in time, and he was very distracting.
Yes,
okay.
Yes, he was in his own special way, as special as he is. Next to Kalrati, coming today for her first time here today is Jade, Star Watcher. Jade, how are you?
Hey, how's my audio?
Your audio's good.
Okay,
Your
yeah,
audio's good.
I'm doing
Sound
fine.
amazing. So great.
Rumor has it that you have been to a certain place in the verse. Is this true?
Yeah, the rumors are true. I have been to the Stanton to Pyro jump point, and I have the pictures to show for it. If you go to our Soul
She got the
Citizens
receipts.
Discord, link down below.
You got the receipts, huh?
Yep, definitely.
Okay.
Went out there with Dark Knight 75, the Soul Citizen crew, and Lady Space Patrol, and some people who were in chat here. I added them to a party, and we all jumped in.
Very nice. Jade, they say you're a little soft. You're good for me, but they say you're a little bit quiet.
Oh,
So you may have to bring
really?
your
Okay,
audio up just a little bit. Yeah, can you
definitely
boost
fix
a little
that.
bit? Cool.
Yep.
Griffin, I'm not trying to make more work for you, but I know why there's something seems off. You're on the wrong presentation. You have this Soul Citizen presentation. You put it on the charity presentation.
You lost.
The
All right.
scene. The scene.
How's this sound? Is it still soft?
That's better.
No, yeah,
It's
That's
good.
better. That's better.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, what really fixes that? I was just before this 8 o'clock segment, I was in the verse, and I had gone to I was out at the jump point. It's really cool.
Fast Card is
It is.
absolutely right, guys. I got to change the presentation.
You don't have to. I'm just saying. That's why it seems off.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not going to break the show because I had slides and stuff that go on the second show, but we can live without them. We can live without them.
Because I'm here.
Is that what it is? Yeah, yeah, because you're here. All right.
It's been a long day.
Also
everybody.
joining us
It's been
down
a
to
long
the,
Yeah, it has.
yeah,
It has.
the bottom right side, we've got our friend Colossal is back. How are you, Colossal?
Hello. Yes, I decided to go ahead and sneak back in on my little busy schedule to help out with the streams. Give to this noble cause. What, a little bit under 600 and more to go, Griff, and you'll be at 6,000.
Absolutely,
So,
we're getting there. You know what?
Matter of fact, we just got $10 from Wesley.
That's right.
Yeah, I just saw that. So
Thank you.
Awesome.
it's gonna be back. I also like to lady note that my lovely university here is undefeated and we're back in Playboys. But again, the world of college football gods tend to hate Florida State because all we do is win and we drop in the polls. So I just want to sit there and just put that out there to the football gods. When are you going to respect the daddy back into the business?
The football guy. So you're referring to me, is what you're saying.
So you guys barely won, sir. Let's see. You guys barely won and didn't drop.
The operative word
Didn't
being.
Yeah, didn't drop.
One.
That's all right.
Okay. All right. So let me ask this for a favor here.
We'll be in your conference sometime soon.
Let me ask this for a favor. We're gonna squeeze in more people when they get here. If Yo-Yo shows up, we've got Yo-Yo, and we have Dr. Murray showing up at the top of the hour too. So if everybody wants to stay, that's fine. But if anybody needs to drop at the top of the hour, just let me know. It's not a problem.
I volunteer a tribute.
Okay, well, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. I know Murray's
My
coming.
bottle of rum lives to go another day.
Okay. All right. So let's go ahead and hit. We are 5,370. We are getting there, gang. $630 is all we need. $630.
Warpig, thank you for the subscription. Appreciate
Yes,
it. Thank
absolutely, absolutely. You guys are knocking it out of the park. We may hit that 6,000 mark. Okay. Next to me, last but not least, is Fast Cart. We've already introduced AngryPCTech. Fast Cart's back from earlier. He ran for about 5 hours earlier today, took a little nap, ate a little food, and he's back. So we're going to wrap up this 12-hour thing. So let's jump into.
Don't forget yourself, Griffin.
Oh, me. Yeah, I'm Griffin Gaming RPG. I didn't introduce myself, did I? Like I normally do. Okay. So everybody, I think all my folks have got their, hopefully you guys have the docket up because it's not going to come up on screen since I didn't change the program. So you got to follow the docket with me. Okay. As I mentioned earlier, today's topic of the show, I was wondering why I didn't have the doggone graphic up there. The name of the day's show is Can Citizens Fix Star Citizen? That's what we're going to be talking about. And originally when I talked to Fast Cart about this, the idea was to bring on a bunch of people who are in the industry, who do game development, and rattle their brains and get their feedback and their thoughts about what it is that fixes Star Citizen. I saw some positives to that, a really great thing. But the other side of it is that quite often when you ask that question, everybody thinks that they know the answer to the problem. And it's a difficult question to answer because no matter how good you are as a dev or somebody who works in the industry, the handicap that they have is that they really don't know everything that's going on behind the scenes. They can only go by what they see. They can only go by what their own experiences are in their work career, but they really, it would be almost somewhat unfair to them because they just don't know everything that CIG wants to do. But they can read the tea leaves and basically take a look at what's going on and kind of give you a feel of where they think things are going and things that they think may be good and maybe some things they think maybe this might be something to be concerned about. And we're hoping that that's what people like AngryPCTech will be able to do for us today, is kind of help guide us to navigate some of that. But we are going to talk about some things a little bit more esoteric. So let's start out with that. One of the first areas I want to ask about to the panel, and I'm going to go to AngryPCTech first, and I'm going to hit you guys next, is communication. These are areas to me that I outlined that I say, you know, are these areas good? Do they need to be fixed? Are they horrible? You give me your feedback on that. So Angry, I'm going to go to you first. When it comes to communication from CIG, how do you rate it? If you were to say let's just use a rating scale of 1 to 10, and then talk about why you put it there and what do you think could be better for communication.
All right, so I'm going to be an unpopular opinion with this one, but I'm going to give them a solid 8.
Okay.
The reason being is the reason they don't tell us. Sorry, my co-host is being a butthead.
You're okay.
The reason they don't give us more details is because game dev is not linear. Like we can put in, and I experience this at work all the time, is you can have a system that in one environment runs perfectly fine. And the moment, what you plan to do and what you're actually able to do are two different things. You can roll something out in a test environment to be completely fine. And the moment you push it to live, the proverbial shit hits the fan and everything you thought was going to happen doesn't. And we see this every time, everybody acts shocked. PTU, oh, it's stable, it's okay. It needs some more polish, but it'll be fine. And then it gets pushed to live and it falls apart. Reason being, they're two different environments. As much as we try to test for everything to be perfect, we can't, what happens in testing and what happens in real life are two different things. Could they be a little bit clearer on what they're defining to be complete and ready, or what their actual testing goals are? Yes. Do they fall short in a lot of places? Yes. Could they be a little bit more transparent? Yes. But every time they are, everybody, myself included, I grab my can of hopium and start inhaling so fast that I get excited for what's coming down the pipe and get ahead of what they actually said versus what's reality to happen. And I always go back to it. If we think about the flashlight, I'm sure we all remember the flashlight debacle where, the flashlight on our belt was dinging the hull for 1 HP. It's stuff like that that makes game development nonlinear, because it's not something you instantly think about.
Yeah, good points. Thank you. Colossal, I'll go to you next. Where would you rate them 1 to 10, and what would you say needs to be fixed? What could be better if you think there's something that could be better?
Okay, is 10 being the lowest or 10 being the highest?
10's the highest.
Like really good.
10's the
really
highest.
Good type deal.
10's the highest.
Okay. I'm going a different route here, and just hear my argument out on this. I would think that they are above 10. I mean, if I, and the reason why, and I've said this earlier, I'm going to agree with probably everything that everybody on this panel says. But I'm just going a different route here because remember, Griff, I've had this conversation with you and everybody else. I felt that CIG was being too transparent because there are games out there now that are in alpha that allow testers to test for a certain limited time, and then they shut it off. And they go ahead and fix all the stuff they need to fix and maybe put it back into your email, say, hey, we're opening it back up again, blah, 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 blah. To go to Angry's point, when they put out information, you get a lot of people who will take that and then they'll take it and go the extra mile with it and say, oh, they said this when they didn't say this, and they promised us this when the blah, 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 blah. So a lot of the times I think that while in the midst of trying to be transparent, I think a lot of times I'm like, don't give us too much information. Give us some time where you shut the game off. Nobody worries about it. They go on in the world. Everybody's playing Starfield, and then boom, you cut it back on again. At least you open up the server back up again, where everybody jumps in after you've corrected and done your things like that. I mean, whatever reason they're doing it, having the servers live all day, every day is whatever reason they choose to have. But I believe that they have been very well. At least being a lot transparent. I think it's too much transparency, which causes a lot of people to go ahead and grope and gripe. And of course, the content people are they want all that because they want as much content as they can to go ahead and deliver out to their audience. So they're going to be the ones fussing and all this good stuff. But I just always thought when it comes to the game development, sometimes it's best to go ahead and close the door sometime. Give yourself to go ahead and tweak whatever you need to tweak and open it back up, maybe quarterly or whatever it is.
So let me ask you this question. Do you think that the reason why that they do keep it open, and again, I understand exactly the angle you're coming from, particularly with sometimes too much information can also bite you in the butt later on. But do you think that the revenue flow would continue? Because usually when people are in the situations you're talking about, they may have paid a flat rate for early access or beta access or whatever. Like you said, they opened it up for that weekend. They say, come play, or they play it for 3 weeks like you guys did when you were playing Amazon's game. What was the game that you guys were doing?
New World.
Yeah. It opens up for a couple months and it shuts down. They fix some stuff. You come back. But would the revenue continue to flow with those breaks at the level that it's? I mean, would that? Do you think that might be the concern why maybe they do have to keep it open 24/7? Because if I can't play, I'm also not thinking about buying a new ship. If I'm not testing some ship, it's out of my mind. And like you said, I'm playing Starfield and I'm not throwing money at CIG anymore. Do you think that maybe that's the reason why they have to keep it open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, maybe?
So economists are going to write a book about this as how is CIG able to bring in the funds privately versus going out to all these different types of publishers. And blah blah blah. And that is a good point to me. I think we've had this conversation. That's a good point to make. Is this marketing a sound marketing plan that has allowed CIG to continue on the way it is? And that's arguably a point to make. But once again, just like I said earlier, I don't know what their reasonings are. I would not doubt that's a part of it, because I'm quite sure they got the analytics teams going on and doing everything they need to do to see what the numbers are and how they can go ahead and impress this upon us and all this good stuff. So I would not doubt it. But you know,
I agree with you. It's a catch-22 on it. I really agree with you in that area. I really think the same thing. Jade, I'm gonna go to you. Your thoughts about communication. Give it a rating, and what do you think if there's something you think could be better, what would it be?
I'm going to give them an 8.5.
Okay.
And the reason being is that, for the most part, I tend to agree with Colossal. I wouldn't say that they share too much, but what I would say is that some of the things that they share, by now they should know what the community reaction is going to be, and they might want to go about it differently. And then there are other cases where there's something that you and I and most of the community could predict that they were, you know, kind of like stepping in a hornet's nest by doing it or saying it, right? And then they still do it. And then they backtrack afterwards. So I can't give them a 10. Because of that, because 10 is a perfect score, right? But I would say by and large, they are pretty good. They've gotten better since when I first started following the project in 2016.
Yeah, it has gotten better. I will agree. If you've been around for a long time, to see the arc of how things have gone with communication, it's an interesting ride. It's definitely an interesting ride. Kalrati, on you. Score, and what would you fix if there's anything?
Yeah, I would give them a 7. So in terms, the reason why I'm giving them a 7 is mainly because of two things, or rather one thing and two. So you know, sometimes when persons say that, okay, they've done the best that they can do, but it's still not ideal. So that's my perspective on things, mainly because of how heavily prevalent their research is when it comes to these things. When it comes to replication, right? I would have expected their communication to be, a lot better, because that would mean not as much research and development, but more replication in terms of, okay, they have a solid foundation of what it is that they want to implement into the game. They have all the tools fleshed out, and they can actually replicate and deliver. But you know, practically speaking, given how, you know, we were still expecting the, the second version of the server meshing summit to take place in the ISC and those things, we didn't get it. We now know why. I don't think they can do any better. But at the same time, it's still a 7 because it's still agile. And I keep saying sometimes very quietly in my corner that CIG has put themselves between a rock and a hard place, because you don't have research and have an open, whatever it is that you want to call it, in the same boat.
Open development.
Yeah, I mean, because as someone who's doing his PhD, and I mean, my decisions are changing, you know, left and right, sometimes many times different week. And I can't imagine a gaming company that isn't necessarily doing replication yet when it comes to having everything fleshed out. And they're making these decisions and they're still trying to communicate. So I think that they're doing as best as they can. But at the same time, given the prevalence of their research still in the game, they can't do any better, I think, without breaking certain promises and saying, okay, we're going to do this. Because look at how long it took us, not to the negative criticism toward them, but look at how long it took us to get some positive feedback, or get some feedback after the server meshing summit with regards to the split between the replication layer and the game server. Mainly because, I mean, if they imagine them communicating with us, okay, what progress was going to be. I'm going to assume I could be wrong, but the amount of back and forth that they probably did between that point and now, I don't think many persons would have appreciated the kind of communication that we would have gotten, because that would have been very back and forth. So I think my 7, I would say, is still equal to Colossal's above 10, but I'm just, kind of making it a bit more practical, at least in my perspective, that I don't think, given their position right now, I don't think they can do as best as we would like, as I would love them to be, communication wise.
Yeah, Dirk, I don't think that he's saying it from that perspective. I think what he's saying is the volatility of development. And, the question is, what do you put out to the community? Especially when we're still trying to figure it out ourselves. And it's interesting what you say, Kalrati, because I'm one of those people that says, in order to go through this process, you have to have some real strong fortitude. This is not, I'm talking about as a consumer, as a gamer, as an interested person who's trying to learn about development. You have to be open to a lot of things, and balancing the consumer side of me, which says, I've paid some money, I have an expectation, I have a desire to play this game, has to be also tempered by the other side of entering into the world of development, which I personally don't know that much about. I know a little bit about it, right? But at the level of what they're trying to do, that's the murky side of it. The part that I know about is my consumer side. You know what I mean? My gamer side. But that other side that exists, the conversations, the backing and forthing, the changing of the whiteboard, the timelines changing, staffing, that's not the part that's my familiar area. And to introduce that hazy area in for me, if I'm not open to that, I could almost look at it and say, well, they don't know what they're doing over there. When
exactly.
That's actually,
it turns to that sometimes.
When that's actually the way it works. That's actually the way it works. We may not like it, but if you're doing R&D and you think and Chris says, well, this is what I want to see you. I said this example a little while back, and go back, I want to get to you because you're in the industry. On one of the making of one of the Star Wars films, I think it was Phantom Menace, George Lucas walks in with this big storyboard. And some of you have seen this. He's got this big storyboard with all the scenes. He's got all his tech people and everybody's around him. And he's going through each scene. He's got a red marker and a green marker. And he says, this part is green screen. This part is physical, a set. And he goes through that through the whole thing. And everybody's sitting there looking and going, yeah, okay. And he goes through it and he says, okay. And he walks out. And you know what the people said? How the hell are we going to do that? They said that they didn't even have the tech. They weren't even in that play. All they knew was that this is what I want to see. Lucas says, I know you guys can figure it out. And in some ways, I think Star Citizen's that same thing. I think when some of that stuff comes out, them jokers probably look at Chris Roberts and say, you got to be kidding. And they have to figure out how to make and build some of the things that he sees as a visionary, just like George Lucas did. And eventually, it took a while, but they developed it. Were you going to say something, Angry PC?
Yeah, you're never going to evolve technology and push the limits of what developers, video games, and systems can do if you don't get and stay out of everyone's comfort zones. The moment you step into the unknown and you start answering the questions that nobody knows the answer to is the moment you start to do something truly cutting edge. You talk about research and development. I make challenge coins. I'm doing some for Citizens Con. This is about $100 worth of R&D mistakes.
Wow.
You're not going to make an omelet without breaking some eggs first.
Exactly.
Okay.
And I was going to make a reference to like 2013 Citizen Con. Griffin and I had gone back and watched a few of those back in our first year of Soul Citizen. And I remember watching some of the people and not necessarily the audience, but sometimes the camera would pan to a developer, and I would just see them with their mouth open because Chris Roberts is talking about some of the stuff that they have planned.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, the developer, you're going, stop. Stop. Stop it.
It's like how are we supposed to do that exactly, Chris Roberts? Yeah. So just like that George Lucas video you're talking about. But
Go ahead. Give us your thoughts on this. Where would you give them on communications up to rating of 10, and then what do you think could be fixed or better?
5.
Okay.
volume of information is great, right? It's been better, right? When they had more shows that went deeper into the tech, like Bug Smashers and Reverse Diverse and things like that, you got a little bit deeper, and so a lot of the people that didn't really understand game development got a peek behind the curtain, and so they were able to kind of understand the challenges that CIG has been facing, and so you had a lot less of the. I mean, you had the trolls, right? You had the scam citizen people, right? But you had a lot less of the noise. But now that it's like the community has grown, but the communication has
changed,
has become more efficient, right? They've got 2 shows, they've got their newsletters, the progress tracker, and so on and so forth. Why I cut them down so much is that I don't give them a pass on the things that my fellow panel mates have said, right? They've been doing this long enough to know. Like, I'm sorry, like there should be a freaking taser, somebody on the side of Chris Roberts with a freaking taser, and when it looks like he's about to say something that is related to a date, just take his ass out, right? Knock his
For the
ass
love of
out,
God.
drag him off the freaking stage and give him smelling salts backstage, right? Don't let him say anything about a date, because we all know, like the people that know about development know that it's not linear, and I can say, yeah, it should be done by next week, and that's really March when reality kicks in. So I mean, I'm not giving them a pass on that. And two, like the way they've done some things, like the way, I understand what they did with the progress tracker, but the way they did it was so ham-fisted. It was just like, oh my God, have you guys never dealt with actual people, you nerds? Like, what are you doing?
No, we haven't.
Right. So they if you've ever seen the meme, right, and I've sent this, and it's funny, I sent this to a customer the other day, where the guy's riding on the bicycle, and then he takes the stick and sticks it in the front in the spokes in front, and bike falls over, and he's grabbing his knee like, ow, and he blames something else. That's CIG at every turn. Like, you didn't have to do that. That is a self-inflicted. You laid the landmine and then did jumping jacks on it. It made no sense. Me personally, what I would like for them to do is focus more on N+1, like what's coming next, right? And I know they do that a lot, but I guess they feel like the community needs to see what's coming around the horizon too, and so they spend a lot of time getting folks spun up on that. Like, it doesn't feel good when I think about the 600i rework right now. I'm not excited about it. It makes me angry when I think about it, that you've put it out there. You've told me you're working on it, and that's what you're going to do. And you've shown me pictures. And then the next one, they're like, oh, it's not on the schedule. We don't know when to get to it. We'll figure it out. It's about the cuss on the screen, how pissed off that it makes me, right? You're like, don't do that.
Yeah.
Like, don't tell me about it until you're going to do it.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense.
Can I stop you for a second? Because no, you're on point. Let me stop you for a second, because I think, and I don't know if this is because of format. It's so hard to determine why they made that shift. Because you're right, Go Mob. There was a time when, if they had been doing that 600i rework, we wouldn't have just seen it that once and it disappeared. They would have literally, like, within that next quarter or whatever, we would have got an update. There would have been a progressive viewing of us seeing the process of that happening. And I agree with you. That used to happen back in the day when they had what was it called? Ship shape fast cart. They would do ship shape.
Right.
They would come up and they do that. Yep. But then they stopped doing that. And I agree. They do introduce things, and then they just kind of, and then it is painful when they pump us up for it, and then, like you said, it falls off the tracker completely. It's gone, which says nobody's waiting. They'll tell you what we said, stop working on it. Now, I understood there was a big thing when all this stuff got moved over for emphasis of Squadron 42. Maybe when Squadron's in place, maybe we'll get a little breather where everything kind of goes back to normal of dealing with the persistent universe until episode 2 of Squadron comes up. hopefully by then the company is built out more with more employees.
600i rework was announced post refocus on Squadron 42.
Oh no, I agree.
That was announced.
I agree.
After that,
I agree. No, I agree.
right?
That's why I said you're right.
They've come with an update where they've shown some fantastic, concept art,
right?
And then I think a couple months later we had was it not Inside Star Citizen, but Star SEL, where they had the vehicle team on there, and he was like, "So what's up with the 600i?" He's like, it's just not on the schedule. We're working to get it back on there. We don't know when it's going to be. Yeah. And that to me was like table flipping ridiculous, right? Like why? Yeah. Why? You got all this other stuff in backlog. Why even bring that up?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Why even say you're going to do that and then just?
Well, I think it was one of the questions, wasn't it?
Yeah.
From the viewers.
Yeah.
I agree that it don't bring it, because you and I, like, development being non-linear is they may be working on that. It may be a priority at the moment, but the moment a bigger bug or a bigger problem comes along, it's going to get pushed aside. And if you brought it up that XYZ we're looking to have completed soon, and then something bigger comes along and pushes it back, well, everybody's sitting here going, well, you told me this was going to be done soon.
Let me ask you guys this then. Is this the demon in the room here? Is this the gremlin that haunts us? We have to give the backers something, and I'm not trying to say this in a mean way. Revenue has to flow. And if concept art of the 600i is what will generate revenue or re-interest, how do you, and I understand what you're saying, Goma, believe me, I do. I agree. I like what you're saying. But my question becomes, and maybe we'll step into this next question after Fast Car comes in, because marketing becomes a part of what you're talking about too, Goma. So, how do we keep the interest there? How do we keep the revenue coming so that we can keep the company coming? Because Squadron 42 ain't coming out right now, and we know that's where a lot of revenue is going to come in. We've got to keep something going to keep the lights on in the studio, in the homes of our people who are working. And at the same time, is that the negative? Is that what comes with the turf? I'm not saying it's good, is it ethical? I'm not going down that path right now, but I'm saying, how do we keep the interest, the fires going? Because I get what you guys are saying about the linear aspect. I get it.
As you know, Griff, I work for a small software company out of Redmond, and and we have a roadmap.
Right.
Sound familiar? Right. And our roadmap consists of enhancements, features, what's coming next. Right. Now there may be, Satya or whoever, our CEO may talk about some of the things that he hopes to do in the future, but the focus of everything is what's coming next.
Okay.
Not the focus isn't, here's pictures of some stuff we may do in 3 years.
But is that next enough to keep gamers interested? There's a difference when you have industry people coming into your space who hear that.
There's a balance that has to be struck here.
Okay.
That I feel like they haven't. They out of all these years, they haven't found it.
They haven't found the balance.
They haven't found that balance.
Okay, I buy
where they're so focused on pipe dream stuff far down, where like they're saying stuff where they're going off like George Lucas, like, let's figure out how to do it after we get off the stage. Where all these people you just told are like, oh, that's coming. Oh, they wouldn't have told us if they haven't already figured it out and got it mostly done.
It's tempering expectations.
Right. That's why I give them a 5 on their communication, because their communication leaves them open to the people saying, you're misleading us, or you're not telling us the truth, or you're doing this. We understand development, and while I understand all this stuff is 100% truthful coming out of their mouths based upon what they're trying to do, but you got to know your audience. You got to know who you're talking to, and you got to recognize that, and you got to tailor your communication. Otherwise, you're going to fail at it. So
you can start by putting out the ships that you said you're going to put out earlier. You can start by doing that and then implementing gameplay for that piece. sometimes I say you got to throw yourself out the window instead of just watching from the other side of the window.
Well,
and
look,
to finish my point, Angry, and then I'm quite sure you got something good on this one. It's just the fact that, I mean, that what I try to go is, I'm a huge lore person. Love lore. I think gameplay is important, but you also have to have lore. And if you, I understand the mechanics are not there. I understand they got different, companies that are trying to combine them, blah, 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 blah. I get all that. But if you put out those ships, and you still got other ships right now that we're saying that are out right now that still doesn't have all the functionalities, or we got ships that are saying that they're gold standard, yet you don't have all the MFDs up in there and all this good stuff, right? But then you could develop and continue to develop the lore behind those ships and add pieces to where you're creating another generational ship, right? I mean, a good example would be the Constellation, right? Constellation is what, a Mach 4 that we're at with the Constellation. So I'm always about the lore. You can go ahead, and you don't have to stop at where you are with the lore right now. You can go ahead, and as you're adding ships and as you're bringing in ships that you've already promised people, and then trying to go ahead and tweak that piece, you can go ahead and continue to develop the lore on that one. We are at with a new Imperator, right? And we voted for that piece, right? And we're at year 3 of Addison's rule. So with that being out of a 10-year cycle, so that piece continues to grow. So can the manufacturing of ships. I'm sorry, Angry, you was wanted to say something about it.
Well, I'm gonna add on to that. So we have how many hundreds of years of lore that we could build backlogs on to keep people's brain thoroughly enthralled in the story that creates Star Citizen. But from the development side of it, if you put a ship in game and the game's there, and the ship's functions are what in the development world would be feature complete, they need to be polished, you don't touch that ship again until it's ready to go to the polish pass, which is at the end of the development cycle before you take it to beta or final. But we don't need to go back over and redo work on something when everything for that, like for example, the 600i Explorer, the damn Explorer game loop is not even fully integrated into the game. Why are we doing polish passes on a ship that doesn't have a full game loop even in yet?
Because it needs it.
Whether it needs it or not is two different stories. We know it needs it and it will happen,
right?
But is it a priority right now?
In real time.
Can we keep doing what needs to be done without having to waste labor on that process at the moment?
Well, to Colossal's point, because the Connie is in its 3rd or 4th, and it's still not where it's supposed to be. Yeah, it's like the 4th version of it. And even all they've done, I mean, don't get me wrong, they've done some tech things to make it better. I remember one of the things was creating the amount of resources it used to make it got reduced dramatically. But as far as things that has anything what has changed on that ship that works? And the only thing I can think of, and you all correct me if I'm wrong, that works on the Connie that didn't work in the Mark II or the Mark III is the snub ship. That's the only thing I think that has changed in that ship. The guns always worked in it. The turrets always worked in it. The elevators always worked in it. But none of the other aspects to that ship worked before except for that. And it's 4 versions of that one ship. So I get what you're saying. Being able to go back, and don't get me wrong, I'm glad we don't fly that ugly Mark II. I don't think I'd be that thrilled about it. But it is a conundrum. Okay, we got to move on past this, guys, because we're on this one subject and we are almost in our first hour.
Just don't buy Origin.
Right. Shut up. Okay.
Exactly.
All right.
Exactly. Origin is like a weekend in Vegas.
I agree.
Get started. Why? Don't get me started. Okay. Let's move on.
Real quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, fast card. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to forget you. You spoke and I didn't mean to. I forgot I didn't ask you the question. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I was gonna give them a 7 for communication. Basically, it's not. I don't want to say small stuff, but it's. I know they're human, and you know you don't want to forget that people who are behind these things are human. But the Citizen Con ticket stuff for in this week happened, and they had to give out double email because the ticket that came that was emailed to us had the wrong date on it. And they have how many people on a team working on? Now, I know they're probably stressed and just stuff slipped by the crack. But I mean, come on, they're preparing for this for how long? And they had the October 28th instead of the 21st and 22nd, and they were planning for this for I don't know quite a while. So I'm surprised that something like that wasn't caught. And that reminds me of the time when the Spirit brochure came out, and it had incorrect stats on that. So, like I said, I know that human mistakes can happen, but it seems to happen not more often than I thought it would, in my opinion.
Yeah. My rating will be, thank you, Fast Cart. My rating is going to probably be 6 to a 6.5, maybe a 7. And I think Gomob kind of touched on what my reasons were a little bit, and it's the fact of the arch. In the early days, communication was very rough. The company was being built. It was very kind of grassroots. We all sat around the table with Ben Lesnick and that crew and laughed and learned what we can learn. But as the company has moved from that grassroots company to a full AAA corporate engine, there are some communication mistakes that I feel should not be happening still. I do think there should have been some evolution. I don't have a problem with the transparency aspect. I'm one of those people that when they projected that whole year on the roadmap, it did not bother me if something changed. It didn't. If I saw the Taurus on there and it disappeared, I was like, okay, well, something didn't bother other people. They were ready to jump out the window because it didn't happen. It didn't bother me. Reducing it down evidently did what it was supposed to do, because you don't hear nobody talking about it anymore, which takes us to what Gomob was saying about where we are now +1. That's pretty much where they brought the roadmap to. But I do have issues with, you mentioned the faux pas, Fast Cart, with the tickets. Why did the tickets go out on the 28th at 12 o'clock? I mean, who didn't see that the ticket dates were wrong?
That's what I'm saying.
In fact, the tickets even only had the 21st. It didn't even have the 22nd on it. I just didn't understand.
I can forget that
whole thing. No, I
28.
can't, because it's a 2-day event. And if you send it to people, and people think it's only a 1-day event, if they look at the ticket, they say, "Where's my other ticket at?" It should have had 2 dates on it. So anyway, where those
wasn't it originally billed as a 1-day event?
Not for this year. They never said. Yeah. But we know it's a 2-day event, but the ticket only has October 21st on it, and it's like, well.
And don't forget the after party ticket had the LA Convention Center. It doesn't have the LA studio.
It didn't have the studio, right? So there's a whole lot of stuff there. But let's move into marketing, because this kind of somewhat connects into it.
But before we do that, Griffin, Dr. Murray is in.
Oh, Dr. Murray's here. Okay, he's ready to bring it. So I'm
going to drop out so make room for him.
Okay, all right, Fast Cart. Appreciate you, brother.
All right, take care, everybody. Have fun.
Tonight.
Later, Fast Cart.
You can, man.
Thank you for that heads up.
Bottle of rum lives another day.
Yes. Is Dr. Murray in the Discord, guys? Did we bring him down?
Yes,
I am here.
He's here? Okay, cool. Let's get his video up and we can introduce him, and we'll get ready to go to this next question of the day. Everybody welcome Dr. Murray from the Yacht Club. He is here. Woohoo. Good to see you, Doc, as always. He's got that warm luminescent lighting behind him tonight. All right.
Well, look fuzzy.
Yeah, you're a little, actually just a little light. You don't have as much light as you normally do. That's all. But we can see you good. Good to see you. How are you, buddy?
I'm surviving.
Okay, you're here. Okay, but you're here. You're above ground.
Yeah,
you're above
here.
ground. There
I'm
we
here.
go.
Yeah.
Dr. Murray, tell everybody where they can see you at. What is it you do in the community?
So I'm a founding member of Yacht Club, but I'm currently on a little bit of a sabbatical from that. Hoping to come back soon. You can find me streaming random games on Mondays and Tuesdays at Gaming on Twitch. I'm still contemplating starting up my own Twitch stream here soon. Yeah, and I'm usually around the Yacht Club Discord. If you want to ask me a question, I'm an encyclopedia. Just tag me and I'll get to you eventually. And I mean,
and he is an encyclopedia, guys. He is an encyclopedia. All right, let's go ahead and move forward here with these next set of questions. Oops, I got them in the wrong spot. Hang on there. Don't want your name blocked. There we go. All right. There's Dr. Murray. Okay, so here's the question. Let's talk about marketing. Fastcart kind of touched on this and opened the door up a little bit. When he gave the example of when the Crusader Spirit came out, that the numbers were wrong in relation to cargo and some other stuff that wasn't together. He said, why didn't somebody catch that? CIG had to put out a little thing saying the numbers were wrong. We're going to correct it. That's just one aspect of marketing. What are some other areas? Doc Murray, I'm going to start with you first. If there was 1 to 10 on marketing, what rating would you give them? 10 being great and 1 being terrible. Let's do a 1 instead of a 0. And if there was something you thought that could be done better, what would that one thing be?
I don't know. So I have a little marketing experience, and just by looking at the success of the project, by that I mean the funds coming in on a yearly, day-to-day basis, shows us that marketing has either an easy job or they're doing a great job. It's hard to say because of all the hype around the project, but if we look at it from just a basic standpoint of funds in versus funds out due to marketing costs, it's completely successful. It's amazing, and that's because they've leveraged a lot of word of mouth referrals and stuff, and now they're actually kind of doing some actual marketing. We've seen ads on YouTube and Twitch where they've demonstrated with the 318, 319, 320 launch. And really, if I were to do anything with the marketing there to improve it, I would try to do some more tie-in things where there's physical merchandise that relates to in-game merchandise is what I would like to do. I've been saying it for a while, but I think like one thing that would be great is like you buy a physical shirt from the merch store, you should get a digital copy and get. I think that'd be awesome.
Yeah,
like you go and buy your your RSI shirt. Well, now you have one in game as well, and you can rock it.
I love that idea.
So I mean, I would put them around like a 7.
Around 7. Okay, we'll buy that for $1. Thank you. AngryPCTech marketing. What would be your rating? And if you saw something that they could do better, what would it be?
Probably, I mean, the marketing, the games here, we're talking about it on stream, so obviously the marketing is working. So they're doing a good job there. Again, I kind of want to agree with Dr. Murray. I would like to see more physical digital item tie-ins, some better merch, some things to get people excited about the products that they're seeing in game and the items that they're spending real money on in game, just to generate extra revenue, because that digital shirt doesn't cost them nothing to add to your inventory, but you spent money on it, so why not anyway? Or if you buy, like you go in to buy a shirt in the store, you have the option of doing an add-on to order that shirt in real life, the ones that are doable.
Yeah,
honestly. Yeah. I make challenge coins, so I'm going to pin on that. The Ship Showdown challenge coins. I'm working on designing Showdown challenge coins for this year's winners. So those are things that I would love to see either them make themselves or allow third parties to make licensing products easier to keep the hype built up around the game.
Yeah, I agree. We've talked about this on the show before. If they did manufacturer shirts, I'd buy one in a minute. No question about it. In real life, I'd buy one in no minute, in a drop of a hat. Colossal, what about you? Marketing, what would be your score, and what do you think could be better, if anything?
Yeah, so I'm not a marketing expert, but I mean, I would assume, in just based off of what Sandy was saying earlier, she was talking about how they didn't have that much money for the marketing. She kept pushing that and pushing that and pushing that, and yet they still did fairly well. And then all of a sudden, I believe a couple years ago, the turn happened. They got some. They restructured the board and blah blah blah, and then some more money came in. And as soon as that came in, I think we had a conversation. We had a bar citizen around that time period. We saw a letter from Chris Roberts, and we saw a turning point. We saw a major turning point at that point in time, and things started taking off from there. So I think honestly, and like I said, I really do believe that that CIG will be studied. Yeah. I really believe that they'll be studied in terms of how they were able to continue on funding with the market. I think the marketing honestly, it's underestimated. I think they deserve around an 8 because of the fact that they've been so successful and crowdfunded by us. So there you go.
Okay, appreciate that.
And of course, the other question, the other answer to your question, will be directed towards these gentlemen because they pretty much answered it.
Yeah, what's your score that you're going to give them?
8.
8. Okay. 8. Okay. Jade, on you.
Sure. So I will also give them an 8. And here's why. Like, for the most part, you know, it's hard to fault them with marketing. I mean, we've passed what, 600 million and you know what's been raised to date. There are some things that I would like to see, and you know, this is sort of the reverse of in-game items for physical items. Like, I would love to see those mugs, the Finley to Stormwall and Star Kitten and Big Benny's mug, be actual physical mugs. You know, for select things that are in the game, that really makes sense, and it would be really cool to have in the store. So yeah, give us more stuff to buy that is cool, right? You know, I don't need socks, but I do need that Star Kitten mug. So
I need that Stormwall mug. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and the Stormwall mug, exactly. And if they make a Pico mug, I'd buy that one.
You buy that too. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, I don't even drink coffee.
Partnership with Yeti. Let's go. Partnership with Yeti.
Yeah.
Let's get a Star
Oh
Citizen
my God.
over all year.
Go Matt. Put the Boreal Stalker on a Yeti, so you have a Space Yeti on a Yeti.
Yeah, go Matt. Your audio's going in and out again.
No, I was gonna.
Oh, there it is.
Clipping. Sorry.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay. I
Yeah.
agree.
But beyond that, am I okay?
Yeah, you're good, Jade.
No, I was just gonna tell Gomez his voice is just too sexy for the stream, but
You're not wrong. You're not wrong. But beyond that, on a more of a, I guess, down note. I don't want to call it down note, but I would say that they would do well to add a small print disclaimer to their videos, especially the ones promoting, you know, the state of the game, or the game that people then interpret the state of the game. Like when they say playable now 3.18 or 3.19 or whatever. Yeah. This is what it's intended gameplay. Put it in small print. When they show a ship commercial, say this is possible future gameplay, but this does not imply this will be future gameplay. Something really simple. The legal department, toast, whatever, they can all get on that. But do that so that you don't get this incoming constantly from the community saying it's deceptive advertising, right? It's not deceptive if you got a disclaimer.
And to your point, Jade, I think it's a great point. Now, they did do this. The one time I saw them do it and I liked what they did, some people still weren't satisfied, but at least they did do it. I think and I hate to say it, it was 3.18, which was like the funkiest patch for them to decide, because this is when they decided to drop this stuff on YouTube, and all of us were like, you got to be kidding. But this is what they did do. At the end of the video, it said playable now. Above it, it said early access, and below it, it said alpha or pre-alpha. It said something like that.
You know what?
My point was, it was like one was in 20 point, size, and the other two were like 16 point. You know what I mean? But at least they did say it, that one time. That was the one time that I saw them do that. But go ahead, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was going to say, I remember seeing the community outrage at the 3.18 playable now. And my eyes rolled, right? Like, I rolled my eyes because there was a 3.17 playable now. There was a 3.16. You can go back many, many patches, right? Where there are these playable nows, and they're just scheduled on the patch release. They're not something where, you got marketing in there. And maybe this is something maybe that they want to do, is maybe get marketing closer to, the teams that are working on the patches
and the state of the game and the state of the game. I have no problem with them saying playable now on 3.18 when it's been in freaking live for maybe 3 weeks or 4 weeks. You know what I mean? After we have worked it out, but they did that of all the patches. I mean, and don't get me wrong. I remember when 3.18 was in PTU, it was running. But when it went live, that sucker crashed. And they put those YouTube videos, and I don't know if it was because they had already put it in place or what, but that was the worst. That should have happened after we were playing it live. It was good. They'd gotten most of the kinks out, and then they put it out. So what? You don't have to. Now, maybe they're doing it to drive people to play the game. You know what I mean? So that they can literally find their analytics and get the bugs out. But boy, to me, that's not good. It's just not good. You know, I don't know if we lose people or just frustrate people when that happens. I'm not really sure.
Can I interject here about that?
Yeah.
I would say that if we look at the current environment of game development, not just Star Citizen, but games in general, with early access constantly coming out, it's kind of like concurrency numbers are king. And so Star Citizen has got this clout, and it also has this cloud above it, where there's a good percentage of people who are like, well, it's a scam. They're making no progress. They're not doing anything. They're just taking money. Chris Roberts is in the Maldives, like all these nonsense things. Like when they push out a patch, they have to have their fanfare with the patch so they can say, hey, you know, we're doing stuff and people can see it and kind of counteract some of that. But I do agree with you that, like, they said in early 2022 that 3.18 was going to be rough when it went live. ETF, we told everybody we could see when it went open that it's going to be rough when it goes live. And you know, I don't know. Like, I know that CIG knew it was going to be rough. All the devs told us that multiple times. We saw it happening, but they had to get their data out and they had to get their concurrency numbers. So they had to put out their you know, our patches live. And I think it would be best served for them to wait a couple of days, at least, or a week after they push something live, especially with a whole new technology layer like they did with 3.18. So, I mean, I hope it goes into the lessons learned category, and CIG is like, well, maybe we should wait a little bit more. And I think we see that as well with this new idea of the experimental branch, where they can get these things up and running and they can get decent concurrency from people willing to deal with the bugs and still leave the live environment running decently well, so your average Joe players can go and play and not have to worry about it. I think they're taking steps to remedy the problems that they've highlighted. It's a slow moving process, and like I said, concurrency numbers are king, so they got to get people in the game so they can prove that their value is valuable.
Well, I hope what you said is a lesson learned. I really do. Cal Roddy, let's jump to you. Give us a score on marketing and your thoughts if there are things that you think could be better.
Yeah, sure, Griff. So quickly to Colossal's point, there have been a good bit of studies out there already for Star Citizen. One, you can look up the Star Citizen phenomenon and the ultimate dream management, or something along those lines.
You got a link? You got a link you can drop in for it?
Oh yeah, sure. I'll drop it in after.
Okay, sure.
And yeah, so in terms of the marketing, I think all of us can agree that the marketing has become a bit more aggressive right now. You know, in the past few years or so, to kind of keep those numbers up, or rather increase them and such. One thing I would like to see though is, you know, well, firstly, I would rate it approximately 8, because they definitely have been marketing the game a lot more efficiently compared to before, especially since we've seen those sales go up, etc. But I would say that if they can, I don't know if it's a limitation based on the award system. They've explained it, but when targeting the internal customers, and when I say internal customers, I mean those who have already pledged, etc. I would really like to see them market the award system in terms of, okay, if we are doing any kind of dynamic events, or if we're doing anything like that, apart from badges, apart from, you know, the suits, those little things that, like the plushies and those things, I know lots of persons who really like them. And I don't mean the physical merchandise. I mean, if they can at least put more into the pool and make them, you know, more available in terms of distribution with regards to these activities. So you do a dynamic event, you get these plushies a bit more constantly, because compared to some of the digital merchandise that we get, it's more so, okay, marketing, talking about a ship or talking about this. Why not also kind of boost the frequency of distributing these digital items, such as the plushies, the dolls, etc., a bit more frequently, or just as frequently, in terms of the subscriber end, and also on the free end? Because I mean, these digital items, yes, they take time to create, but you could always, you know, kind of indirectly boost the marketing by giving away some of these things a bit more for free as well, you know, because some of the free distributions can also help in terms of decreasing the perspective of, you know, what some persons think when you see the increased aggression in marketing. And I don't mean aggression.
You didn't like your picture of a handlebar? What are you saying, man?
Yeah. No, you know what? Not to be funny. Remember when they first introduced, was it Xenothreat? Which one was it where they gave us the armor? Remember if you decided to go in and help during the dynamic event?
Xeno.
Remember?
Yeah.
I mean,
Xeno.
and I'm not saying they had to do that every time, maybe, but the fact that they did do that was an incentive for people to get into the game and test, and getting people to come in and stress the servers and do things like that. Those virtual items. I know sometimes people may not think they're a big deal, but for some people, they spend the whole time wanting to get the whole suit of armor. You know what I mean? That's what they want to do. What I don't like that CIG does is, remember in the early days when armor came out, you'd buy the helmet 1 month and then the arms another month, and then the legs another month.
That was
horrible.
Painful.
That was horrible.
You mean that 1 year and a half where we basically got 3 suits of armor for some year?
Exactly. We don't want that type of marketing, okay?
Yeah.
But they can do those things that do bring incentive for us to even come into PTU or in the PU to test stuff. Go Mob, I'm gonna jump to you now. Thanks, Calrati. Give me your score and your if there's something you think could be better about marketing.
So if I'm gonna slam on my communication, I gotta give them props on marketing, right? And I'm gonna give them a solid 8.75 on marketing. Just because, I mean, with all, as many times as they like step on the landmines, that definitely was not what the first thing I thought. But when they step on landmines, they're still able to generate
money,
cash, hand over foot
every month.
I'm trying to. It's a family show. You know, I know it's not late. I'm on that burger. You gotta excuse me.
Speak up to your mic. Speak up to your mic. Your mic's going in and out on us again. Sorry.
So yeah. I'm giving them an 8.75, right? Because I feel like they do a really good job of driving the hype train, and I kind of wish they wouldn't drive the hype train. I mean, I feel like it's CIG pushes the hype train, and it's on us in the community to kind of like be the brakes. You know what I'm saying? A little bit, because you see people like, ooh, yeah, you blame Star City. Like, hey, man, this might not be a project for you to support right now. I'll let you know when, because it's not for everybody right now. That's okay. You know, if you don't have the temperament to deal with like, ooh, this is fun and beautiful, 30K.
So you're basically saying this is like going up to a crackhead and saying, you know, you don't have to buy this crack from me, right? I mean, is that basically what you're saying? You know that you put it on the crackhead and say, yeah, you know, you don't have to pay for this. You know, I'm giving it away. I mean, is that what we're kind of saying the deal is? Or is the pressure that intense?
I've got at least 10 hardcore gamer friends that I am holding back.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? That I am holding back from this project because I know they do not possess the emotional maturity to deal with the state of development that this project is currently in. And so I am fighting against the marketing. And that means the marketing is really strong, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, they see this and they're like, hey, isn't that the game you played? I was like, yeah, I play it all the damn time. No.
This ain't for you. This ain't for you.
No, it's not for you. Not yet, bro. I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Play Starfield.
Yeah.
If you want to fly your spaceships, go play No Man's Sky.
Yeah.
Hey, man, you know, this was really good at one point in time. RIP.
Go Mob say, you don't want none of this. You don't want none of this.
This ain't it right now. You know what I'm saying? I think Call of Duty had some space shit in it. Stuff in it one time. Go do that.
Go play
that. Did you curse on television, young man? Did you curse on television?
No, I'm laughing at the Call of Duty. That Call of Duty thing was nothing but a cinematic. He throwing him even at a cinematic. He said, go watch that. Oh my God, that's funny.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So that's a testament to the marketing, man. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, their cinematics team is on point. They're really good, and they have a way to even a salty veteran backer like myself will watch them and be like. And I realized, like, come on, dude, you ain't gonna see that for like another 7 years. You know?
Doesn't matter. It still looked good.
Yeah.
I want one.
Yeah, I joke.
Really exciting, right? You're like, yeah.
I joked around earlier, Go Mob. Yeah, I joked around earlier because we were when Grim was on and we were watching the Hull C commercial, and when it ended, I said, "Man, that almost makes me want to buy another one." You know what I mean? I mean, their marketing, like you said, is just stupidly good. Regardless of how people feel about it. And it does. There's a responsibility that CIG obviously has to the consumer, but the consumer also has their responsibility to do due diligence, check out the project, monitor their wallet. You know, really, I mean, literally throw that sucker in the safe if you have to, because it is very tempting.
It will work. I know the combination.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
I know all my numbers. Shit.
I know something. Give your wallet to your wife, maybe. I don't know. But my point is
don't do that.
The marketing, the marketing dynamic of this is very powerful. And there are some things that literally, I'm talking about from a physiological standpoint of what gets stimulated inside our brains as gamers. Also our desire to really play a good game, and especially even those of us who've been here for 7, 8, 9 years, and we know how the game, pardon the expression, we know how the game is played, we could still be very susceptible to that desire to finally see this thing in our hands and get the toys, really to get the toys.
Hey, Griff.
Yo, bro.
Address the community real quick, though.
Okay, yeah. Before you go, what Colossus, do you want to go first? You want me to go Matt finish?
Yeah, I was one to give props to the marketing team, especially when everybody went to CitizenCon in 2018. That Big Benny's marketing team.
Oh my God!
Got him a lot of sales with that Big Benny's truck that had over there at CitizenCon, right?
Go Mob, a actual food truck came up, painted in the freaking Benny and they had Big Benny's noodles and everything, and then the line was all the way out of that sucker, man.
Sold out.
It was stupid. It was stupid. Go ahead, Go Mob. You want to speak to the community now? What's your words of wisdom?
All right, look, I gotta get closer. Hey, I'm talking to you. Okay. Commercials have been around forever. We've seen all kind of crazy stuff out there that looks really good. Only you control your credit card, your bank account, and your spending. I don't want to hear it. Ain't nobody making you buy this. Nobody. This is you. You're making personal choices as an adult or a bad kid that is stealing their parents' credit card. This ain't on CIG. They have a job to do and they're doing it well. This is on you. I need you to look in the mirror and have a talk.
I don't want to adult today.
What do Unique call them, Griff? Unique call them dumbasses?
Yeah. Unique's line was, I don't know about you. You dumbasses was the ones that backed Star Citizen. I backed Squadron 42. That was his comment, you know. So, all right,
I was gonna say what Gomab said, like 100%. And if you talk to Chris at like CitizenCon and you tell him how much you spent, he will call you stupid. Well, at least he told me I was. So like I remember in 2016 I went to CitizenCon in LA and I'm like standing there waiting in line. I finally get to talk to Chris and I just got my Idris and it was my 42nd ship and I was like, hey, I just hit 42 ships and got an Idris. And he's like, well, you're done. Don't buy anything else, dummy. And I was like, well, we'll see how that goes.
That's interesting.
Challenge accepted.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah, that's interesting. All right, listen, we're just about almost 30 minutes out before wrapping up for tonight. We do have a ton of stuff here, but we're not going to hit all these, gang. I'm just going to kind of pick certain ones for you guys to cover. I just want to do a quick spot again for St. Jude Children's Hospital. We are at $5,420. That puts us $580 away from being able to cross the $6,000 line. That's pretty ambitious to do that by top of the hour. But who knows? What we got right now is great, and we know you guys can add a little more to that. So let's look at one more video real quick, and I'll show this one here, and then after that, we're going to wrap it up for the rest of the show. So here we go.
Es una noticia que pues ningún papá espera. I didn't know babies could have cancer. Basically, your worst nightmare come to life.
We thought we were losing our daughter, and then when we came to St. Jude, everything changed.
I know St. Jude is the reason that I'll have my son now and into the future. The goal is that these children live and that they can thrive for the rest of their lives, and I'm just thankful for that.
11 years that I've been in remission, and St. Jude was my hero, you know, so I was like, let me be someone else's hero.
Es posible que un problema tan horrible como el cáncer infantil nos traiga a todos juntos. De hecho, ocurre esto cada día aquí en St. Jude.
I believe we should take our purpose, mission, like St. Jude, and we should help other people. And St. Jude has always been about helping other people.
I want to be a part of this. I want to be able to spread the word, to support as much as I can.
And like it warms your heart because you know you're helping somebody in need.
It really is inspiring to know that we have people that are out there fighting for us so that we can fight for these kids.
El regalo más grande que St. Jude me ha dado es poder ver crecer a mi hijo.
Let's cure childhood cancer.
Together.
Awesome sauce. Awesome sauce. We've already got an increase, $5,440. Let's see if we can get it across that 5,500 mark, y'all. Another $60 will be at 5,500. I know we could do that before the hour is out tonight. So I know we can make that happen. Thank you guys so much for the contribution. We really, 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 really appreciate it. Sage, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. Well, it was maybe somebody else other than Sage, because Sage, I think, gave already. Let's see if I do my refresh here. Was it Sage? Oh, Raylan. It was Raylan. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you for that. And Weiss, thank you. All right, let's jump back into this real quick, gang, because I got my panel ready to go. I'm going to jump down some, you all, and ask you about a very painful subject, the website. The website.
Uh-oh.
All right. So I'm going to start out with Doc Murray. Our time is kind of short here, so I know the website covers a lot of things. And after the website, I'm going to probably talk about maybe the game tech. We're going to go to game tech, and I want to leave time for this. Let's try to get through the website kind of quickly. So Dr. Murray, website, give it a rating. And if there was something, just one thing that you felt really needs to be straightened out, what would it be?
Just one thing. Oh my goodness.
And you can't say the website.
I would say the website. No, I don't know. The website is the website, right? Like those of us who have been here for a while, we actually understand how to navigate and get around it. And we're like, yeah, no, it's not that bad. But we forget that the first 3 months we backed, we were constantly fighting it, trying to figure out how to do anything and working our way around. Yeah. So I think the website's design is really outdated. It doesn't have any of the stuff that we see in modern websites now. It seems very dated and very just simple and basic, and yet convoluted in the same. I would say probably like a 5 out of 10.
Ooh, 5 out of 10.
Generous.
You're generous.
And is your critique that it needs to be updated? Is that basically it? Just overall?
Yeah, I think it needs to be brought at least into the 21st century standard, and the navigation system of it should be much better. There should be an easy site map that you can click on and find where you need to go. It should have a lot more integrations into the game, like the ship matrix should talk directly to the game and pull all that data automatically, so it's not some unupdated known as the ship matrix of lies. Yeah, so I mean, there's tons of things that they could do to improve it. It's hard to say with just one.
All right, I'll buy that. All right, AngryPCTech.
Yeah, I'd give it a solid 2.
Okay. A solid 2.
And that's still being generous. I mean, let's face it, the community hub needs to be integrated into the main site. These are all different aspects of the same site. The community hub needs to be brought into place. The Matrix of Lies needs to be updated and integrated into the game specs. Spectrum is supposed to be integrated into the game engine. All these things are all supposed to be tied together and talk to each other, but each one operates as its own independent system, and none of them are brought together to be a seamless design. The design aspect of it, because this is actually my wheelhouse, the design aspect of it pretty much needs to be thrown out the window and started all over from scratch, because it doesn't want to load in half the browsers, and Lord help you if you don't clear your cookies out once a week just to fix things.
Oh my God. Interesting.
I had to stop using Firefox because of the damn site, man. Because it's yeah. Don't get me stuff.
Okay, Colossal.
I haven't used Firefox in years. I mean, I agree with Angry. I mean, I'm not even an expert, and I found it difficult to first navigate when I first jumped on here. You know, so I mean, I was jumping on other websites. I was jumping on, you know, Dual Universe and Ashes of Creation and things like that, and they have a little bit more of a streamlined, and you know, basic, but a little bit more of a streamlined website than what I see from Rubber Space Industry. So a lot of work to do, and I hope to, you know, maybe they can go ahead and show you guys at CitizenCon the new website that just launches along with things like that.
That'd be a nice surprise for sure. Jade, going to you.
Yeah, so my primary browser, like GoNav, is also Firefox for various reasons, and I would give it. This is really difficult because I want to give it a higher score, but like I'll start with what I like. What I like is the community hub. I think that was really well done, and of course, it's the most recent addition, right? What I don't like are the things that have already been mentioned here, things like the ship matrix not being linked to actual in-game data, things like no shared credentials. There's no reason in 2023 you should have to log into 3 different things, Spectrum, the website, and the community hub. That should be shared credentials. It's 2023, right?
Don't forget the issue council. The issue council.
Oh, yeah, that would be another one, right? I totally forgot about that one. Like, even though I use it a lot, like, I never have issues with that one, though. That's probably why. So I will have to give it a 4 because there's not the integration that it needs to have. And you know me, I'm super optimistic most of the time about everything CIG, but the website is something that I'm sure they are well aware of it too. It's not where they want it to be.
Okay. Cloud Roddy.
Yeah, I've been juggling between like a 3 and a 5, only because every single time I use the website, I usually just go straight to either 2 things, Ask the Devs or Spectrum. But when it comes to the main front, like the main homepage itself, I can't put my foot on it, but I always feel like there's some kind of disconnection. I feel like some elements don't, like the flow isn't there. And unfortunately, you know, I mean, even though, you know, I've just started to learn how to build websites, and now I'm getting closer to understanding the flow of these things. I'm sure that, you know, there are a lot more, you know, experienced persons who know how to give feedback on these things. One of the things that I would like them to do is to at least, of course, this goes back to communication, is to at least give us some kind of, I wouldn't say roadmap, but some kind of explanation on on like the elements that they plan to address first, right? Because as we've heard in this panel, and of course from chat as well, there are different things that irk different people, like that irk many different people. But of course, the only thing to that is that we know that Turbulent is also working on the online services, server meshing, and those things. So that's the other kicker, or the contradiction towards that, is that, okay, we may not get any kind of plans on what they intend to work on, because if they say that they plan on working, or if they give us those plans now, it may be too early. So it's just, once again, kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, but hopefully we get some kind of explanation on how they intend to blend everything together. And yeah.
Okay. Go Mob.
I gotta agree with my man AngryTech. It's got to be around a 2, and that's a culture thing. It really is, and it goes all the way back to what we talked about as communication. Today in 2023, your primary form of communication is when someone hears your name, and then they put you in a search box and they pull up your website, and the website just isn't there. They could literally go pay $500 to somebody on Fiverr to go make it right. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but they just don't. But as a business, they don't see the value. They don't see the business value in having a robust frontline communication strategy.
Yeah.
That's it. That's it. I mean, that's what it boils down to. It's not a priority because the gaps are, and this is the understatement of all the things I've said today. The gaps are glaring.
Yeah.
They're evident to anyone that has ever touched a browser in the past 8 years. It's really bad. And I mean, I'm not even like I hung up my web development hat many years ago. We could do better right now.
That site was built when Netscape was still popular.
That's when I was making money building websites. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
When I was building Netscape, because Netscape had a website editor.
Yep.
What about MySpace? Good Lord.
It was awesome. So it's
Front page for the win.
Matt, I have a question for you. Do you think this is a rhetorical question. Do you think they start with a mobile first? Because to me, like, it's pretty bad on mobile. And like mobile first has been like how websites are developed since like forever now, right?
No, that is a PHP front end using Cascade style sheets to shrink everything down, and it does a horrible job.
Yep.
It is like
terrible job. I mean, if they were smart, let's just take a second. If they were smart, the first thing I would do as CIG is I would make a mobile app.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I would make a mobile app. That'd be like my mobile hanger. Second thing I would do, oh my God, talking about their hanger. Trash. The fact that the CCU game, a freaking extension in your browser, a site that allows you to go in and plot out the CCU game, has a better interface for actually seeing your hanger. Somebody in their spare time created a better interface to view your inventory in Star Citizen than the actual company, right?
I guarantee you, if they developed an app like a hanger manager or fleet manager app, their sales would increase strictly off that app.
Right. I mean,
go back. Your audio is, I don't know what it is. Sometimes it's ultra
overmodulating.
Yeah, but no, but it wasn't that. It's not. I know how his voice normally sounds in mics. So I don't know if he's got a weird cable thing or something, but he's usually crystal clear, and he's been.
Is that better?
No, it's like it's fuzzy. It's
if you're using like a digital soundboard, you might want to restart it, like banana.
Yeah, maybe that's what
you use Isotope.
I'm using a beacon.
Oh,
okay.
How's your gain? It sounds like you're going through a lot of gain.
Yeah,
because but sometimes he's perfect, then all of a sudden he gets distorted.
Yeah, that's when I get excited.
No, it's not that. You were talking.
That's because the juju has transferred from my mic to his.
Is it what it is?
That's exactly why.
Is that what it is?
Is that a little bit better? I'm not peeking as much now.
There you go.
A little bit louder, but I'm not peeking.
See how you got clear? See how you cleared up?
Yeah.
Okay.
There we go. Okay.
All right, I'm up to my meter now. I'm not peeking.
Yeah. All right. So let me go ahead. Wrap it. Go ahead. Go.
I'll wrap it up. Right. So yeah. Bottom line, I give them a 2, maybe a 1. They've got a lot of technical issues, technical shortcomings, authentication, like Jade mentioned. Dude, seriously, I could do this. The design, the layout, it's really it's too hard to find pertinent information. Yeah. The fact that when I go to concierge, everything else is dark and concierge is like blindingly white. Screw you. Like take 3 hire 3 web designers that actually know what they're doing
and let them do their thing.
And just let them do their damn thing.
Yep.
I got a quick PSA on the website, and since we were talking, because authentication came in and it sparked a thing in my head. If you're using the email thing to email you a code every time you go to sign in, stop it. Stop it now. Install a two-factor authentication tool.
Two-factor all day.
Two-factor authentication, not SMS text messaging. Download the Google Authenticator, put it on your phone, put it on every device you own, and use it for everything you do. SMS and email second-factor authentication is the quickest way to get your crap hacked and taken over, and then you're sitting there crying in a corner. Turn on two-factor authentication on your phone. Use it that way. You can thank me later.
There you go. Good point. Good point. My rating for the website is going to be, I hate to say this, I was a 5 and a 2 or 3, and I think you guys have made me go to a 4 and a 2. The 4 is for me, but I'm only saying that because I've been there so long now that I navigate it and it doesn't bother me. But the 2 is for somebody who's never been to that site and they're trying to figure it out. I remember talking with somebody before and they were asking about why they were struggling. And a lot of people don't know that site was supposed to be, I think Jade or Colossal mentioned about it, it was supposed to be integrated into the game. So when you go to the top and it says apps means absolutely nothing to anybody if they don't know about the freaking mobiGlass. If you don't know there's a mobiGlass, you don't know why it's called apps. So you're sitting there trying to figure out where's the menu. So until they get that integration together so that it makes some kind of sense, that's crazy. The other thing, the mobile
mobiGlass app would be amazing.
Wait. But you're going to my turf now. The mobile app idea. When they put out the RSI authenticator, I thought that's what they were doing, that they were starting to go down that path. Remember, they actually had an RSI authenticator when you went to go into your account. Then it disappeared. They went back to start using the Google authenticator. So the app thing, I don't know why they didn't follow that. Also, if you guys remember, My Weather Radar had put out, you're talking about third party, they had put out a thing that had all of the moons and stuff and the locations and all that. And I'm saying, okay, y'all got somebody else doing this. Why aren't you guys doing this app thing? Apps are really blowing up. I don't know why CIG has not tapped into that yet. But as far as design, go ahead, Doc.
I might be able to elucidate that a little bit. I had a conversation with Benoit about this probably a couple of years ago at this point. I was talking about Spectrum mostly because Spectrum doesn't work on cell phones. I mean, it kind of does, but for the first few years, like you could not erase anything. So you had to only say what you meant to say, and if you use swipe, you were going to be screwed. So it was one type at a time. So it's just the old tap, everything out, and then. Even then, you could sometimes click post and it would just delete everything post blank. So it got very aggravating with that. And so I talked to him about that, and he was saying that for an app, what CIG wants to do is have a more API integration where the app can talk to people in game as well as people on Spectrum and see all of those lovely things and pull that data from their databases and not be like cached on the web page and all of that. And what he was saying was that it's really uncommon to build any kind of APIs in pre-alpha because so much technology is probably going to change before you get there. So they're kicking it down the road until later, until all of their server infrastructure is working properly, and then they'll start trying to pull these things out to make an app or to give out an API for third parties to make apps and stuff. Okay, I know it's kind of a
let me say this.
Half measure, but
let me say this. I can understand that from that side of it, but I want to go back to something that GoMob said earlier. They have to find the happy medium between that and the way the world is running and the way the world's operating. You can't have this this ancient way of how we're accessing that website. Even the site isn't aesthetically pleasing, and it is definitely not intuitive. So the app thing, I can understand that. I'm just saying. Mobile apps are a big thing, and I don't know what it is they can come up with that later on they can blow it up further. Maybe they could just go with what they know works, but that website, it just needs some love. It needs some real love because it's just not there. Okay, I got to move on.
Wait.
Make it quick. Make it quick.
Yeah, I'm going to make it real quick. If you downloaded 3.21 PTU, you may have noticed that the terms of service have changed. Oh yeah. If you're somebody who created a third-party app, this goes back to communication. Definitely read that because there are definite ramifications about what you can legally use from CIG's game files, and CIG should communicate that.
Folks know.
I don't know, a little bit better than just a TOS that a lot of people just
ignore.
right past.
Thank you for mentioning that. Yes, because the new
You're
TS is lengthy and it has a lot of stuff in there, so you guys need to check it
You're
out.
expecting gamers to read again.
Yeah,
Stop
there
it.
we go. There we
Right?
go.
I always do.
Okay, we got to do a rapid one on this, gang, and I'm sorry because we got to wrap it up right at the top of the hour because we've been here for 12 hours and I would go longer otherwise. But I want to be fair to the guests here and get their opinions and thoughts. Okay, now this is going to be a tough one. This is worse than the one I asked them about communication. Game tech. And I know there's a plethora of stuff that we could pick from, but what is the game tech area when it comes to fixing Star Citizen? And I'm gonna close it out, but Doc Murray, whether this is personal or whether it's what you hear the community boast about the most, what is the one thing? There's no rating on this. It is what game tech wise do you think really needs to be fixed to make the game more pleasurable, whatever that may be?
So many.
I know.
I think really, and this comes from my background of way too much FPS games. The FPS has gotten better, but the movement is still clunky. The weapon handling is still subpar. The hit reg is still the fact that in any of the start range game modes you can spawn and your gun won't shoot until you switch off of it and switch back to it. That's quite annoying. The like I said, the peeker's advantage is beyond absurd when you play in the FPS mode. Like, you can come around the corner and kill 2 people before they realize you're there. Yeah, so I think really, and it's a real core part of the game, is the FPS style and movement. And I know some of it has to do with the fully physicalized rig and the eyeballs being in the head and all of those things make things feel, just slightly different from what we're used to in FPS games, where you're basically looking at your nipples and your gun is going where you're seeing. So yeah, I mean, I think really for me that would be it, because when I try to play
you
Star
want an
Marine,
FPS overhaul? Is that what you're saying? You really want, or does this need to be tightened up more? Which one?
yeah, the fluidity needs to be better. Movement feels clunky. Movement feels like you're kind of stuck in resin or glue or something, and it's just kind of. And we need a crouch jump. We always need a crouch jump. And mantling is getting better. We could use more mantling surfaces and areas to mantle, and all these things that are slowly coming. And I know all the work they did with Fire Sprite really helped. Like just the differences between pre-Fire Sprite and post-Fire Sprite and the FPS movement and handling and everything is incredibly increased and much better. But I think the whole system needs to be slightly redone, and a lot of it comes from CryEngine. CryEngine's kind of clunky about that, anyways, because it's not really made for multiplayer. So
okay, fair enough. All right, AngryPCTech, what's your one thing that you think definitely needs to be fixed when it comes to the game?
I think someone had a comment up there. Go ahead. I picked the exact one I want to go on. I'll let my guy up there at the top say what he was wanting to say.
Oh, you sure?
I'm going to be really quick. This goes back to, if you've ever heard me talk, this goes back to me saying CIG needs to reinvent the freaking wheel at every turn. The things that Dr. Murray just said are things all part of gaming for decades now, right? That they are struggling with doing, but they feel like they gotta do new, right? You don't. Just do what's been done and do it as good. You don't even have to do it better at this point. Just do it, right? Just do what's been done.
Then we wouldn't have murderous elevators.
Right.
Wow. Okay. I don't know about that.
Okay. Fair enough.
How about elevators that turn when your ship is not leveled?
Hang on. Is that yours, Colossal, or you just adding some throws?
No, I'm sorry.
Okay. That's okay. I just want to know if that was yours. That's all. AngryPCTech, you're going to say something?
Yeah, so if I was going to pick one thing, the words, dang words are not coming together right now. There's so many things flying around in there. It would be the one thing status saving. So in the event of a game crash, carrying exactly where you are at from and this could easily be done client side with a hashed log file where whatever you were doing, wherever you were at your last known location, that's stored on a log file on the local client. The moment you reconnect, it resends that data back to the new server you're connected to. That and MobiGlass. Those two things are my biggest
the bane.
The amount of times I have, it's only happened once on stream, but the amount of times I've almost put my fist through a monitor because of some dumb glitch that is something that shouldn't exist in 2023 happening. Those are my two main pain points is, my last known location information carrying me from one server to the next. That's a quick and easy dynamic fix using a hashed log that's stored locally that, the moment you modify it or even open it, you change the hash and it's invalidated. You're instantly set back to area 18 or whatever your home base is. And then MobiGlass, for the love of God, fix the star map so I can not have to troubleshoot my own friggin' jump drive every time I need to go to Crusader. I mean, really.
Okay.
That's it. That's my 2 points.
Those are good. All right. Colossal, what's your one thing that they can do?
Do I have to have one?
Yes, we only have 7 minutes. I know we all got a freaking laundry list. I know. I know.
Well, I know you guys did so well with the 12-hour stream, and I only came in for about 2.5 hours of it, but I really got 3, so I'm going to give you one of them.
All right, you can give me 2. Give me 2 if you can make them quick. 2 if you can make them quick.
You. All right, so just to jump on what Dr. Murray said with the tech there, I wanted to add in like grabbing, because we should be able to grab on wings and rails and try to lift ourselves up and things like that, and you're not able to do that all the time. There's certain specs that's labeled in yellow that you can do that with. That's a particular problem for me, especially when you're trying to get on the ship and you can't get like a Gladius or what have you. You're trying to get on the wings of a Gladius, you can't do it, so you have to get on some type of a non-gravity space to go ahead and just jump over the wings of a Gladius just to get on top of the Gladius. So if you can put that, it'd be great. The other thing that I wanted them to do was put an integration of spreadsheets. There has to be some type of calculation system that I can see with knickknacks or MoTrader or even things to go ahead and go with the trading system that we see over there at Loreville, at the CBD, and all the stuff like that. If they can go ahead and integrate spreadsheets type there, something to go ahead and give it some type of transaction, it'd be fantastic.
Okay. All right. I'll buy that for $1. All right, Jay, it's on you. Since I gave Colossal 2, I'll give him 2 if you can make them quick.
All
right. So I have the one thing that I think would vastly improve gameplay, and I have the one thing that I would like. The one thing I think would vastly improve gameplay would be, especially for traders and miners, would be an app in your MobiGlass where you can see how much something is being sold for or bought for at a location. Right, like that is one thing that I've noticed. People who've come from certain other space games, when they come over to Star Citizen, they ask about why doesn't that exist, right? Like that is a no-brainer. It should by now. We've had trading in the game for years, right? And the other thing is more like it's I don't know, you could almost say it's cosmetic, but it comes down to the whole thing of this is supposed to be a physicalized world. We're talking about having physicalized cargo. Yet that ketchup bottle that's sitting on the table, I can't pick that up, right? You go to other games and those items you can pick up. And I know last year at CitizenCon, they showed us a little bit of that. So I know that it's coming.
Right.
But I would hope that comes sooner rather than later, because it just makes the universe feel more immersive, and that's what they're going for with these physicalized things anyway.
Yeah. Okay. Good points. Good points. It could be like in Starfield where you can have 1,000 sandwiches on your ship. So.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's also
they did
different
talk about
Starfield. Go ahead.
They did talk about having a couple people going through physicalizing items this last year. They've been talking about it where people just somebody's job is to go through and try to physicalize everything because
like Jade said, it's coming down the pipe.
That's all we need is Drake's exploding because of a rampant ketchup bottle.
Rolling around in your ship, right? My Lynx already does that. My Lynx already does that. Cal Roddy, let's get your 2 in.
Yeah, so this isn't my most popular one, but after talking to some, who I'm not trying to boast or anything, but my eyesight, I'm really proud of my eyesight. But for those whose eyesight isn't all that good, I would really like to see some slightly better adaptive contrast with regards to the UI. Sometimes in some dark environments it's great, but when it comes to two things, really bright environments, and also when you have a sea of either good targets or bad targets, like for example Vandal Swarm, Endless Mode, it is very difficult to know, to even see what the main target is sometimes. So I would really like to see some better adaptive contrast to the targeting, to the UI, as soon as it can be prioritized.
Yeah, that's a good point to make, Griff, because we got to speak up for our brothers and sisters who are colorblind as well. They need a lot of help, and they're waiting for that.
It is. And we have a couple of good friends who that is one of the reasons why, and they've supported this game. They've been looking forward to that, being able to control colors within the HUDs that they can see, and it's very frustrating for them. CIG has just recently done some adjustments in 320 where the background gets darker with the mobiGlas. There's some color shifts, but they want to be able to allow players to customize their colors based upon eyesight. We kind of take it for granted for those of us who don't suffer from that, but for people who do, it would definitely enhance gameplay for them.
Let's just do movable huts. I think they're going to do it. With, they're going to do it with building blocks. They're supposed to be moving it over with the new stuff, the building blocks. But I mean, come on, you built it this way. Like, who said it was a good idea to build it this way? I mean,
Well, I don't think anybody said it was a good idea to build it this way. I think they were using cheap tools. That's why most of it's built on Flash, because they were starting out their own company. Like they didn't have all the tools that they had, so they just used what was available, and it's come back to bite them in the ass.
Yeah, I know.
I'm just wondering how much of this the code for the Viz stuff is actually still commented out, and they haven't ever gone back through and cleaned it up. And that's why we have the weird artifacts that we have.
Let me say this, AngryPCTech. My prayer is, and I know Calradi, was that the only one you had, Calradi? You got another one?
That's the only one.
Okay, my prayer to your point, AngryPCTech, is that 4.0 is that. It's exactly that. That all that old code that they have spent time weeding that stuff out, and that's where we have the change happen. I don't know if that's a reality, but we know that there's been millions of lines of code over the years that needs to be corrected and done right. So hopefully that's what 4.0 means on a dark back end side of things for me. We just had a raid from Splin Shepherd. Splin Shepherd. Thank you for that raid of 60 folks. We appreciate that. We're about wrapping up the show, folks, but we are doing a fundraiser for St. Jude Children's Hospital. You guys are amazing. You guys hit the 5,500 mark before the top of the hour. So thank you for that. We really appreciate that for St. Jude Children's Hospital. We really, really do appreciate that. I got to get ready to wrap this up a little bit here, but I guess I got one more thing to close out with. So Go Mob, could you very quickly go ahead and share your thoughts real quick on the game tech piece?
So I'll be really quick. Right now, the database thing is top of mind, right? Just from my technical background, I understand that they're tied at the hip with AWS, and so I know they haven't released what graph database they were using, but so I'm going to assume that they were using Neptune, and it's trash. Sorry, sorry, Bezos. Sorry, Bezos, but like I am. Look, me personally, I am making money moving people off of Neptune onto another graph database that is much more robust and better and performant than them. Unfortunately, based upon where they're hosting, I don't know if that's going to be an option, but it's sad that they are stuck there. You know what I'm saying? Like, hopefully they can find another graph database and that they don't regret their decision to get married to Mr. Bezos in this juncture. That was always the risk, right? That, you know, this relationship with AWS could lead to them running headfirst into the brick wall of the technical limitations of that service, and that since they didn't remain independent of that, they weren't able to go and find the best of breed that they needed. So I don't know, right? Hopefully, maybe, I mean, and Chris did say that they went and found something that they thought was supposed to be performant enough to handle the amount of transactions. So maybe they got something different, right? Maybe.
But if
that's a possibility. So they may not be on Neptune. So don't take it from me. I have no inside information, just assumptions based upon my knowledge of the market. But that's going to be critical. The back-end infrastructure of this game is going to make or break it. Right? And the other side of that challenge coin is that the database is one side of it, but the other side is the structure of your queries and your data. I think CIG needs to make sure that they are being as efficient as possible. If they are just fire hosing this database with data that it doesn't need to track at all times, then they need to not do that. There's some efficiencies that can possibly be found there, and that's just me saying this from someone who has intimate knowledge of that space, and as a armchair dev in a sense. So that's it.
Thank you.
Griff,
let me say this real colossal.
Yes,
you guys are blowing it out the water. You've hit $5,700. An extra $200 just came in. Gomab's a passion speech must have gave somebody's wallet to fly open. So thank you guys for putting us at 5,700. Listen, if we hit that 6,000, I mean, that would be great. But we're going to go ahead. Colossal, go ahead, because I got to wrap this up and I got to throw mine in still. What are you going to say?
That's fantastic. I was saying that Gomab took your spot because I swore that Angry gave Gomab the opportunity to share his thoughts.
I know. But I know. He took he double dipped. He double dipped, right? He double dipped.
Yeah, he double dipped. He could have yielded on that one. Nice one, Gomab. You got 4 of them.
He slid it in. Okay, I'm going to suggest one that I do not have the technical depth that many of these very intelligent people on this panel have, but this is just a practical thought. It may not be realistic. It may not be economical, but I've heard people say this before, and I kind of tweak it a little bit. I honestly wish, and I know some people are not going to like this idea, that the PTU remain the PTU all the time with anything new that's being introduced, and that the live servers remain the stable version of the game, and nothing goes to the live version until we know the PTU. Now, mind you, I know there's a stress aspect and people have to be on and need bodies, but what draws people into the PTU is the new stuff. It's the stuff that people want to see the latest of. And if those mechanics are in there, then it may take 6 months. It may take 9 months before it goes live. But people will play in that buggy side, because you do hear people say when the game is in a bad state, they just want to be able to play the game. And so that's what you choose. If you just want to play the game and not deal with bugs, you stay in the live service. And if you want to play with the new toys and get all the ice cream, then you got to be willing to swallow it in the PTU. Now, I don't know if that's feasible or not, but that's kind of how I feel about it at this point. I wish the PTU, if that's bug central, let that be bug central. If you want to play with the new ship that came out or the new game mechanic, you're signing off saying, I know that this sucker sucks over here. Maybe it might be good, might be bad. But if you can't handle the bugs, because one of the things I've heard people say about Starfield, and I'm not throwing shade on Starfield. I ask people, how do you enjoy Starfield? Woo, no bugs. That's one of the biggest responses I get.
That's not true. I've seen NPCs stand on chairs for Starfield.
No. I mean, comparatively, I know there are bugs. I've seen some bugs in it, but comparatively. And what I'm saying is that frustration that people feel in Star Citizen when they go into Starfield, they just feel like, oh, at least I'm not getting this. And that's how they feel. And I'm just saying that's how I think the live server should be. I can come there. I might run into a couple things here and there. It's not perfect, but it's running. But if you want to play with the new toys, you go into the PTU. That's my feeling on that. Okay.
Would you be okay with the live being frozen pretty much for like a year?
Wouldn't
like
bother me.
2017?
Listen, I don't have a problem going into PTU. I go into PTU all the time.
Okay.
I stay in the PTU with the bugs. I do it now. It doesn't bother me. I mean, you don't hear me complain about the bug. If the PTU's that bad and I can't play it, I just don't play it. I just say, okay.
So basically you're wanting a tiered approach, you know.
Yes.
And it makes sense. So if they took like this new PTU wave system they did where it's tied to like either your subscription level or your concierge level and had separate PTU servers that are testing different levels of text, and once it got to the highest level, it had advanced through each tier of that, then they go, okay, it's ready for live, and then it pushes to live. That would be the only way they could do it, is if they had separate, but then you're going to have multiple PTUs taking resources
and there's a cost,
away
right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I said I don't know if it's economical. That's what I was saying. I don't know if it's economical, resource-wise or money-wise to do that, you know.
There's also a little thing about merging code. So if you have multiple PTUs running, you have multiple sets of code running, and then you got to merge them all together, and you don't know if the bugs fixed. Like somebody's working on a new ship on one version of the PTU, they fix all the bugs with the ship, but they probably created some bug that causes all the space stations to disassemble rapidly. Like it's always, you know, there's always this trade-off in any kind of construction, really, of quality, time, and
resources. I get it.
Resources. Yeah. And so, like, I don't know.
It may not be practical. It may sound good. You know, it may not be realistic in the real world. You know.
I think one part though that I have to kind of contradict you, as much as I hate to do that, is that the PTU. The PTU isn't really for going in and checking out the new toys. The PTU is going in and testing out the new thing.
No. Listen to what I'm saying. I don't feel that way. No, don't get me wrong. I don't feel that way. I'm saying there are people who come into the PTU exclusively because there's a new toy. That's all I'm saying. Not me. I'm just saying that's what people do.
I mean, you said if you want to see the new stuff, get into the PTU. Otherwise, stay in line. So it's just kind of like. Like, I mean, I've been fighting this for a while. People, especially with the whole new wave situation when they came out, these people were like, man, I only log into the PTU to see my new stuff, and wave 1 made me feel special. And I'm like, okay, that's nice, but you're not doing what we need you to do in PTU. Specifically, ETF, wave 1, wave 2. Those need concurrency. Those need players in there pushing the limits, trying to break the game. And that's really the disconnect that I see with the community and the PTU in general.
They don't know that, Doc. They don't know that's the goal.
They just see the PTU as some kind of early access for special backers, and it makes them feel sad about it. And then when they see it, they load in, and it's fucking crashy. And it's extremely crashy. And you know, there's all this nonsense going on, and people are like, this game's so broken. Why do I even bother? And you're like, well, you're in the testing phase of the testing phase of the testing phase. Like, what do you expect?
I'm gonna let AngryPCTech close us out because we're over time here. Go ahead, AngryPCTech.
On the other side of that, going off what Dr. Murray was saying there, so okay, let's look at it like this. You have the PTU and the tier steps that are set up, but say for example, when you're at the final wave right before it goes live, you shut down the PU and push everybody to the PTU so they can load test it and find any of those erroneous errors that they weren't expecting. And if they find them, instead of pushing it, okay, open PU up and everybody can go back there. That for lack of a better term, it's kind of like, all right, guys, unfortunately, we need load over here to test this. You're not going over here. We're going to make you go over here. It's part of it. You're in an alpha game. We're here to test. You're either going to test or we're going to shut down the stable environment you enjoy so that we can make the next update the stable environment you want to continue to enjoy.
In order for them to do that, they have to automate the back end copying. You shouldn't have to copy your own stuff over to the PTU.
But that I wouldn't have a problem with that. Okay, listen, great ideas, great suggestions. We could blow this last subject out for 2-3 hours easily, but I do want to say thank you to Dr. Murray, to AngryPCTech. Both of them have just shared a great wealth of knowledge with us today and really appreciate them and want them. Dr. Murray, you've been a veteran. You've been here several times. AngryPCTech, we hope we can customize something that'll let you come and share even more on the show because we really appreciate you within 24 hours coming on to the show. Tell us where AngryPCTech, tell people where they can find you because Dr. Murray got to do that earlier. Where can people find you?
They can find me on Twitch, AngryPCTech, Twitter, or X, whatever you prefer. The AngryPCTech, YouTube, AngryPCTech, and on TikTok, AngryPCTech and the Angry Photon.
Okay, awesome. Once again, for St. Jude Children's Hospital, you guys were amazing today. Those of you who have gone already, you'll see this video later maybe. We raised $5,700 so far We're still working toward our goal of $10,000 by October 22nd, CitizenCon weekend. So tell a friend, tell a family member, post it on your social media, let people know that they can come here. There's QR codes in our social media on Twitter. You can forward that. People can scan that. That's a great way to do it as well. Want to give a shout out to all my Soul Team members. They just pushed it this weekend, came in, shared. Everybody who was here earlier today from 10 a.m. all the way till now, 10 p.m. Eastern time. Thank you guys so much. You guys are the best team ever, especially Go Map with that hair and that beard. I'm digging it, even though he got the hat on today. Let me very quickly. Yeah, I know. There we go. I know. To Go Mob, to Calrati, to Jay, to Colossal, thank you guys for pushing this last hour, helping us get to the goal. To all of you who've been here with us today, thank you so much for sharing, for tweeting, for passing on the information. To all those who rated us today, you guys are wonderful. Thank you for thinking of us, all the way from Salty Mike, all the way down to the very last raid we got, which was from... Spleen. Yeah, I can't find the name. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to find the name. Yeah, Spleen. Thank you so much for sending your 60 wonderful people over here as well to help support the goal, and again for the 5,700 that you guys made. We are done.
I hate to jump into your close.
Go ahead.
But I want to give you your flowers.
Oh, thank you.
Griff, what you've done today with this stream and with this channel, you are the epitome of this community. And I want to make sure that I take the time here to make sure you know how much we appreciate you for everything that you do.
Well, thank you.
Where the flowers at?
Well, listen, this was my birthday weekend. You guys don't know. I was up late
Happy
last night.
birthday.
Happy birthday.
I'm gonna put pictures up later. My family threw me a Star Wars, Star Trek birthday. I had about 40 people there. Everybody was dressed in Star Trek and Star Wars. It was amazing. It caught me completely off guard. It was very cool.
I was disappointed in your regalia, Griff, but that's okay.
Oh, what? Because I came as a Jedi. There was a Sith there. By the way, my best friend came as a Sith, Colossal. I want you to know that. But I will show some pictures on this show next Saturday. On the Saturday after the show, I'll show some pictures from it. But it was a great time. But also, I loved doing this. It was Fast Cart and I spent a lot of time. We had to do duplicates of the show so that he could run it and I could run it because I had to be gone for a couple hours because my mom celebrated her birthday, her 100th birthday, and they wanted to honor her at her church today. So that's why I had to duck out earlier. So it's been a crazy day.
Oh,
yes, Go Mob. I crossed 60. My mom hit 100 2 weeks ago. Yeah, so there you go. Buddy.
Wow.
Yeah, there you go. So anyway, thank you guys so much. And again, I appreciate the acknowledgement, Go Mapping from the team. I really do. Okay, next Sunday, don't forget Thursday night is Fast Cart with Soul Talk at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. My show is Soul Voices on Saturday, which is at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. And then next Sunday, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, our topic is working at Cloud Imperium. We're going to be talking about the different roles. These people that come on SCL and talk and they tell you, oh, I'm a graphic artist 3 or this, that, and the other. We're going to be talking about what all of those different titles mean. It's going to be next week and the importance of that in the development of game development. So hopefully you guys can join us on next Sunday for that. Once again, thank you for everybody who's here. You guys have a great week. Stay safe. And as we always tell you guys every week, peace, love, and soul. We got to do a raid. Who's on? Somebody look at the raid thing for me. Look on what you call it real quick and tell me who's on that I can raid.
I don't know. Go knows.
Who's on? There's got to be somebody doing Star Citizen tonight. Who's doing Tarsai? Quelsar. Is Quelsar on tonight? Oh, Ender's on. Yep. Let's send him over to Ender because he just got on. He's got 8 folks, our folk friends from Star Jump, because they helped contribute today.
Oh, okay.
So we're gonna hit Ender. We've done Quelsar, but we haven't done Ender in a while. When you guys get over to see Ender, let him know that you came over from the Soul Citizens. He is a beloved friend of ours as well. If you like what you see, of course, follow him, give him a shout, and encourage him because he's a great guy. He does charity. In fact, he did when he did St. Jude at the beginning of the year and asked us to participate, but we had another thing going, so we couldn't do it then. So let him know that you came over and that we did St. Jude. That'll put a big smile on his face. Once again, take care of yourselves. Stay safe. Peace, love, and soul. We'll see you guys real soon. Take care.